Stay live. The build up
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
There you go. Welcome to NUFC Talk Radio Match Day Live with Toon Twins, Tim and Peter. We are live on DAB radio across Newcastle and Gateshead, on YouTube as well as the website nufcradio.com. So tonight Newcastle play Man United in the Premier League at St James's Park. A lot of pressure on the game at night, so we'll be getting our teeth into the game. A lot of pressure to respond, I think, to what's happened in the last game, really, against Everton, and try and make something of our league position. So it's fascinating game tonight. We'll get into it, Peter. How are you doing?
Yeah, well, good. Sun's been shining the last couple of days, so always helps. You good?
It has been nice. Yeah, good. It's been nice to see the sun. Like you say, it's lifted some of the doom and gloom weather-wise anyway. So we'll see if it lifts on the pitch tonight at St James's. Before we talk about the game, make sure everyone out there that you are subscribed to the channel. Please hit the like button if you can as well, and get involved in the live chat. We do want to hear your thoughts. To guarantee your comment being read out, give a super chat if you can, and don't forget to become a member as well if you can by joining NT TV Plus for $4.99. That includes all member perks and exclusive content in one place. And supporting the channel really does help us to deliver daily Newcastle United content. And once again, if you are listening on radio, we are also live on YouTube, where you'll see plenty of opinions coming in. Right. So, like I say, Man United tonight at St James's. A resurgent Man United, unfortunately, under Michael Carrick right now. So they're going to be confident about this. Before we talk about the game, I just want to say as well, hello to Epic NUFC YT, who says, win today 4-1 Newcastle. I like the optimism. Good stuff, mate. And we've got Lucky Singh in the house as well. Yeah, fascinating battle. And we've got Quinny in as well. So Lucky Singh there says, Glazers out. I'm happy for us to take a draw. Newcastle are better at home. So we've got a Man United fan in the house. So yeah, tell us a bit more. So you say that you take a draw and we're better at home. We've lost our last, whatever, is it 3 home games? Is it? Or is it 4 home games?
3.
So 3, okay. So yeah, to be honest, mate, if I was you, I'd be feeling a little bit confident, to be honest. But yeah, good to have you in the house, and hiya Queenie there. Queenie Hobbs, I'm good. And like Queenie says, hit the likes if you can, lads and lasses. So like I said, Man United's, what are you feeling for tonight? We saw the Everton game. You know, we've talked about what went wrong there. We've talked about, I think, Newcastle in general as to what's going wrong this season. The league position is looking really poor, and there's question marks as to whether we can salvage this in the league this season. So there's a lot riding on this game tonight. So yeah, how do you feel about it, Peter?
Well, it feels like we've actually come back round, kind of full circle, from how it felt before the Brentford match. Do you remember that match? Remember the feeling that we all had before that one? Brentford at home. It felt a bit. It kind of felt like do or die, and obviously we failed that one. Brentford won, and it felt like a really low point, didn't it, in the season? Yeah. And we then managed to salvage, I think, that feeling we had post Brentford. It was turned around, you know, from the victories that we had at Tottenham, Villa, Karabag. We played decent at Man City. But now it does feel like that Everton defeat has put us firmly back in that kind of doom and gloom sphere from how it felt a few weeks ago before Brentford, and yeah, I mean, Man United. This is the thing. We've got this group of players and this squad who I do think will rise to the occasion because they do tend to do that against the bigger clubs, and that is not a compliment at all because they should not be just getting themselves up for the quote unquote big games.
Yeah.
But that is unfortunately what they tend to do and just drop off when they then play teams who may not be deemed as the kind of glamour teams or if they're mid-table or whatever. So I mean, going into tonight, I am expecting a response. So I wouldn't be surprised if we play well. I mean, yeah, I think the way it's going, I'm just thinking let's just play well and not lose. I mean, we need to win. Let's be honest in terms of the league table, but in terms of confidence, in terms of the spirit, the morale, I think a defeat would be really damaging. So yeah, I think for me, I'm not writing off sounds a bit strong, but I'm just thinking now with the actual league table, I'm doubting whether there's anything that's going to come from that this season.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree. And, you know, seventh
Sorry to
place.
be doom and gloom, folks. Like I'm just
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, we've got to
yeah.
call it as it is. I think.
Aye. Aye. That's it. And, want to be up for tonight. And fingers crossed we turn up. But like you say, we might well turn up, but it's a bit of a kind of small team mentality if you only turn up for these big fixtures. So even if we do, win the game tonight, it's frustrating because you think, well, where were we for the Everton game and other games? So, yeah, I think seventh place in the league quite possibly will give you Europa League football, depending on who wins the cup, etc., and who finishes where. But I think it looks quite possible, and that's really frustrating if we finish outside the top seven and don't get that. I mean, fifth place is frustrating enough, where that's an opportunity to get Champions League football. But to not even get Europa League football when it was potentially on offer for seventh place
Mm.
would be, a big blow. So if they want to get that spot, then they need to win tonight and start to put a really good run together. So yeah, that's why I say there's a lot of pressure on, despite we're playing a team, who are doing really well right now. We still have to win this game if we want to be serious about getting European football next season, I would say. Looking ahead to the team tonight, I think that basically the team picks itself apart from two positions. So I think those two positions are, well, to be fair, I think this also picks itself in that I think we know who Eddie Howe will play, but you've got a selection between Byrne and Botman at centre back because it's obvious. I think Malik Chow's going to play, Lewis Hall's going to play left back, Trippier right back in terms of defence. Having said that, sorry, I'm going to just, as I'm thinking out loud here, there is one more, and that's Nick Pope or Ramsdale.
Mm.
So just start to what I said at the beginning there. So Byrne or Botman, who would you go with, Peter?
So has Botman been declared fit? Has he?
I thought he was on the. I'll double check, but I thought he was on the bench. Help us out in the comments if you know off the top of your head. But let me have a look because I thought that he played against Karabag.
Mm.
He played that game, and then he was put down to the bench for Berner to play with Chow. Let's
Epic
say if
there
he
in
was
the
fit,
comments
who
says,
would you play?
yeah, Epic NUFC says there he's fit. Oh, sorry, he
Yeah.
says Botman if fit. He's saying if he is fit, he would go with Botman.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would do the same. I think we need to get a run of games from Botman to kind of make that judgment as to what's going to happen going forwards from next season. As as you look at who's going to play in defence, the centre half pairing. Burns been, don't get me wrong, he's been like almost like stalwart. He's yeah, centre half. You could normally rely on him, but I just think Botman, like you said, he's the future. So it would be nice to get Botman and Chow, get them playing together, have a run of games together, and see if Botman can actually stay fit for a longer period of time than what we've seen so far. And if
Yeah.
can, if we can rely on him, that would bode well, I think, for next season for that centre half pairing.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it'll happen, but I would play Botman as well, and I can see that he was on the bench against Everton. So unless there's been something in training, I don't see why he won't be available tonight. So yeah, I would be playing him for the same reasons. And also I would mention that Dan Burn himself, he's played every game, hasn't he? He's had this long run and he's had no break, even against Karabag. And those other games we had midweek were rotated. So yeah, he's brilliant. He's a legend, really, Dan Burn. But he's human. So he's playing all these games. He might lose a yard of pace here and there. So yeah, I'd get Botman in, who has a lot to prove in terms of his fitness. And if he does get injured again before the end of the season, then obviously there's some alarm bells going off, I think, in regards to how reliable he is. But let's give him a chance to have a run in the side. I don't think it'll happen because I think Eddie Howe will revert to Dan Burn at some point before now at the end of the season. So on the one hand, I understand it because he is a leader. He is
Yeah, true.
reliable. So I understand that to an extent, but at least I think Botman needs to have some games in there to just give Dan Burn a break, if
Yeah.
nothing else.
What I would say is that it's not, you're thinking about who to play out of those three, or out of Botman and Burn, essentially. Whoever you do pick, I don't think we're not talking about, you know, I think either way it can go, it can work. So we're talking about three quality players basically in that position, three um, centre halves who can all do a very good job, and obviously I think Chow's been the standout, and I think we're talking about Botman because we just want to see, for me anyway, I just want to see, can he stay fit? Because I think that's a question mark over him, and you want to
Mm.
kind of like find that out before next season if you can, to see if he's reliable enough. That's all I'm thinking. But in terms of Burn, if he was to play at night instead, I think there's more problems. There's other problems that are kind of more pressing in terms of what's going on with the team and the tactics and all that. Aside from who partners Chow, because I
Mm.
think, yeah, Burn, if he does play, I'll still back him to do a decent job.
Mm. Yeah. Right. Well, we've got Tanji Vivid there in the comments says Burn needs to play centre back rather than being in other areas of the pitch. And that probably speaks to a wider point that you alluded to there, Peter, and that the whole team is too wide open at times. But I think with Dan Burn, when he goes forward, I don't mind it if it's from set pieces and the ball's bouncing around and he stays up there. You know what I mean? Where you're
Yeah.
trying to keep pressure on. I don't mind that. And he is an imposing figure, and I think he does need to use his height more often and his physicality more often to cause a bit of chaos in those moments. But yeah, I agree in that, when from the starting centre back position, then you don't necessarily want him wandering from there during the match in that way. And we've got another comment here that I want to go to. I'll just bring it back because it takes me to the other position that I mentioned, and that is goalkeeper. Um, just while I'm finding
That's
it,
been
Peter,
fun, like,
who
this
would you
season,
be?
hasn't it?
Who? Say again.
Goalkeeper's been a fun position this season, hasn't it?
Has indeed, has indeed. It's that's the problem. It's you're choosing between two keepers who are not the answer basically. But for tonight, I mean, I think I know what Jan says. You've said before, but who would you be playing tonight? And before you answer that, I found the comment there. Epic NUFC says Pope can't start. He needs dropped for a few weeks.
Mm. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I've said before, play Ramsdale and give him a run. I would play Ramsdale tonight. I'll stick by that. And you know what? For me, right, this is all about the principle of it all. So I'm not sitting here and saying play Ramsdale because he's miles better than Pope and he's the man and he's going to be top dog going forwards. Now, I'm not absolutely ruling that out. Do you know what I mean? Who knows? Maybe he will pull off a blinder and he'll get confidence from that and he'll kick on. He'll be the number one next season. Who knows? It's probably unlikely because I think, from what I've seen, he's maybe just below that level of top class goalkeeper that maybe you would probably need if you're going to try and challenge for top 6 or top 5. But my point is that it's the principle of it all. So, like, if you've got a goalkeeper who is constantly making ricks and has been since Celtic pre-season match, then at some point there's a line in the sand where you kind of say, out of principle alone, I'm going to bring in Ramsdale, and he now will get a run for better or for worse. That's not, in a way, kind of not the point. You just find out, don't you? You put him in, and he might do better, he might do worse, but you find out because the fact is, Pope is dropping clangers left, right, and centre all season, and I actually think I kind of feel bad for him, to be honest. To me, I feel like should he not be taken out of the limelight for his own sake as well? He looks devoid of confidence. He looks petrified sometimes when he's running out of his box to play the ball with his feet. So, like you say, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, if he's ever going to do it, I think now is the time, given what happened against Everton on Saturday. To drop Pope. Again, I get it that he seems like a great lad, and he, like you say about Burn as well, like Burn, Pope, these players, they are kind of legends really, because what they've done, they've won that first trophy in since the 60s. So, like, yeah, I kind of don't like criticizing them for that reason. Do you know what I mean? Because they've done
Yeah,
so much. Over just the last few years, they've been so good for Newcastle. But yeah, just this season, you're asking us what I would do, and I just think this season and obviously tonight, I'm looking at Pope, and I've said for a while, I find it strange that you'd bring Ramsdale in, or any number 2 for that matter, whoever it was, you bring them into the club, and then they don't get a look in when the number 1 is making ricks all the time. I find that strange, to be honest. So yeah, what do you reckon? What would you do tonight?
I think I would start Ramsdale as well, and the problem won't go away in that we still need a new number 1 keeper. But like you say, it is the principle. So Ramsdale himself, you never know, he might find some form and some confidence. He looks a bit erratic anyway, like, to be fair, so I wouldn't exactly pin all my hopes on that happening. But the alternative is allowing Nick Pope to continue in goal, making mistake after mistake. And like you say, his confidence looks on the floor. So Ramsdale was brought in for a reason, because Eddie Howe rates him, regardless what anybody else thinks of him. Eddie Howe likes him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him in, like you've said. So, yeah, play him.
What's the point? Yeah.
Yeah. It's at a point now where Nick Pope's mistakes are not just once in a blue moon. It's every other game. So it's blatantly costing us points. I mean, that one against Everton, just push it to one side, just push it out for a corner, for a throw-in. I think he's tried to catch the ball, hasn't he? And it's squirmed out. It's hit his knee, I think, or he's dove too far to that side, maybe. And then even the reaction, it wasn't exactly the quickest, was it? I mean, obviously, he's not favourite to get that, but he's not the most mobile, is he? Unfortunately. So, yeah, like you say, he's been a great servant for us. He's part of the team that broke that trophy duck of 50-odd years for a domestic trophy. So, yeah, he'll go down as part of that team forever. So you can't take that away. And he should get a golden handshake. But, yeah, he's costing us right now. And I think this sort of foresight is what's been lacking, unfortunately, with the team, with the club, with Eddie Howe, where you foresee this happening and you make a change before it happens, as opposed to waiting until things start crumbling and you're picking up the pieces. I've got a few comments that I've starred around Nick Pope that I want to go to. So we have Epic NUFC saying Pope is scared to hurt himself. That's the problem with him. Yeah, that shoulder injury. Maybe he's thinking about that. Then you have Tanji Vivid saying Pope should have went to Burnley, not Dubs. Typical loyalty favoritism again from Howe. I mean, with Dúbravka, when you look at it, I think he probably, would have been better this season for us out of Pope and Ramsdale. I mean, I think Dúbravka, he's obviously getting on. Again, he's not a long-term answer. I thought there were times where he was a bit suspect in his time, his last few years here. But I mean, he did pick up massively. There's no doubt last season for us. With hindsight, would you have kept Dúbravka, Peter?
Yeah, obviously it is easy to say in hindsight. So yeah, I think to be fair, what I would say as well though is looking back to last season, Dubs had that run in the team, didn't he? Leading up to the cup. Was it the cup final?
Yeah.
So and he didn't put a foot wrong. So yeah, I don't think it's a case of like Dubravka looked like he was on the decline, on a massive decline when when he eventually did leave. It was actually kind of more the way around. He seemed to have a bit of a resurgence, and that little run in the team last season kind of proved that.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean at the time, Pope came in. Obviously, we won the cup, and then we did go on a nice little run straight after the cup win as well. Pope's obviously part of that. So at the time, you're kind of thinking, do you know what? It worked. You know what I mean? Pope came back in. There was a few question marks about that at the time. I remember thinking, myself, I was thinking at the time it was harsh on Dúbravka. Yeah, but you look back now. I mean, come on, with the benefit of hindsight, how things have subsequently played out this season. Yeah, if you'd ask me, can I travel back in time now and switch those two keepers? I'd be switching them. I'd be keeping Dúbravka if I could for this season, and
Yeah.
I would have been selling Pope instead. Looking back,
Yeah. Yeah. And we've got Irish Toon Assassin saying, after the howler from Pope, it doesn't hurt starting Ramsdale. I'm sure they have the injury story ready to go.
that
Yeah, I
was
mean,
strange. That was really
it was,
strange
wasn't it?
when against Everton away. It was a similar situation to now where Pope had been dropping clangers. There was a bit of unrest starting to develop, and a lot of the fans, I think, were I don't know if the club were aware of this or if Eddie was aware of this, but I think a lot of fans at that time were kind of saying, right, this is kind of enough's enough. We need to see number two goalkeeper come in ahead of Pope. And then just coincidentally, we're playing Everton away, and Nick Pope is supposedly injured. And it was strange because it had never been reported up until I think the day before the kickoff, but the day before the
Yeah.
match. So, and then he was back soon after, wasn't he? It wasn't that long he was out for. So it was a strange one. It really was. Was that an excuse? Did they just say he was injured and to save face,
Mm.
and he wasn't really? I don't know.
It was a little bit elaborate if it was, in the sense that he was literally out of the matchday squad, wasn't he? You know what I mean? So he's taken a bit of a hit there, yeah, if that was the case. But yeah, I
Mm,
wouldn't be. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be totally surprised in that maybe he's doing it so he's not got to hang Pope out to dry, if you like. So yeah, I mean, if you've got an injury now, my word, that would be a bit eyebrow raising if you got
mm,
one for this game.
mm.
David Spence there in the building. Hello, Tim and Peter. How are you, mates? Good to have you in. We've got, I can see Andy Bell is in as well. So good to see you, mate. And Connor there says Botman and Ramsey have arrived. So those two are fit, thankfully. So that's good news that Ramsey's back from his illness, because he was definitely our best player, I would say, against
Yeah.
Everton. Speaking of Everton, I just want to mention one thing about that game, because I came on here after the match for the reaction, and you know I wasn't happy with the performance. Obviously, it was head scratch, and it was so frustrating to be conceding those goals right after getting back in the game. And I thought Gordon up front, despite him playing really well in recent games in that position, giving us that attacking threat in behind, giving us that pace and link-up play as the striker, against Everton, to me, he was, it was chalk and cheese compared to those games. He was way off it. And I was very surprised to hear Wynne say that. I think he said he thought that Gordon was brilliant. I don't quote us too much on that, but it was words to that effect. And I was a bit shocked by that. And there was one moment in that game that I thought typified Anthony Gordon. And it's a bit innocuous. It's nothing. It's not like a shot or anything like that. But if you go to the official website and you go onto watch, and then you go on to highlights and full match replays, and go to the Everton game, and if you then go on to 49 minutes, you will come to a passage of play where Lewis Hall plays the ball down the left wing to Gordon. It's a little bit heavy, seemingly too heavy for Gordon to get onto, and the ball runs down to Tarkowski for Everton. And the ball's running out of play. And Tarkowski goes to shield the ball out of play. And you're looking at Gordon, and this moment stuck. I only seen it once at the time, obviously, when I was watching the game, and I came on here afterwards, and I mentioned it because it stuck in my mind in the way that Gordon allowed Tarkowski just to see that ball out of play. He didn't even try and put his foot in. He didn't even try and get physical, Anthony Gordon. He didn't try and put Tarkowski off. He literally jogged behind him and watched the ball go out of play. And you can hear that, the crowd give murmurings of discontent when that happens, asking, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you closing it down? Why aren't you putting your foot in? Why are you not making it difficult for Tarkowski? He literally just gave up.
Yeah.
And I've watched it back, and I wasn't imagining things. That's exactly what happened. So I would encourage anyone to watch that incident, because I just think it's not on. It really isn't on when in a game like that, it's not going well. And my word, we needed to win that game. That you're putting in really in that moment a lack of effort, and I would never want to boo one of our own players, and I don't like, reports of maybe he was booed off. I mean, I would say the one cardinal sin is lack of effort. That's the one thing, as a footballer that really, if you cross that line, you are in murky waters, you are in dangerous territory there. And I just think Eddie Howe really needs to clamp down on that, because it spreads the totally wrong message to the team. It's the wrong body language to the rest of the team. It's the wrong example. So I mean, obviously you've seen it, Peter. What do you think?
Yeah. So, basically, what is so damning about that incident, if you watch it, is that Gordon, he doesn't just kind of make it easy for Tarkowski. You're laughing at the comments there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Irish
Yeah,
Tune
the
Assassin
comments.
says, "Win? Do you mean Stevie Winder?" It's in Wonder, Peter and Tim. Yeah, I mean, I was gobsmacked, mate. I was
Yeah.
gobsmacked. I mean, I love Win. We all love Win. But I thought he's watching a
Win
different game.
for me. Yeah, normally, I know he's listening, so I'll say, Mighty, normally you kind of give a lot of balance to proceedings, and I'm normally kind of on your wavelength in terms of sort of giving a bit of perspective to things. But no, I mean, on this one, I hope you've watched it back, Win. But in that particular incident that you're talking about, Timmy, he puts the brakes on. This is what's damning about it. So Gordon is running down the channel, and like you say, the ball's a bit heavy, so it allows Tarkowski to come in. But there's quite a bit of space between where they are and where the corner flag is, where the ball eventually goes out. But there's quite a way to go before that point, and Gordon literally puts the brakes on. So he actually goes back. It's weird. That if nothing else, that it's just strange. So he could put his right foot around Tarkowski to kind of try and hook around with his right foot. He could go either way. He could try and go on the outside and kind of on his left side, put his foot through, try and keep it from going out. He does neither, and he actually slows down. So yeah, we saw at the time when it happened, and we were just gobsmacked really. And what was kind of shocking about it was that was at 49 minutes. So
Yeah.
kind of a few minutes after the restart, it was just the worst tone to set for that second half, especially after what had happened in the first half. So yeah, no, I totally agree. I think Eddie needs to kind of pull him to one side and say like, "What's up?" Because that ain't
Yeah.
good enough, and that just simply can't happen. So yeah, it's a strange one with Gordon because, like you say, I've backed him up front. I think he can do a good job up front, and I would kind of still back him to do that if he gets his head right. I don't know if it was the Everton effect because does that get in his head? And we were saying earlier to me, weren't we, like how
Mm.
maybe does he when he plays against Everton, does he kind of think I'm not going to kind of bust me gut because I'm going to show them that I'm elevated to a different level now, and I'm not that
Mm.
kind of player anymore. I'm like you say, I'm kind of this more sophisticated player that I do my own thing now, lads, kind of thing. Um, and he's trying to show the Everton players like I've moved on from that hustle and bustle. I've moved
Mm.
on from that. I'm better than that now. Is he
Yeah.
trying to show that to the Everton lads? I
Mm.
don't know. Again, I'm completely wrong in saying that, but yeah, he needs to. I mean, I mentioned this to Kev last week. He needs to show that spiky. We need to see this spiky version of Anthony Gordon again. And if
Yeah.
he's up front, we need him pressing because I do think he can do a good job up there, at least
Yeah.
as a stopgap until we kind of get to the summer, really. So yeah, it was a strange one though, big
It
time.
was. It was I, and yeah, I'd definitely be looking to cash in the summer. And if 90 odd million is being talked about, then my word, we cannot be passing up an opportunity like that to get money of that level for Gordon because you know he might well go and do great things for another club, but that's not. We can't worry about that. That's for him and that club to be sorting out and whatever to be enjoying if that's what happens. But personally, in my opinion, he's not an elite player. You're not going to be getting a player worth 90 million, in my view, no matter how much you think you can mold him. And yeah, I'm sure his ego will be kind of enjoying an even bigger club if he does go to say Liverpool. But I think he'd be found out in that he's a good player. Yeah, I'm not saying he's terrible. On his day, he's a good player. I just don't think he's elite, and I think his attitude at times um, is poor, and that also holds him back. So yeah, I want Eddie Howe to be looking and saying to the board, yeah, let's cash in, and don't be so attached to Gordon. I mean, we've got Queen Hearts there saying you were shocked. I think the majority of us were. Yeah, and you've got off-grid designer saying Gordon was booed for that in the Gallagher East stand corner, and rightly so. And Irish Toon Assassin says, when I saw Gordon just jogging behind Tars, I was like, what the F is going on here? That was awful. And not the only time that he did that. And Tanji Vivid says Gordon will be putting maximum effort in against Barcelona because he's on the world stage next week. Yep. And Toon Assassin says Gordon is on repeat. He did the same thing at Everton. This is why the fans got on him there. Now he's doing the same thing here. To me, angling for a transfer. And I think it's very hard to argue against that. I just think I can see through him a little bit. You know what I mean? I think he kind of like, I think he thinks he's better than he is, really. And it sounds like a pylon. Look, like I've tried to say he's a good player. I'm not, tonight we want him to do well, and he can do well because he fits into that striker position better than anybody really at the moment in how Eddie Howe wants us to play. So I hope he does really good against Man United, gets goals, gets assists, because we need him. But I'm just talking about in general here. and I'm not going to let that incident slide. Yeah, so we'll move on then from Gordon, and we will talk about, we'll talk about midfield, because I think tonight we know who's going to play. It'll be Joe Linton, Tonali, and Ramsey. Now that Ramsey's back, I think, like I said, it picks itself. But it's down to that midfield to stop being so open. And you've got a few games in mind, haven't you, Peter? That
Yeah.
there's been plenty of games this season we can pick out, but you've just got a few of them that we'll go through. And you tell us how it happens and how we were exposed in midfield and how open we were at midfield that has led to goals this season against
Mm.
us numerous times.
Yeah. So what I've done is, I mean, you can't show this, can you, to me? Is that right? Can you not put these images on the screen? No, no. Aye,
No, we'll
that's
just
fine. I
talk
mean,
through it.
yeah. So obviously we're gonna put some graphs up next time. I think should be able to do that, and we're going to demonstrate what we're talking about in terms of the midfield here. Because yeah, I mean, I'm going to go back to Brighton, because Brighton away at the Amex, we lost 2-1, and just from memory, that was kind of, for me, the first kind of red flag in terms of the gaps that's been all too, that we've seen all too been all too common with Newcastle United this season, in terms of midfields, the gaps between the midfield and the defence, the gaps within the midfield. So that match Brighton, it was, quite a while ago now. It was it September or October? Maybe
Around then.
November, but around October, I think. And we clawed back to 1-1 during that match, and Voltemada gets a goal. He this amazing flick that he does round the corner that ends up in the corner of the net. So, and that was after a lot of kind of blood, sweat, and tears in had to get that goal. It was like Everton. It was a slog to get that goal, because Brighton were up for it. We had to dig in deep, and we get that goal. And I think it's 80 odd minutes when we do. So it goes to 1-1 at the Amex. And what then happens? Not long after that, I would say about 5 minutes afterwards, Brighton get the ball, and basically they get the ball, and when I've went back and looked at this, and yeah, basically the defense and the midfield are too far apart. And what you've got is, you've got a back four who are being charged at by Brighton, who are kind of charging towards the edge of our box. They're in possession. One of their strikers is in possession. And basically, you've got Welbeck also charging down towards our goal, looking for any kind of scraps, if anything comes his way. And then behind him, you've got four Newcastle players. So you've basically got this massive gap between the defence and the midfield, where Welbeck is just strolling around. I mean, we're talking about a seasoned veteran who, scores goals for fun these days, and he's absolutely free. What happens is Byrne comes in, makes a good tackle on the Brighton player who has the ball initially on the edge of the box. But because of the way everyone is piled forward, that one tackle means Welbeck is basically one-on-one. So the ball then just comes back on the edge of our box, and Welbeck, because the midfield are absolutely out of the game, I'm talking literally all of the midfield are just way past either side of the ball. Byrne makes a tackle and Welbeck slots it in with the freedom of the pitch. I mean, so, I know I'm going back to a game from ages ago, and you might be thinking, "Oh, why are you whinging about that like now?" But I'm going back to it because that obviously it annoyed us all at the time. It annoyed me seeing that, because I just found that strange that we would give so much space, 80 odd minutes away from home, after clawing our way back to 1-1. I thought it was strange we kind of didn't value that equaliser because it was kind of like gold dust, you know.
Mm.
So I've went back and I've noticed it's just happened time and time again. So if you go to, I'm going to say there's a few you could pick from. Let's say Chelsea. So Chelsea at home, we're 2-0 up and then it goes to 2-1. Chelsea obviously trying to get the equaliser, but we're still trying to push to get a third to kind of, kill the game off, which I can understand. But gets to a point where their goalkeeper, Gordon, puts a poor ball in the box. Their goalkeeper, Chelsea keeper, gets the ball, looks up, launches one upfield. And if you go back to that match, if you pause the game when the goalkeeper launches it, just before it falls down to Pedro up front for Chelsea, he's kind of like on the left-hand side. He's on the wing in our half, but it's just past the halfway line. If you pause it then, Chow is on him, but he's the last man.
Yeah.
There's no, like I'm literally talking about 60, 50 yards. Fabian Shaw, who was Chow's partner, is that far away from Chow. There's no defense. So
We've
so
left
the question. Go on, sorry.
We've left ourselves 1v1 for some reason.
Yeah. Suddenly we're 1v1. Now this is when we're already winning. So we're already winning. We don't need to, obviously we want to get the third goal, but yeah, we're not in absolute desperate need if we play our cards right, you know. So, and we know what happened. Obviously, Chow unfortunately stumbled, and because Shaw, for whatever reason, thought that he could just play in midfield in that kind of phase of the game, it meant that Chow out of the game meant that Pedro was 1-on-1, and obviously he slots it away. And then I went back to the Brentford game. So Brentford a couple of weeks ago, and it was just the same thing. So we get back 2-2 in that match. Again, it's the 80-odd minutes. I think it's 86 minutes in this one. So, yeah, I think Brentford were 2-1 up, weren't they? Yeah, and we Bruno is Bruno, you know. He gets us back into it. He scores the penalty. He's doing his bit, but again, they launch a ball upfield from the goalkeeper. Botman heads the ball down, and if I've went back and I've paused it in that moment, for whatever reason, the midfield again is absolutely nowhere to be seen. It's bizarre. It really is. Like Botman heads the ball down from a goal kick, and there's no one in the midfield. You've got a Brentford player who's got all the time in the world, and what just compounds it is Trippier in that moment also felt the need, again, for whatever reason, I can't work it out, but he felt the need to be kind of like detached from the defense and more kind of in the midfield area.
Yeah, he was
So
near the halfway
therefore,
line, wasn't
pretty much. So therefore, the Brentford striker is totally free, and their centre midfield player is totally free because the centre mid's gone. So obviously, he picks the ball up and he says, "Well, if you're going to do this, then we'll score. Thank you very much." So he looks up and he plays any striker, and they're slotted in and they win 3-2. So it's what I'm getting at here is I'm not just kind of whinging and that we lost this game, we lost that game. I'm just trying to give a demonstration as to the patterns that we are seeing this season regularly in terms of conceding goals. And the pattern that we're seeing is that the midfield and the defense are completely detached. They part like this, like the sea. And it's just a reoccurring theme. And we saw it against Everton again on Saturday when Gordon gets the ball. Where is the midfield? If you actually pause it in that moment, it's a copy and paste from Chelsea match at home, the Brentford match, and even Brighton away. So it all stemmed for me from that Brighton away match where that pattern of play was the same there as well. Everton at home, Gordon, he loses the ball in the middle of midfield in our own half. Again, he's trying to dribble in. For me, it is a dangerous area. He's trying to dribble there. He's got 3 Everton players around him. Everton are like totally outnumbering us. Why? Why is that? It's just so strange, because we've just
Yeah.
got back in the game.
You've got Tonali filling in for Chow, who's went to right back, basically, because Murphy, who was right back at the time, has wandered up the pitch. And Charles went across to cover. Tonali's jumped in to cover for Chiao. But like you say, because there's 3 Everton players around Gordon, when they win the ball then, it's basically 3-on-3 or even 4-on-3 in their favour. And that's just out of nowhere. And obviously when you've got overlaps or underlaps like they have in that moment, they've got the run on us, if you like. So because they've got the momentum, because they're running forward, we're having to run back. So yeah, and for Gordon to lose the ball in that area, he should have the nous not to try a dribble, between the penalty box and the centre circle, because of the reasons we've said. We're going to be exposed if he loses it. He should have just popped it off, play a 5-yard pass, and we can go from there. But at the same time, the team shouldn't be so open if we do lose the ball in those areas. So it's both. And I just want to go back. I don't want to labour the point too much, but the mighty win has came back. So he says that he disagrees about Gordon. He says the masses are jumping on the Gordon not trying and wants to be away bandwagon are wrong. But when that starts, he will leave, hopefully for big money, and it'll be will be a revelation. I would just say, if you go to the website and you bring up the Everton game, the full match replay, and you go to 49 minutes, if you watch that sequence of play, if you can tell me that Gordon puts in maximum effort in that sequence, then by all means do so. But I think, mate, even you would have to say that no matter how much you want to defend Gordon, in that moment, he, like you say, Peter, puts the brakes on and doesn't put in maximum efforts. And I would argue that there has been times where he hasn't tracked. West Ham away comes to mind straight away. He doesn't track his man, and we're exposed. And look, he has games where he does track his man. He has games where he does work really hard. He's all over the place and he's busy. Yes, I get it. He does have those games. Again, I'm not saying he's useless, but I'm just saying he's up and down, and he has these moments where he has lacked effort in that moment that I'm pointing out. For example, to bring it back to what you're saying, Peter, I think we do lack a defensive midfielder, basically a midfielder who has the nous to mob up, to plug these gaps that you're talking about between the midfield and defence. You look at Caicedo at Chelsea, what a player he is. He really does help them out. And we were watching the Bournemouth game last night, and Tyler Adams for Bournemouth does a great job for them. They are very attacking. Some say the gun ho, but actually, when they lose the ball, they are not massively exposed because Tyler Adams is looking around his shoulder. He's always thinking worst case scenario, and tracking runs and mopping up and making sure that they are as compact as possible when they lose the ball. We lack that in midfield, despite having brilliant players on paper. The structure isn't really right for me. I think for you as well, Peter. And I think if we can tinker that, and it might be the case that you have to say to a Tonali a bit. I mean, to be fair, like last season, this did happen where Tonali did mop things up. I think if you say it to somebody like him, we need you to just sit in a little bit more. It's not to say that he's Claude Makelele and he's never crossed an halfway line, but just have that defensive nous and allow others to be going forward more, as opposed to the flat three being fluid more often than not, and all of them going forward, all of them coming back. It's not working for the reasons you've said. There's been gaps far too many times in games between the midfield and the defence. Yeah, so that's something that we need to look at. And we are now joined by the legend that is Christina Cage. How are you doing, Christina?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for asking. How are
Nice
you
one.
two?
Yeah, good. Good, thanks, and
Yeah,
great to have you
all good.
on. Great to have you on. And yeah, looking forward to tonight. Always look forward to the games, but obviously there is a bit of
Thank you for having me on.
trepidation.
You just were looking a little bit lonely
Could always do with your company, Christina.
for tonight.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, quite a lot of trepidation.
yeah, definitely. So I don't know how much you've heard of what we've been saying, but I'll just ask you, how are you feeling? You obviously trepidation, but you know, Christina is still there, I believe. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think there's a slight delay. So we'll try and get that sorted out if you come out and go back in, and we'll see how that is.
Yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
back in a second.
nice one. Cheers. So yeah, like we've said, the midfield is something that we do need to sort out, and that's not going to be a quick fix because Eddie Howe loves, playing with this 4-3-3 and having this fluid system. But we'll see. We'll see how it
Yeah,
goes
ju-
tonight.
yeah. Just to kind of add to that as well. I'm kind of, I'm getting into this, and I kind of, what I would say as well to people listening, and if you're watching, it is kind of fascinating. If you do go back to these games we're talking about, and you just pause it in those moments, and you just stop for us. I mean, we're going to try and bring pictures up next time for you. In the next preview, we're going to try and show you these gaps because it's kind of fascinating when if you go back and you look at these games and you just press pause in just before the moment, before that killer
Yeah,
pass for the opposition. It's kind of mind-boggling because, like I say, you've got Gordon, what seems like 50 yards away from Joe Linton in that Everton third goal, and you don't actually see where the other midfielders are. That they've just wandered up the pitch. So
yeah,
yeah, the reason I'm kind of like harking on about this, and I hope I'm not boring all the legends who are watching and listening here about it, because I know it is quite negative, I know, but it's just something that I feel I have to kind of get into because I've always backed Eddie Howe, and I think with Eddie Howe, what's been so great is that he's fostered this kind of team spirit, right? That I don't think you get at a lot of clubs these days. And as I've said before, he kind of uses that as the bedrock, okay, for success, for any success that kind of that he's able to, yeah, bring to this club. The quality and everything else is then added on top of that kind of camaraderie that you see. So I'm mentioning this kind of like these gaps in the formation because for me it completely undermines this team spirit that we've got. I think
yeah,
it's like if we're going to be so disjointed time and time again and not be because you see to me it's not about being defensive. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about like players just kind of using common sense in terms of like not flooding the opposition area, when it's 80 odd minutes and you only just equalized. And do you know what I mean? Let's just now get back in position and instead of crossing your fingers that the opposition don't see these massive gaps in the partner of the sea, you're just relying on luck then that they don't spot that. And if you're going
yeah,
to constantly kind of set up like that, you can have all the team spirit in the world, but you're just going to keep conceding, and that's why I'm kind of harking on about it because I just feel like ultimately it's going to be his undoing, no matter how good he does with everything else. As manager of Newcastle, unless he starts plugging these gaps and telling players to, be a bit more organized and less disjointed between the midfield and the defense, then unfortunately it's just going to be kamikaze every match, and
yeah,
yeah, it doesn't bode well, unfortunately.
yeah, yeah. Totally agree. So can you hear me, Christina?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me
Nice one.
though? That's
I
the
can.
question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Perfect. Hello.
nice one, nice one. Yeah, hopefully this works now. So yeah, tell us what you're thinking about tonight's game.
I mean, I'm sure you have already mentioned the fact that Manchester United have been on quite a good run since Michael Carrick took over. And we have not been on a good run for the considerable amount of time, almost comparable to at least that, if not longer in the season. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. And obviously, we've had a few underperformances recently from a few key players. So I'm going to be a little bit more cautious than I usually am. And I think we're going to smash them 3-0. How are the lads?
Get it sorted. Right, we'll switch to
Yeah.
Gary.
There's nothing else to say then. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll just shut it down then. Yeah. So let me ask you then. I want to. I know I'm just looking at some of the comments here because Wynn's coming back again. He's coming back with his rebuttals to what we're saying about Anthony Gordon. Just while I'm looking at the comments, I'm going to bring one up here. Tell me what you think, Christina, about Anthony Gordon and his last performance.
He's won against Everton. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, he made one of the biggest mistakes in the game. I know there was a few players who made a few mistakes, so we kind of just single him out completely. But he wasn't his usual self, really. Well, I don't know if I can say usual self. He wasn't his Champions League self, shall we say? And I think, from what I've heard, that he did receive a chorus of boos when he came off the pitch. That seems to be a thing about him and teams from Liverpool. I don't know if it's because it's his hometown and, like, Everton used to play for, and Liverpool is, it's his boyhood club. I don't know if that's what does it, but the two worst performances I've seen from him this season have been the Liverpool game, where he gave up halfway through the game. It just looked like he was in a bit of a strop, and the Everton game, where, I mean, I've watched that last goal back about 5 times, and I still cannot quite get my head around what he thought he was doing and how he was trying to execute that plan.
Yeah. Well, on that point...
Yeah. Go on, Timmy. There you go.
Okay,
Well,
so on that point, D.O.G. Water says, Gordon tried to take 3 players on in midfield. He's not that guy. And yeah, we were speaking, Christina, about that incident, and I think it's a kind of a lack of nous. It's total naivety, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, try and take on 3 players between your own box and the centre circle, where if you had a look around over your shoulder, you can see that if we lose the ball there, we are very exposed. So to do what you're saying there, try and dribble past 3, like DOG Water says there, he's not that guy. I think I love confidence. He needs to have confidence. Every top level player needs to have that mindset of, like, I am the best type thing. But, a bit of common sense as well doesn't go amiss. And that's where Gordon completely lacked common sense. Go on, Peter, what were you going to say?
Just on that, it's about context as well. So, we talked about this with Wayne afterwards, right, last week, after the show. And, nice one. Got a super chat there. Do you know what? Before I go on, let you read out that super chat to me.
Yeah, we've got the Mighty Twins official fan club. Oh, nice one. I appreciate it.
Caught me out at first as well.
You what?
I said it caught me out as well when it said Mighty Twins. I was like, Mighty Wins, put a little comment in there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. I'll just try and get this back up. I can't say that yet. But top analysis from you both, as per usual. So yeah, I really do appreciate that. Yeah, there it is there.
Cheers for that.
Top-notch analysis from you both, as per. Yeah, so top man. Appreciate it.
Next one. So yeah, what I was just saying there is that, basically, to follow on from your point there about Gordon, and you mentioned there, Christina, as well, losing the ball in that area. And we were talking about this afterwards with Wayne, and we were saying, because he was saying it wasn't a dangerous area. And I kind of get where he's coming from, but for me, it's about context. And this is what we were saying, is that, look, if he's trying to dribble in that spot of the pitch, in that area of the pitch, and he's got Joe Linton to his right-hand side protecting, our box, and then he's got Tonali about 15 yards the other way as well, then spot on, go for it. You've got an insurance policy there. It's all about the context. If you look in that moment, He had none of that. The midfield was gone. It didn't exist. The midfield, Joe Linton was on the halfway line. He was practically in Everton's half. I just don't know where the rest of the midfield were, because Jacob Murphy was literally out of shot. He's not even in shot. I don't know where he is. So this is the point. It's all about what is the situation. It's about, like you said to me, it's about moments. In that moment, it was a dangerous area because of how the team was set up. So again, yes, he's trying to dribble in a dangerous area. Unfortunately, he loses the ball. And I don't know about you, Christina, but I don't know if you've watched it back. Again,
Yeah,
he loses the ball and suddenly it's like basically Everton are in. I mean, they're all but in, basically. All they need to do is nab the ball off Gordon in that midfield area, and essentially it's not much effort then for them to go one-on-one. So does that kind of frustrate you the same as me, where like we're so open that way? What do you reckon?
Oh yeah, I mean, it absolutely frustrates me. I mean, I guess the question could be asked about why he was in that position to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, there's one of the problems that I've seen a lot from Newcastle, and I don't see it at as many other clubs, is that there seems to be a lack of like, so I used to go and watch an ex-boyfriend train in football, and what they were always told is look for space off the ball, give the player the option, give a player an option, look for the ball, all of that. And you've got to kind of put yourself in a position where you're not stood behind an opposition player. You've got to, like, you know, pull out to the side a bit, give your teammate a bit of a chance, give him something to play with. And he was kind of isolated to where, and I mean, I'm not defending his mistake at all, because I mean, I don't know if he just kind of switched off by then, because there seemed to be like a lack of urgency, a lack of energy in the way that he's done it. I mean, he's I don't know if he'd been watching a video of Ronaldinho doing that little spin trick that he used to do and just randomly, you know, press the wrong button on his controller or something and has ended up doing a pirouette that he's not thought he was going to do. Probably not a realistic excuse, but he's ended up where he's got players around him who are all wearing blue shirts. He's got nobody to pass the ball off to. Like, is it all his fault? Maybe not, but should he have had a bit more composure in that situation? And then the thing is, once he was in that situation, there was nowhere for him to go. He's not going to be taking on three players with dribbling. When he's turned back on himself, he's not built like Joe Linton. He's not holding the ball up. He's not Alan Shearer. Like, he put himself in an absolute no-win situation. It was very frustrating, but at the same time, I don't even think that he was the only player at fault in that.
No, great. We've got a super chat there. Yeah, £2 there. I really appreciate that, mate. Once again, really like all your support. I thought all the shows. Thanks, mate. Got all excited there. Forgot. Can't go. Yeah. One radio Rosa saw. I need to be careful as to what the context is. But we'll love your humour, mate. We'll love it. And there's a few other comments here that I've started. By the way, the Mighty Twins official fan club, I said top man, it could be a lady. So yeah, whoever you are, thank you very much for the support. Top personnel, aye. Somebody said there that you're spot on, Peter. I think when you were talking about the midfield, and Win his. So there you go. That was David Spence, and there's another comment. If I go a bit further down, because I believe I don't want to make this the Anthony Gordon show. You know, we've talked a lot, obviously, about I don't want to make it look like it's a pylon. Honestly,
no.
I'm not sitting here saying you're hounding him out or anything like that. We need to support him tonight. We need to get the win tonight, and anybody going to the game, let's give it to them. And for those 90 minutes, let's try and make it a cauldron of support for our players, and a bear pit for the Man United players. I'm just speaking about the incident. I can't see Win's response there, but basically, what I would say, Christina, because Win was saying that it's isolating moments in a game that make Gordon look bad. If you can do that to any player, that's a kind of what Win's point is. But if you, it is true. But I said at the start of the show that if you watch the match replay and you go onto the game at 49 minutes on the video itself, you'll see Anthony Gordon basically just doesn't bother to try and chase down Tarkowski in the corner at the Gallagher end, and he just allows the ball to run out of play. And look, I don't say this lightly. I think it's a cliche sometimes to say, "Oh, you're not trying, players aren't trying." I think it is thrown about probably too easily. So I don't want to go down that route. If I don't need to, but I will say that in that moment, I think Gordon did lack effort, and I can't paint it any other way. So I have to call that out. So if you watch that play, there's something going on there a bit more than just like a mishap. Yes, things happen, but that was lack of effort. That's not on. Let's talk about something else though. We've covered Gordon. Like I say, hopefully as a blinder tonight, I'd play him up front, and hopefully he plays like he did against Spurs, against Karabakh. But let's
I'd
switch
love
to
a repeat
goalkeeper.
of his Karabakh performance. Absolutely. If he
Yeah,
sticks
exactly.
4 goals past Manchester United tonight, I will buy a brand new Newcastle top tomorrow with Gordon 10 on the back, I'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly. We were speaking before about the goalkeeper position. Obviously, Nick Pope made a Rick. It's so. Who would you play tonight in goal, Christina? Yeah,
And again, I mean, this is one of those ones which it's kind of hard to answer because I've obviously I watch all of the shows that I'm not on. That's part of this this the NUFC talk. So I've seen a lot of discourse around whether Pope should have been dropped for form in the past, whether he's going to be dropped, the thing is, like I was saying yesterday, there's a balancing act of if somebody's had an absolute howler, and let's be honest, Nick Pope did have a bit of a howler against Everton. If you take them straight out of the team, does that look like you're punishing them? Can that be handled in a way that's not going to knock their confidence? On the flip side of that, I know Ramsdale hasn't kept a clean sheet for us this season, but he's played in a lot of games where you wouldn't expect him to keep clean sheets. And then there are certain games where you would have maybe expected a clean sheet from Pope where he hasn't delivered. So I like Nick Pope. I'm a big fan of Nick Pope. I think as far as shot stopping goalkeepers go, he's absolutely fantastic. But that is everything that he brings to the team. He doesn't really command his area as much as Ramsdale does from what I've seen. And Ramsdale, I mean, fair enough, Ramsdale's not a Jordan Pickford. He's not, he's not going to, he's not a Joe Hart if you want to go back a little bit further. He doesn't like level it as good as that, but he does command his area. He does shout at his defenders. He communicates with his defenders. And with how badly we've been defending recently as a team, and again, I know a lot of it's been to do with individual errors, but let's be honest, the defensive juggernaut that we were 2 years ago, we're not seeing that this season. If we were, we wouldn't be where we are now. So I think in that situation, maybe a Ramsdale who's just going to have a little bit more composure, have a little bit more to say about the situation, and can maybe get involved. Because as I say, Manchester United are playing really well. Sesko looks so dangerous. They've got players who, there is a chance they're going to press us. And I don't know where you stand on Nick Pope himself, but as I say, I'm a Nick Pope fan. But if I was seeing Lewis Hall pass a ball back to a goalkeeper tonight against an informed Manchester United, I know that my heart would be a lot calmer and I would be in a lot better mental situation if I saw Ramsdale between the sticks rather than Pope tonight.
Yeah. Well, we said earlier we both agreed that we would play Ramsdale as well, and I think with Nick Pope, the time has came where he's on the way down, unfortunately. And I said at the start that we both agreed again that he's been a brilliant player for us. He should always be remembered as being part of that team that brought that trophy home again after 50 odd years. So at the same time, we need a new number one, and neither of these keepers, I think everyone would agree, is the answer. And
I don't want to pile hate on him as well, but do you remember last season when we went on that bang and run? Do you remember who was
Dúbravka.
actually in goal? I was going to say, do you remember who was actually in goal? And as much as Nick Pope was our first choice goalkeeper, it was Dúbravka, who, to be fair, has more assists for us this season than most of the rest of our teams. So I'm still loving Dubs. But yeah, that massive run we went on last season wasn't necessarily involving him.
Well,
we touched on that, and we were kind of debating.
Sorry, I missed the start. I was driving home from work.
No worries. Yeah, we were kind of saying, in hindsight, would you have maybe kept Dúbravka out of the two? if you think about Pope and Dúbravka in the summer when he went to Burnley, in hindsight, you would probably swap that, wouldn't you? Now, and if you could go back, you'd maybe. I think I would. If you ask me, I would say let's keep Dubs. I know it's hindsight, obviously dead easy to say
Yeah.
now, but yeah, that's just the way it's panned out. I think.
And I mean, he's not looked bad this season since we've. But there's a thing about goalkeepers though when they leave us. I mean, look at Matt Sells last season, looking like prime Peter Schmeichel. This season, he's like remembered. Oh yeah, I'm just Matt Sells, aren't I? And he's kind of dropped off again. So I'm thinking maybe Dúbravka might do that. But Dúbravka played really, really well for us. He didn't play terribly in the one game that I saw him play for. Where was it that he went on? Manchester United, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if it was an actual game, if it was like a friendly that I watched him play, but I saw him and I thought, oh, you know what it is? I kind of wish we still had him. But at the time that we got rid of him, I don't think there's anybody, if they're going to be honest, wanted to keep Dúbravka over Pope. I think we all saw what Pope had done for us when he first came, and I think, and again, I don't want to speak for anybody, so feel free to shut me down at any time, but I think we looked at Pope and we thought, yeah, no, that's a really good goalkeeper. We just need a backup for him. Turns out, a few months down the line, we might not have had that quite right.
Yeah. Now, what I will say is that there was a massive red flag for me in the Celtic pre-season match. Unfortunately, when I was watching that and the 2 goals that Celtic scored, and one of them literally bounces over Pope's head when he comes out, and honestly, I felt bad for him. I just thought, wow, we've got to take him out the limelight here. That wasn't good. I know it's only a friendly game, but I was kind of a bit surprised he kept his kind of jersey for the season. You know what I mean? For going into the Premier League season, I thought that might sway Eddie Howe to kind of put Ramsdale as the number 1 for this season, and obviously he didn't. I just think I said earlier, I think it's out of principle that surely it's only right that the reserve keeper comes in after waiting so long, and that the main man is kind of dropping ricks left, right, and center. Unfortunately, I just think, yeah, it's time. But we'll see. We'll find out very soon. I mean, I'll check now to see if there's any team news because it will be out.
Please do. Just in regards to that, though, just while you're checking that, if you don't mind, the one thing that I was going to ask you too is, do you think that it sways Eddie's decision at all that Ramsdale technically isn't one of our players? Because he was kind of reluctant to play Lewis Hall when he was a loan signing. And I know that was probably because Lewis Hall just blatantly wasn't ready to play the position that Eddie wanted him in. But do you think that weighs on his mind a bit when he does think about who should be the number 1 at the club at the moment?
I mean, what I would say is, it shouldn't, in that Eddie Howe decided that he wanted Ramsdale. So if he rates Ramsdale, then why would you be so reserved about putting him in? I think in terms of it being a loan, that was the deal, wasn't it, on the table maybe, and I think the club wouldn't have sanctioned a big fee for him. So I think it doesn't take away the fact that Eddie Howe clearly rates him. So I think, I mean, you compared Lewis Hall. I think with Lewis Hall, again, it goes back to Eddie Howe being very meticulous in that he will not put a player in the side unless they know the structure inside and out. And I think that's probably, I understand that. And I think, like a lot of things with Eddie Howe, it's one of his strengths, but also maybe a weakness. It's a double-edged sword, if you like, because sometimes you've got to let a player maybe learn a little bit while they're out there.
Just to jump in as well, soz to me,
Yeah.
just because the team's out. But I just want to quickly say as well on Ramsdale, I don't know if maybe there's a trigger. For all we know, maybe there's a trigger in the contract where if he plays a certain amount of games, we then have to buy him. I mean, I'm speculating. I don't know. Maybe that's playing a part.
Maybe,
Would
but I
you-
just,
Yeah.
go on,
I was just
Christina.
going to say, would you at this point want us to buy him though, and maybe look at? I mean, I know we probably need a new goalkeeper in the summer anyway, but if you
Well,
were
do you know
going to
what?
keep
Just,
either
I'm gonna jump in. Sorry, Tina. I'm gonna jump in
no,
because
go ahead.
we have got news for tonight, team news. And in terms of the
Right.
goalkeeper, we've got news on that because
Let's
ain't
have
Nick
it.
Pope. It's Ramsdale.
It's not Nick
for
Pope.
tonight.
Is it really?
Nah.
Oh, it's Ramsdale. I thought maybe
Forgot
John
about
would
Ruddy.
have finally been given a bit of a chance. Yeah, but, I
Yeah.
mean, what's funny about this? We've got a goalkeeper crisis, and we've got 40 goalkeepers in the
I know.
first team squad.
Bonkers.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Yeah,
so
what's the rest
Ramsdale
of the
is in tonight.
team?
Yeah, we've got Trippier at right back, Hall left back. We've got Joe Linton, Tonali, and Ramsey. So I'm assuming for tonight, Joe Linton has
Spot on.
moved back into the middle, which is where I assumed he was going to be last
Yeah,
match.
I certainly hope he's in the middle.
Yeah, so Langa's playing. That means he'll be right wing. Gordon is playing, and Barnes is playing. So that tells me it's Gordon up front, Barnes left, Elanga right.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Who's the centre backs?
Centre backs,
It's
Chow.
Burn.
Is it Burn? Is it? Yeah, Chow and Burn. Yeah.
John Byrne. Okay, the only question mark I've got about that team is Dan Byrne. How lively is he going to look? I know a lot of people thought he looked a bit leggy in the last game, but I mean, Dan Byrne's got a leadership quality and he's solid enough at centre back. And I think with Chow coming back in, and hopefully that's going to work out okay for him. But that would be the only thing, the question mark that I had was whether he was going to go with Botman or Byrne. But I'm excited by that team, to be honest with you. I'm happy with it, especially because we found out about Waldemar not being well. But I think Barnes, Gordon, and Elanga, I mean, I'm ready with me songs for them and everything.
Well, exactly. Go on,
I
Tim.
think with the centre backs, we spoke about that earlier, and what I was saying was that Dan Byrne, he's a great leader, and I totally understand why Eddie Howe loves him. He hasn't had a rest though in a long time, and
No.
that extra 1% can maybe go when you're playing game after game after game. So I just wonder, could Botman have came in for this one for that reason? I would have been tempted to do that. We were saying that beforehand, and again, I love Dan Byrne, so hopefully as a blinder tonight, and I understand why you'd want him in the team, but it does go back to the bigger picture of squad rotation. Granted, Botman has been injured as well, so I know there's a question mark about that.
Yeah, but in fairness though, Dan Byrne had a broken rib and a damaged lung, spent a few weeks off because of that, came back and hasn't missed a game since. Like,
exactly.
Surely we've got to look at managing those minutes a little bit.
Thing is, Christina, in the Everton game, it might be totally unrelated, but he was holding his chest. He was holding his ribs. I don't know if you noticed that. There was a few times where he had a knock with the defender, and I'm thinking, oh no, he's got a problem there again. So, I just, like you say, surely you just give him a break at some point. You've got Botman there, but we've got the Man United side as well. For what it's worth, he is. We'll just read the Man United side out. We've got Lamins in goal, Mazwari, Maguire, Bruno Fernandes, Cunha, Yoro, Casemiro, Mbeumo, Shaw, Sesko, and Menu. So familiar names there, I think, from the last game. I think Mazwari's came in from the start there, and Delot's on the bench. I think that's one of the changes they've made. But yeah, it's interesting that we've got Ramsdale in goal. I want to go to the right wing. So you're happy with Elanga over Murphy, are you, Christina?
I am.
Clip that.
Clip it. Hey, clip it. No, don't get me wrong. I love Jacob Murphy. I'm one of these people who doesn't want to see him leave because I'm sentimental to players who will smile with as big a smile as he has on his face every time he pulls on our jersey. But Elanga is lightning quick. He's started to show a little bit in a few of the games that he's played a bit more recently. And I've got a feeling he's going to want to prove himself to Manchester United because Manchester United ditched him. They were like, no, you're not good enough to play for this club. Now he's got his chance to show, you don't think I'm good enough? Here we go. Take 3 assists and 7 goals past you.
I love the enthusiasm.
Take that. I'll take
and fingers crossed, does his body language suggest he's got that in him?
I think his body language has started showing that he's got that in him. I think at first he looked very devoid of confidence. He looked very tired. He looked like he could not remember how to play football. But I think there's been a couple of flashes, and it's been kind of up and down. There's been peaks and valleys. There's been a couple of flashes when I started to get really excited for Elanga again, like I was when he first signed. And then there's been a couple of performances since then where I've been like, where is he? Like, is he playing? Is he doing anything? And then he's finally got the ball. My heart's raced a little bit, and then he's let us down within seconds. But he's got a bit of technique to him. We've seen it, and I know a lot of people say, "Oh, he's just a fast sprinter," but go and look at some of the things that he used to do before we signed him, and he was okay on the ball. He's not terrible on the ball, and he is lightning quick, and I think he's a bit of a terror, isn't he? And if you don't have Nick Waltemada up front, if you don't have Wissa up front, is there much point Jacob Murphy putting in? And I mean, fair enough, they're Beckham level crosses, but is there much point to him doing that if we don't have a lot going on in the box? I mean, Gordon's not that type of striker, and I think I'm kind of excited for the three of them. I think Barnes, Gordon, and Elanga might have some good interplay between them. I've got a feeling I'm going to end up egging my face for saying that, but hey, we've got to be hopeful, haven't we?
Peter?
Yeah. No, honestly, I mean, I like your positivity because, like, I don't like being negative, and I look at that team sheet, and you're right, it's a good team. It's a really good team when in theory and on paper, it's quality. So, I have been negative tonight, and I feel like bloody Anakin Skywalker turning to the dark side, and it's not a good feeling. So, and I don't want to bog people down in that. I know, we've got people watching, we've got listeners, all the legends who are tuning in tonight, and yeah, I hope it's not been too negative, but it's in part because I can see I'm frustrated because I can see there's something there. You see what I mean? If you look at that team, it's exciting, and I'm just hoping it will come good tonight because, yeah, I just think that you look at that midfield, right? Tonali, Ramsey, and who we got in the middle? Sorry, Tonali, Ramsey, and Joe Linton. Yeah, so that that could be a formidable trio. It could, and obviously you've got Elanga. I mean, I don't want to pile on Elanga. I've got my thoughts on him. I personally would put Murphy in, but yeah, I think I would put Murphy in. I think Elanga, I'm still crossing my fingers that he will prove me wrong. And what a night tonight is to do that against his old club. I'm behind him. I want him to do it. We all want him to do well. All the crowd have been singing his name. We want him to
So
come
would you
good.
have started Murphy?
I would have started Murphy, personally, but Elanga's starting, so let's get behind him. And we need them both. If we're going to do anything this season, we need both of them in all the games we've got, with big games coming up in both cup competitions. Kind of what to do in the Premier League. So yeah, we can't just rely on one. They both need to be firing. So that's why I'm not just ruling out Elanga. I'm just really I don't see him long term being a success, if I'm being brutally honest. But that doesn't mean I don't want him to do well. I want him to prove me wrong. And I think this season he's still got a chance to show us what he's got from now at the end of the season. So let's start with that tonight and be up for it, like I say, he's got the crowd behind him. It's a nice.
Listen to that positivity in you, Peter.
Exactly. So and just
so you needed that salt and sourness before I came in, because I was going to make it way too sweet that people were going to get sick. So I'm glad you did start with a little bit of sourness before I came on.
Bringing balance to the force.
Bringing balance to the force. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that midfield. So I'm just going to mention those three again. So Tonali, Joe Linton, and Ramsey. Quality players there. It's all about the structure for me. It's about telling one of them to sit when they need to sit, and not having all three of them bomb forwards ahead of the ball. Do you know what I mean? Like when the other team have suddenly they nick it off us, and we'll just the midfield's parted like the sea. It doesn't matter who you've got in. Then you could have, sort of, Roy Keane. You could have. Frank Lampard, whoever, if they're all just going to bomb forwards, it renders it pointless. So let's just set up where we're a bit more compact and trust these players. Because to me, Ramsey, I love Ramsey. Let's have a bit of him tonight, because he's shown what he's got lately. So bring it on.
Yeah. I was about to say exactly that. He's really started showing it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think Ramsey, he is a good player, and I think when we talk about the summer signings, people obviously criticise the summer signings and say it's been a nightmare. But I think Ramsey was a good signing. I think obviously Malik Chow was a good signing, and I think Waltemada is a good player with obviously a lot of promise. The question with him, I think, is the suitability with our system or Eddie Howe's system. So on the face of it, he's a good player, but the question mark is Eddie Howe not fitting him into the team, in a way that will get the best out of him. Also, he hasn't adapted at times. I think there's been games where the physicality of the league has got the better of him. So I think it's a bit of both with the whole Voltemata thing. But that's 3 out of 5, isn't it? And obviously you go to Ramsdale. I think probably is a poor signing on the whole, and Elanga hasn't worked out. But yeah, I think on paper it's not as bad in terms of being a write-off. To be fair, Wissa hasn't worked as well as he, but
No,
yeah,
bless his heart.
yeah. But yeah, Ramsey is a good player, I think, and he's showing it now. And he needed more games at the start of the season. Unfortunately, Eddie Howe again, he's very meticulous. He doesn't want to put players in the team until they are bedded into how he wants them to play. And I think that's to his detriment, because we could have done with Ramsey a bit earlier, getting into his stride a bit more, because I think he's got qualities. I'm going to go to some of the comments here. So we've got the Mighty Twins fan club there. Saying it's a league game.
He's got you on fan club, man.
I have now. We have now. Yeah, I say I.
He was
Gordon
just claiming that for himself. Yeah, no, I have. Of course.
I think it's me in the picture. You know what I mean? But I'll take that. But yeah, tempting
about
fit.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do a split screen. But so we've got a new member as well. Let's have a look. I'll come to that when I can. Bear with us. So yeah, so we've got Off-Grade Designer has become a new member. Cheers for that, mate. Top man.
Ooh,
Or lady.
nice one.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've got a Man U fan in the house as well who wanted to see how we were feeling about the game. So good to have you on board, mate. We're like, other fans to come on and tell us what you're thinking, and see what the vibe is. Speaking of Man United, what do you think of Sesko, Christina? Could we have done with him?
I wanted him when we first started getting rumoured to be going for him. I'd only seen a couple of performances of him, and I didn't really know to look out for him before the rumour mill started in the summer. But then I started watching a few games with him and watching a few highlight videos. My gosh, I wanted him so much to come to our team. He was the player that I wanted. Of the strikers that we got linked with. I wasn't that bothered about Mbeumo. I wasn't that bothered about, to be fair, I wanted Ekitike as well. But when it looked like Ekitike wasn't going to happen, when I saw Sesko, I was like, my gosh, this is the man that we need to be signing as the number 9 for Newcastle United. And I was devastated when he went to Manchester United. And Manchester United him up like they did with Rasmus Højlund. But recently started looking like the player that I was scared he was going to be for Manchester United. So yeah, big fan of Sesko. I mean, not tonight. I hope tonight he sits in Dan Burns' back pocket and Malik Chow runs circles around him. Outside of tonight, fantastic striker.
Yeah, he looks really promising, number 9, doesn't he? That proper number 9 where he's on the end of crosses, and he looks like he could be a physical presence as well when he matures a bit more and gets used to the league a bit more. Now that header against who was it against in their last league game? Palace, wasn't it? That was a great header.
He's got everything. I mean, he's got athleticism. He's got good control. He's got amazing awareness and positioning. That he's even shown that in the Premier League. And as we know, this is a hard league for strikers to come from another league and perform to that level. And he's got that vision to get in the box. He's got athleticism. He can head the ball. He can volley the ball. I mean, what more could you want from a centre forward?
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh.
The boys are back in town.
Hello!
Yep.
Hello, ladies and gents. How's it going? How's it going?
Both Newcastle shirt?
Dang, that's a good one, actually. Very, very lethal by War Christina. Right at Boki's neck. You guys been going at it in the group chat, by the way. Man, they've been going at it. You can join the group chat if you are up for it. The WhatsApp link below, or the mods will give you guys the WhatsApp link so you can join the WhatsApp group that can be feisty at times, although the Happy Clappers have conquered the group chat. There's only a few bedwetters now living there, But there you go. So what a build-up, guys. Good job, man. Good job, Tim and Peter, doing your thing. I appreciate that, man. You guys are doing your thing. You even got your fan club. Oh my God, you guys are.
I thought it was the Mighty Win fan club. I had to read it twice. Yeah.
Hey, well, he's got one already. You know, he's got one already. But you guys got your fan club, man. That's pretty good, even with the picture and everything. So
I'm flattered.
There you go. You can't walk around the tune no more, man. You can't walk around the tune no more. You get mobbed. You get mobbed on. You get mobbed. But anyways, any last thoughts then on the game? What's your predictions?
I mean, look, I think a draw. You know, Christina's very positive, and I love it, and it's just kind of persuading us, but I can't help but have that nagging feeling that it's going to be tough tonight. So, I mean, I'll say a draw.
A draw. Peter?
I'm going to say, after everything that I've went through tonight, I'm going to still say we're going to rise to the occasion, and we're going to get the win tonight.
There you go.
Right, there you go.
There you go. Christina, what about you?
Well, shock of all shocks, I think Newcastle United are going to win. I think we're going to turn them over. I think it's going to be 3-1 to Newcastle United.
3-1. Actually, I did say 3-1 as well on the prediction. I think me.
Oh, there you go.
With somebody laughed. But I'm a happy clapper with predictions. But when it comes here, I got to do a job. I can't just be a happy clapper, you know. So I got to do a job.
Quickly, don't you?
But you know, I have to try to be a little bit objective there. So, but listen, 3-1. Anybody would be delighted if it happened tonight. But we shall wait and see. Thank you for the super chat there. Bye bye, Twinnies, and we'll see you to job boys. There you go. We'll start the match coverage now, ladies and gents. Thank you, Twins, and thank you, Christina. Appreciate you very much, all of you. Let's start right now, ladies and gents.
You are listening to
MUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube,
On the AB.
and on every online radio directory.
MUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
The voice of the Toon Army, ladies and gents. Welcome to Match Day Live. NUFC Talk TV bringing you coverage, live coverage, of course, every single match today here, live on radio, on DAB, on your smart speaker, and live. You can watch us on YouTube, and you can follow the live match commentary here. We don't have Gary tonight because he's a bit under the weather, but we got Michael Boki in the house to bring you the latest trending stories right before the game tonight. We got the lineup, of course, out already. Don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe if you're new, become a member if you can. Thank you very much to the one that became a member earlier on. Let me get his name real quick, and that was Off the Grid Designer. Thank you very much for becoming an NTTV Plus member. Enjoy exclusive content, the player ratings, enjoy the Jordy Buys football show. So it's good stuff. So listen, thank you very much. If you can, please become a member. You'll help the channel tremendously. And yeah, help us move forward. So we need as many members as you can. If you are a member already, remember, if it's in your power to do so, you can gift memberships away to the chat if you want to be generous. But if it's not the time, all you got to do is hit that like button. It's free of charge. You can highlight your comment as well if you super chat right away. The Match Day Live coverage is ad-free, so we don't generate any income on ads because obviously we're watching the game. We don't want to put ads on there. So if it's time, just send that super chat or become a member if you can. Mighty Win is somewhere on some sidewalk of the Toon, I'm assuming, laying down right before match day. Boki and Michael, how are you, lads?
Good, yeah.
Yeah, all good, mate. Thank you very much.
Come on, man. Bring that energy up, Boki. What's the matter with you, man? Yeah, I'm good, man. I gotta watch Newcastle, man. I gotta watch Newcastle. They're forcing me to watch Newcastle, man.
Yeah, I think Boogie's prediction begins with a Man United win.
Oh my goodness gracious, man!
Hey, I'm feeling quite positive tonight.
Feeling quite positive. Well, listen, I mean,
I think it'll just be 3-1 to Man United.
Hey!
There you go. It might be that, and this is Under the Lights, ladies and gents. St. James's Park, right in front of you there, getting ready for the occasion. What's the weather in the Toon right now, gentlemen?
It was
Been a
beautiful this
lovely
morning.
sunny day. Yep.
Oh,
Lovely sunny day. Of course, the sun is knackered now, but go on.
Perfect sunset over towns for the the game, the night under the lights, it's been beautiful. So I think you can look at it two ways. Is it going to be a sunshine performance from Newcastle United, or is the sun going to set on our season tonight?
Well, listen, you never know. To be honest, anything can happen with this Newcastle United team, but we're going to be here bringing you the live match coverage. It looks like a wonderful, perfect night of football, if you will, at this moment in time. So there should be no weather condition in any type of performance tonight. It should be a wonderful night of football between the two. We do have the lineups, of course, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But Newcastle United making some changes, of course. Matter of fact, let's get right to that. Right in front of your screen, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're on radio right now, don't you worry, because we're gonna give it to you right now. Ramsdale making the first change. Eddie Howe making that first change. I don't know. Other than when Pope was supposedly hurt, I don't know how many Premier League games Ramsdale has played out of decision by the manager as opposed to injury, quote unquote. Now, Eddie Howe has been quoted saying on TNT that we have two good goalkeepers, he says. Let me see here. Yeah, we have two quality keepers, and I decided to make a change tonight. Game tonight and the weekend are critical to our season. Is how expecting an open game. Now, the fact that he is mentioning the game in the weekend, do you think that he sees the FA Cup is really this tournament for him to keep his job, more or less, where the most important one, or do you think that he's actually making a decision that for tonight, because Ramsdale is better, he's going to play Ramsdale? What do you think about that? And I want to know Chad's opinion as well.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure it's based on Ramsdale being better. I think it's just a case of, at the minute, Pope seems to be letting him down a lot. And how he loves people he can trust. We all say he's got his favourites because of that. But, Nick Pope, you could say he was one of those, but he's letting Eddie Howe down a lot recently. And I think he's bringing in Ramsdale just to say, look, this is your chance. If you want to have any chance of getting a move in the summer to Newcastle, which from the latest news looks very, very unlikely. You've got to perform today. And his first start for us in the Premier League, I believe, was that 4-1 against Everton. I know he was in there for Brentford for the last 13 minutes or so. But hopefully that's a good omen. He doesn't keep many clean sheets for us, if any at all. So
that's true.
I have to be on form as well.
Yeah. Boki, what do you think about the change? Ramsdale, I mean, a lot of fans have been calling for this change anyway, so maybe fans are getting what they wanted.
Yeah, do you want to do that super chat first, Chris? Or?
Oh, yeah, we got a super chat there from Waza. Sorry, I forgot to say goodbye to Tina Ballerina. There you go. Thank you very much, Waza. Appreciate it, mate, for that one. And, yeah, go on.
I think with the Ramsdale decision, it was one that, as Michael said, he sort of had to make it. The amount of unforced errors that Pope's made over the last few games, it had to be the chance. And I think now, hopefully it gives Ramsdale a chance. If he gets a few games, and hopefully, the night he has a blinder, he keeps everything out. He's the one that helps keep winning the game as well as a strong defensive performance. Let's hope this lad is the answer to the goalkeeping situation. And if very worst, maybe he's the answer to the backup goalkeeper, because we don't want to go into the start of the summer having to buy two goalkeepers. So, let's go for it.
Yeah. Also, you got Kieran Trippier, captain of this team tonight. Of course, no Bruno for a while now, and Trippier taking the reins as captain of Newcastle United. There's been questions about whether he should be rested, but it doesn't seem like Eddie Howe has too many options or players that he can trust when it comes to the right back position. Do you guys have any reservations with Trippier starting again this game?
Yeah, I think there's not really any situation where Howe will play Burn and Botman together. I don't think left-sided centre-backs, I'll say, because they're both left-footed. The only other option you've got there, let's be honest, you're not throwing Leo Shahar in against Manchester United. The only other option you've got is Malik Chow at right back, who he did it in his early career, didn't do it as much. In fact, he didn't do it at all, really, at Milan. It's filled in there a little bit for us at times. But Howe said in a press conference, I was tuning into one with Gary and Ian the other day, and Howe was saying, actually Trippier wants to play every game because he feels like his performances are getting better with the more that he's playing. So I don't think I can argue, if that's the only way Trippier's performances are going to improve and the option is a young kid, I can't argue with it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I completely agree. Trippier has to start at right back. He's but the next few the games right the way through March now need all be like cup finals, and you need to be playing your best players in position every game. And for me, at the minute, Trippier is the best right back we've got, so he starts as long as he's fit. He starts.
There you go. And then you got Lewis Hall, of course, Joe Linton, Sandro Tonali, midfield. Then you're going to have Ramsey as well, because obviously the lineup here is a bit all over the place. So the midfield will be with Joe Linton, Tonali, and Ramsey. Pretty strong midfield, to be honest. I don't think there's a lot of a drop off. Of course, you were going to miss Bruno, but I don't think this is a weak midfield whatsoever. Then you got up front Gordon Barnes and Ilanga. So this is going to be very much, and then you got Barnes as well there. So I do see the 4-2-3-1 or being forced to play like a 4-2-3-1 if I'm not mistaken. Or who am I? No, actually, I think it might be 4-3-3 again, wouldn't it? Because you got Gordon up front, then you got Ilanga on the right and Barnes on the left. So it is going to be a 4-3-3 basically, right? Back to
another surprise.
Exactly, back to basics. I don't think there's any other play that could. I mean, Joe Linton played a wing on the wing last game, but I don't think he'll do that. So it could be a surprise, but I don't think so. I think we'll be back to the 4-3-3 and try to play that way. We have clearly seen that it's in the 4-3-3. Anthony Gordon has not performed as a center forward, but with Walter Mata being sick, what other option does the manager have? What about Wissa? Again, Wissa is on the bench. That's the bench right now that we're showing you. If you're watching on YouTube. Nick Pope on the bench. Butman, Wissa, Osula, Jacob Murphy, Willock Murphy, the Alex Murphy, Leo Shahar, and Sean Neve. We do got a super chat coming in from Waza. Trippier likes to play away. Just saying. How you got?
It's home game tonight, unfortunately, Waza.
He's turned up at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem if he shows up at Old Trafford and the rest of St. James's Park. But anyway, cheers, Waza. Thank you, mate. But I mean, we've seen that the Gordon up front alone like this hasn't worked. It just hasn't. Gordon has played, in my opinion, good at center forward 2-3 games max this whole season, and a bit exaggerated with the penalties and everything else. But we shall see. I mean, to be fair, what else can he do other than bringing Wissa? Why wouldn't Wissa start? He started many games over Walter Mata before this season. So, do you have anything to say about that, guys? Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start. I mean, Wissa for me is his performances have been some of the worst I've seen in a Newcastle shirt of a striker, and that's including the likes of Emmanuel Riviere, Shefty Kuchi. I could go on and on and on. He's been absolutely terrible, and unfortunately, that's just the way it seems to have been for him. I'm going to put it down to that knee injury he picked up for Congo against Senegal, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe at the start of next season when he's fit, he could be firing again. But at the minute, he looks relatively hopeless, unfortunately. And I think it's more for the fans. You're looking at it and you're not seeing that drive to improve. You don't mind a player being, off the boil like Osula is most of the time. A lot of fans still love him because he tries. The only time anyone's got on his back is that Karabag game where no effort there whatsoever. And I think that tells you a lot. If there was William Osula style effort coming from Johan Wissa, I don't think many people would be on his back, even with the price tag.
Yeah. Boki, what do you think? I mean,
What I would love to see tonight, Chris, is that front three not be rigid. So not just have Elanga on the right and Barnes on the left and going through the middle, be willing to shift it up at times because they've all got different skill sets. They've all got different things that they can offer to the game. So, we know Gordon's got the pace. We know Barnes is probably the best finisher. And we know Elanga's a speed merchant as well. So let's not be scared tonight to rotate those three round, definitely in game. So sometimes have Barnes up front, have Gordon on the left, have Elanga on the right, switch Elanga to the left, just mix that three up and it'll play with the defenders' minds. And I think if we do that, we've got a damn good chance of scoring quite a few goals in this game. As long as we don't just stick with Gordon up front, Barnes left, Langer right, because we'll just be too predictable.
And well, the 4-3-3 has been predictable, and the fact that we can't keep up after, clearly we got if the press shows up at all, we can keep it up for a good part of the first half, say 20, 30 minutes. But then players get tired, and then you start seeing the Newcastle giving up leads, etc. So that's going to be a situation. The Chronicle reported now that Botman is fully fit, and they are surprised he didn't come back in with the amount of games Byrne and Chow have played. So Botman fully fit. Eddie Howe opted not to pursue that route, keeping Byrne on the line. To be honest, I don't have anything against Byrne starting as a center back as opposed to Botman. I don't. I mean, but clearly, when you want to make a futuristic decision, then you probably would go for Botman, if that, to be honest, because I don't think you can trust Botman at this moment, because he always gets hurt. He doesn't last. So I think that's already a pattern that needs to be investigated. And, well, we gave him a new contract, so maybe it's pointless now. But he certainly can't. You can't trust him to have many back-to-back games. So what do you guys make of Byrne starting over Botman right now? And some people in the chat having an issue with that already.
Yeah, Irish Toon Assassins put something in that I do quite agree with, and I wasn't originally thinking until he said it, so good timing. Keeping Botman for the Man City game. I do like it if that is the case, because you don't want him to play 45 here, although if he's fully fit, he should be able to feature in both. But our best centre-back partnership for me is Malik Chow and Sven Botman, so I would have loved to have seen those two, because I think we've got a much better chance of winning with our best two midfielders. But Shashko, he is a mobile striker, but very physically dominant as well. They are going to be putting crosses in. Maybe it's a game set up for Dan Burn. Certainly would be a bit more than coming up against Marmoush and Manchester City, who tends to have a field day against us.
That's true. That is true. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to smash the like button, help the channel grow. Hit the like button, become a member, subscribe if you're new to the channel. And unfortunately, we have to play the mighty win speaking outside St. James's Park, ladies and gents. Well, over there at Bally's, right behind, right there in Chinatown where he gets his private massages. But anyway.
Hey, good evening. Mighty Win here. Seen the team news.
We are knackered.
A couple of debating items, shall we say, in the bar there tonight. Voldemort obviously got this illness, whatever that may be, that it would appear Ramsey had the other day. So it's going round the squad, apparently. But if you look at the 11 that he's picked and what's on the bench, you could argue Botman for Byrne, you could argue Wisser for Gordon. 55 million was spent on Wisser. Should he be starting centre forward, where he played so successfully for Brentford last season? Is he not quite fully fit yet? Eddie fit, as we like to say. I quite like the lineup again, but I said exactly the same before the Everton game. So I think we've got bundles of pace up front, which will cause them problems. Botman for Byrne. If he'd put Botman straight back in after another injury and he picks up another knock, in inverted commas, would that be, a black mark? So maybe Botman to come on later on, maybe Wisser to come on later on. Let's see how Langer performs again. He's Joe Gooden against his hometown club. Well, not hometown club, but against his where he played for the youths, where he came from. I'm happy at what the lineup is. It's just about as good as we can put out right now. So can we finally win a Premiership game without Bruno?
Premier League, man.
I am saying yes, we can. Will the Carrick manager bounce, which has had such a great effect for Man United? I don't necessarily put that down to Carrick, by the way. I think that's just the fact that Almiron had lost the dressing room completely. I do not think that's the case at Newcastle. We had the debate last night about, are we united? Are we more united than Man United are united at the minute? And I think we are as united as we've ever been, with the exception of maybe some of the new signings who don't really haven't been a part of what we've built up over the years since Eddie came.
Oh my God, man, hurry up, man!
But
Gibbs gonna kick off by the end of this.
American Mark,
gonna be finished.
He will not drop Pope.
He's talking to me.
Oh yes, he will. And what we've got to hope is that he's not proven right by Ramsdale making an error, and let's hope that Ramsdale can give us the 15 yards further forward start that we're hoping for, and let's hope that his superior distribution gives us a bit of momentum, shall we say. How are the lads? I am confident tonight. There you go.
Oh my God, that was tripping, man.
Can you imagine the poor buggers that sit next to that at the match?
Oh my God! Hey, by the way, because he stands right where people have their cigarettes. Can you imagine trying to enjoy your tab and you listening to this crap, man, for 5 minutes, man? Oh my God, Lord have mercy, man.
Just a quick super chat from was there, Chris? I've bet 4-1 the night and a Langer first scorer. What's your get bets in the chat, guys? So what do you think the score's going to be first goal scorer? Thank you very much for the super chat, was there?
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. And I'll tell you what we can do, ladies and gents. Let's go to the chat and see what the fans are saying, because there's a lot of opinions out there. So let's try, starting with David here, says, win. The match will start in a minute. There you go. Hurry up, man. Tafila here says, 2 center backs always gets us in trouble. Why not a back 3 with Chow, Botman, and Byrne, and Shahar? Well, Shahar will never play in Newcastle, man. He'll get 5 minutes when we're winning 20-0. And that's about it. Tony says, 1-3 loss today. Tony has spoken. There you go. And we got here, let me see, the Bevis. Only a Newcastle fan can look at our starting 11 and not see a load of crap. There you go. Dogwater, playing Chow that many games. He's asking for trouble, says Dogwater. Well, that's an interesting. We don't ever talk about Chow being rested, by the way. But the man is a machine. It's like a rare breed of Tonali, even Bruno. Don't really get hurt that much, but yeah. But I mean, you gotta make sure not to push the envelope. But can we? That's the trouble that Newcastle are in, folks. Can we really afford to not play our best 11 anymore? I don't think so, because we need points all over the place. We need to win. So it's a very, very, very tough situation. Vendetta, Howe has forgotten to put his most important player on the bench. Where is John Rudy? Has anyone seen Rudy? Send out a search party. Oh, there you go. Come on, man. Let me see here. Shane Smith. He doesn't rotate, Chris. Well, he did change the goalkeeper for all that's worth. I mean, he had to commit a very criminal offense last game for that to happen, but he did it at least. De Bevis. Byrne is the biggest issue. Out of Premier League form, improved when he was injured, got worse again as soon as he returned. Why people don't notice is beyond me. I mean, do you guys agree with that when it comes to Byrne? What do you think about it?
I don't tend to mind him in at centre back. I will admit he's been pretty torrid in recent games, and there is definitely an argument that there is no pace in our back line when he's there. So yeah, there probably is something in that.
think you need to rest. We know that, but can you put Botman in for him straight away? Because we know he's made of glass at times. You know, he comes on, he gets injured. Byrne at least is there week in, week out. You know, at least he's the guy that you can rely on to be fit. And he's never let us down in regards to making an error that sort of not trying. He'll always try. We've got to just remember that he is getting older, and we're all going to, especially next season, we are going to have to manage his minutes a lot better than we have this season.
Yeah. Fair point. Let's see more comments here. Right. Ricky says Caicedo's level has dropped from insane just to good. I think that was earlier on in the show. Neil says, thank you, sir. Big United fan. Just here to find out how the feeling is on the other side. There's an earlier show. But don't forget that you can become a member, folks. As Irish is saying there, join the NTTV Plus membership club. Hit the join button below if you are on Android or on your computer. If you are on Apple, any device, just hit the link. The link's below. Join the membership club. Free, well, it's not free. Obviously, $4.99. You get to enjoy exclusive content if you want to be a member. I see a lot of the chat old members gotten the Kevin Keegan badge, which is very unique, and that means you've been supported for over 2 years, I think. So that's pretty big deal. Benny Boy, Byrne starting over Botman is puzzling. He's been run ragged the last couple of games. Battle Axe says, if we are getting beat at halftime, get Wissa on up top, Barnes behind as a 10, Gordon on the left. Well, I think that we should start like that, but it doesn't feel like that's the situation, and that's what's going to happen. So there you go. Anyway, that's the chats right now, ladies and gents. The lineup once again for this game is going to be Ramsdale, Trippier, Hull, Joe Linton, Tonali, Gordon, Barnes, Chow, Ilanga, Byrne, and Ramsey. On the bench, Nick Pope, Botman, Wissa, Osula, Murphy, Willock, Murphy, Shahar, and Sean Neve. Overall, do you, Michael, have any reservations with this lineup overall? Do you think this might work, this might not work? What are you thinking?
Look, for me, it's a difficult one because I'm not sure what else he could do. You look at the bench there, you got Wissa, Asula, Jacob Murphy's on there, Alex Murphy, Sven Botman. You could potentially should have been in. Maybe Joe Willock. There's also the opportunity of Wissa, but there's none of them have really set the world alight in any game they've been in this season. Willock, when he has started, has been okay, but the midfield is the best area of the pitch for Newcastle with Ramsey, Joe Linton, and Tonali. And so I'm not disappointed, but I think no matter what lineup Howe put out today, unless it was something we hadn't seen before tactically, it was always going to be a little underwhelming, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Let's remember, folks, that Newcastle United are sitting 13th in the Premier League as we speak. We need points in the Premier League, so that's there's no way around it. We need points, and 3 points would put us at 39. Obviously, not taking into consideration any other games going on, we will still be behind Sunderland. Because they got their game, I believe, against Leeds, if I'm not mistaken. So that's it's just the way the cookie is, how the cookie crumbles at this point. And the Everton game was not good enough. It was a baffling performance. Remembering that we won't play the Premier League until Chelsea March 14th, so that's about 2 weeks from now. Because obviously we got Man City in the weekend and Barcelona in Champions League. So we need Premier League points desperately right now. The Magpies, we need points, ladies and gents. Very, very. I mean, do you think that has to have at some point some type of pressure on the players and the manager, you would assume, to get the game? And it hurts if God forbid, Man United scores. Then the pressure starts. You start feeling it because now you got to tie, let alone win, which is what you need. So shout out to Tuna. Tuna, you're in the chat. Let me know, man, because I haven't seen you in a long time, and I've been looking for you. So I need to speak with you, man. I hope you're well. And shout out to you out there. I don't see which is a close family, man. When I don't see people in the chat that we used to see, I get worried. So hopefully all of you are doing well there. But what do you guys think about the pressure if Man United go above in this game? How do you manage? And just so you guys can give me your takes on that, Man United starting with this lineup right now: Lemons, Mazraoui, Maguire, Fernandes, Cunha, Yoro, Casemiro, Mbeumo, Shaw, Shesko, and Mainu. Go on, Michael.
Yeah, for me, it's one of those. If you look at that front four, it's going to be Mbeumo, Fernandes, Cunha, and Shesko. If they take the lead and Newcastle end up having to try and break down what will be, it won't be a low block of 8 men, but it'll be something close to that, and then they'll have Mbeumo, Cunha, Shesko, and Fernandes all looking to hit us on the break. If that happens and Man United take the lead, it could be a very, very long night. But we know Newcastle don't keep clean sheets. Ramsdale hasn't kept one. He's kept 2, I think, in his entire Newcastle career. Dan Burn, I was just checking before, hasn't kept one in the Premier League since the 2-0 win over Ange Postecoglou's Nottingham Forest. And they've had 2 managers since then. Sean Dyche came in and already replaced in that time, so that tells you how long ago that was. So I think we've accepted Newcastle are going to concede, but they need to score first and then be able to control the game from there. If Carrick's Man United score first, we've seen, I thought they would struggle against Everton and West Ham. They weren't as good as what we've seen them against the bigger teams, but they still got the job done. That seems to be the big difference. They can get the job done now, and we never used to see that.
Yeah, well, that's very true. I mean, Man U used to be not such a good team, and now all of a sudden they seem to be turning things around. Boki, what do you think on this particular game? If we are starting to, the pressure basically is on Newcastle as opposed to Man U.
If we do concede first, I do have serious concerns about where the game goes from that point. However, let's hope that's not the case. Let's hope, we go into the game attacking. We've got some really good players on the pitch there. There's really, really good players going into this game. So we can look at the negative side if we concede, and there is a chance of that. But hopefully the boys will turn it around if that is the case. However, let's look at from the other side that we go out and score first. We can see the ground filling up there now. We've got the war flags display to look forward to. We've got the lights on at St. James's Park. As I say, it's been a lovely sunny day up here, so you're going to have the fans going into the ground. They're going to be merry in regards to hopefully having a few beers in the sun before getting there. Let's hope it's one of those those nights under the St. James's lights where everything's magical, and we'll go into this game and, we don't worry about Man United. It's all about Newcastle United, and we go out there, we control the game, and we win it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We need to control. We need to do our thing, But if we go up, which wouldn't be a surprise, we have to once again try, for God's sake, to just relax and control the game. We got thoughts here from Lee Ryder, journalist from the Chronicle. Let's see what he has to say. Here we go.
Well, tonight is all about Newcastle United trying to get back in touch with the European race, the Europa Conference League race. You could argue, but again, this season could be an absolute nightmare. It could go on to be something absolutely special that we've never experienced before, with Champions League route still open via the Champions League, and obviously the FA Cup is still up for grabs. Newcastle got a tough game against Man City, but they've got to get back to basics tonight. Manchester United will be tough. They're in form under Michael Carrick. He knows this game could take Man United to a new level. We'll have to wait and see. As far as that's concerned, Newcastle have got to raise the standards. They were awful against Everton, defensively shambolic. They've got to put that right tonight against Manchester United, and there'll be an expecting crowd here and a global audience tuning in. This press box is going to be absolutely packed later, and Newcastle have got to step up to the plate here at St James's Park.
There you go. That's the Journal Insight from within St James's Park. There's nothing other to do now other than just hope the lads play well. And my prediction is 3-1, but that's kind of a wishful thinking, to be honest. What do you guys are thinking more realistically? And I want to know the chat as well. Get involved. What you think your predictions. I want to know what you think this match is going to be realistically. Don't be negative. Don't be a happy clapper. realistically, how do you see this happening? And by the way, War Kid is in the house. Carrick is a Geordie, ladies and gents, from Wallsend, and he is in the house. And as far as I know, he is not. He talks like a Geordie. He speaks like a Geordie. So he's not trying to hide being from where he is, ladies and gents, from the Northeast. But what are your predictions? Objective predictions, Michael, about this game?
For me, I've got down a 1-1. I think we will take the lead. I think it'll be a bit like Manchester United's game with West Ham, where neither team is particularly good. But West Ham took the lead on that occasion. Manchester United, it took the 96th minute for them to peg them back. Don't think it'll take as long as that for us. But little stuff for you here. Manchester United have only scored 3 goals in the first half in 2026. And when you consider they haven't lost in the Premier League in that time, that tells you just how good they are in the second half. So Newcastle need to start fast.
Yeah, Boki.
Yeah, I agree. We need to have a lightning start, as I say. The ground's looking fantastic, so we need to, make sure that we're ready. We're ready to go. The fans will get up for it. It's a magnificent night on Tyneside. I hope and I think we could potentially do it in this game. Let's hope it's a sort of a 3-0 victory. Let's go for that.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully so. Let's see what the chat is thinking out there. Kim Kem, keep it tight and get a goal or two. Gaza and UFC, they're saying, I think this is goals galore. Ready, really. Do I can see a repeat on the Leeds game here? I mean, what Leeds game? Our Leeds game? Because that wasn't a good Leeds game. Or theirs. Which I'm not. When we played Leeds away. We played them at home, didn't we? Did we? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, because Longstaff wasn't in. Yeah, we've already played them for the whole season. I can't remember how the home game ended, but the away game was not good on our end.
Home game was the 4-3. And then the away game was that boring 0-0 where Longstaff just had a man of the match performance and tried to take everyone out, which, didn't blame him.
There you go. So that was that. Bevis here says, Man United counter in new can't play possession football. We're going to concede at least 2. Well, I wouldn't necessarily. But look, Mighty Win, of course, a Geordie denier, a Geordie, diminisher here, saying that Geordie, War Kid, Carrick, basically telling me to pee off. Couldn't think of a non-offensive alternative. Are you kidding me, man? When has he ever belittled Geordies or people from the Northeast? When has he ever done? The dude literally didn't play for Newcastle. That's it. That's all he's not. He didn't even decline Newcastle. In this notion, because in the private chat that we have, some bloke, Jamie Smith, put up some old article, whatever, saying that Carrick did not. He chose West Ham over Newcastle at 13 years of age. 13 years of age. A 13-year-old kid can't even figure out what he's going to do for breakfast, let alone decide where he's going to live, eat, and where my parents are going to work and all that crap. So I don't want to hear that. 13 years of age, he can't be blamed for any decision that he's made. So Carrick is a Geordie.
I think what Wynn forgets in that is you look back to West Ham at the time Carrick signed from the players they were bringing through in the youth team. Joe Cole, Lampard, Carrick himself, they were great players. West Ham had the best youth development. So Carrick's parents chose the best thing for him. And I put something in the chat showing Michael Carrick sitting doing a show
on a Toon Top.
When he was 13, Toon Top, wall absolutely covered in Newcastle United photos. His parents decided to do what was best for him in regards to his football career, and I don't think you can argue that they didn't get it right.
Well, there you go. That too. That's he had quality. His quality was there, man. And it was just it's part of life that he didn't play for Newcastle. I think that with all due respect, if Newcastle were in a great position football-wise during the takeover, if it was a proper club handled well by Mike Ashley, then Byrne probably wouldn't have ever played for Newcastle. Does that mean he's not a Geordie? Does that mean he's not a War Kid? Of course not, because he's a Geordie. He just wouldn't have gotten a chance to play. Because to be honest, we know that Dan Byrne, if Newcastle were a proper team when we went for him, we would have never gone for him. We would have gone for somebody else. So why diminish a Geordie kid, man? It's unbelievable. He was at the highest levels of football. Michael disagrees with us, but it is what it is.
Just one second, mate. I just want to say as well. Think of Win left the northeast to go and chase the money in another area.
He did, man. He went to Glasgow. He was a Scotsman, all for the money. By the way, that's right. That is so true, man. That's so true. He left the Toon. God says, just ignore Win, Chris. He's talking out of his, you know what. I mean, I'm glad that you agree with me. Why wouldn't you be happy, Michael? Because are you not happy with Michael Carrick just being a Geordie? Top class lad or player. Lad, I don't know, but
I'll be honest. It's Michael Carrick. I'm not really too bothered about him. I'm glad that new people have gone on from Wallsend Boys Club to go do great things, play for Man United. But in regards to sort of the links with Newcastle, he can go play for Man United if he wants. I'm not going to begrudge him of it. Let's be honest.
Exactly.
Who wouldn't at the time?
With all due respect, if we always recount Alan Shearer, choosing us over over Man United. But let's be honest here. If Mike Ashley, Newcastle, went for Alan Shearer, he would have chosen Man United. No doubt about it. So let's listen. We love Alan Shearer, but let's not act as if a bum club went out to get him and he's saving us from despair. We were a proper club in the 90s when he came. Boki, you got something to say about that?
Just on that as well, Shearer didn't choose as a youth player. He went to Southampton.
Well,
if we're calling out players, there's been many a player that have not come to Newcastle Youth because our youth was useless. So you can't blame the parents
and
of
it's
these
been for a
people
while, hasn't it?
for choosing where they be. Yeah. So
That's
they're all still Geordies. It's just went on.
And by the way, I'm not necessarily. The fact people like Win and how they argue makes it seem like I'm saying we should build a statue over him. I'm not saying that. No, I'm just saying you got to be proud of Northeast, product that's going out there to do a great in football. Alan Shearer's another one. Obviously, he played for Newcastle, but even Carroll. I mean, he didn't turn out not to be as what I thought he was going to be, but I mean, he went to play in England. He went to play at Liverpool. Wasn't as great as we thought he was going to be, but at least he's somewhat of a talent. Gaza didn't even play for us that much, really. You know what I mean? So there you go. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. But to say that long stuff is better.
Yeah. Just to make drop way on about Michael Carrick as well. I did go to school with him at a very young age, so I think I'm a little bit more of an expert.
There you go.
Bet you were a better footballer than him in school as well.
Oh, of course I did. When we played 1-on-1, I used to beat him every time. I showed him. I think I made him the player he is the day.
Yeah, 15 minutes before the game, ladies and gents, and we're talking about the Toon, of course, and all of that. I would like to be a fly on the wall though at the Carrick house, because you would assume his parents and the family are all Newcastle fans. It's hard not to be, so he wouldn't be the exception to it. And I would agree that as you show that he was a Newcastle fan, but of course, as you grow up and you become a footballer and you grow attachments to other teams. Then, I don't know that he is watching Newcastle week in and week out. Actually, matter of fact, I'm 100% wrong. I'm 100% wrong. I remember now, Wayne Rooney is good friends with Michael Carrick. Wayne Rooney is great friends with Michael Carrick. And he did a podcast. I think Carrick lives in Manchester, clearly. And not just because he's managing Man United. I'm saying I think his house is in Manchester because obviously his career. And I remember Wayne Rooney, not too long ago, a few months ago, says that Rooney went to Carrick's house, and he's a Newcastle fan still, Michael Carrick. He's a Newcastle fan still, which, again, it is what it is, isn't it? But, I mean, it's nothing extraordinary. I'm a Newcastle fan, too, so what's special about me? But I'm just saying, let's not batter people just for the sake of doing it. Someone clipped Chris saying, I'm 100% wrong. There you go. Listen, it ain't gonna happen often, by the way. But it's not me saying it; it actually happening. But There you go. Thank you very much, Christina. So all I'm saying is let's just respect Northeast talent, man. And I'm an American saying that, by the way. And the Jordy supposed to be doing that. He's doing the opposite. Incredible. Ladies and gents, let us know what you think in the comment section down below. Your predictions, your thoughts on this particular match in hand. Very, very. It's not going to be an easy match by any means. That's for certain. But would you guys categorize this game? And I want to know from the chat, is a must-win game for Newcastle?
Yeah, I think Bogey said it earlier. Every game till the end of the season now is a cup final, because I don't want to say we could, but 36 points in the past hasn't even been enough to avoid relegation sometimes. And you look at, it's 6 from the last 7 games we've lost. You make that 7 from the last 8, and all of a sudden you think, well, where's the next win coming from? Because the only team we've beaten in the league is Tottenham Hotspur. And I think it will be enough this year. But a couple more losses, that's who you lose against Man United, then you lose to Chelsea. If West Ham pick up a win in that time, all of a sudden you've got 7 games left and you're only 7 points off relegation potentially. And that, for me, that's unacceptable at this point of the season, no matter what. But where we want to be, it's hard to say that's 7 points off Everton. We could still get there, but you need to win every single game, Eddie, if you're Eddie Howe, because you want to keep this job. This could be the best job and the best squad you get to work with in your career. You need to get us as far as you can in the Champions League, the FA Cup, and then pray that's enough to keep your job, because I don't think the Saudis would have accepted anything less than 6th at the start of the season.
No, it's not looking great. Obviously, it's not done, and we have to root for the team as it stands. However, things, if they don't improve rather quickly, we're going to be in a bad situation. I want to get to Boki with your thoughts, but Premier League updates as we speak, ladies and gents. Brighton and Arsenal, 1-0 Arsenal away at Brighton. 33 minutes. These matches from today right now, the same time. Man City going 34 minutes now with Forest. Man City's beaten them 1-0 so far. Aston Villa beaten Chelsea 33 minutes current there. So Aston Villa gaining some momentum. I mean, it would have been nice for both of them to get a draw, to be fair, to help us out in some way, shape, or form. But or at least more. Would you guys say that maybe just one win and the other one lose points? Because other teams are going to have to start doing us favors. That's just the way it's looking. But I mean, that would be for Champions League, which I don't think is even in the conversation.
No, absolutely not. I think when you look at it, you want Villa to win because they've got above 50 points. We ain't going to be anywhere near them. Chelsea,
we are knackered.
Racine, this would be 4 games without a win. The other teams are going to start catching them up, and there's at least a potential that Newcastle could do it. I don't believe it will happen, but as long as there's a chance, I will always believe.
Always believe. Boki?
Yes, the same. I think league-wise now, we just need to make sure it's respectable. If we can get into European places, great. But it's getting to the stage now where you want to get above the 40 points and then maybe throw all our eggs into the cup baskets. We're getting towards the point where potentially the cups are our best chance of getting into Europe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Conference League is, what, 8th, 7th, maybe? Well, technically this year would be 7th, wouldn't it? And that's Brentford, by the way. Can you really... I just... listen, man, with all due respect, I just don't understand. I don't understand football no more. They're telling me that if you spend, you win. So, Brentford hadn't spent... Matter of fact, they're negative because they've taken players from them left and right. Mbeumo, Wissa, decimated the whole front line. And they're 7th right there. So, it's just unbelievable. But even Everton performing well to a certain extent there. So it is a bit of an odd one this season for Newcastle United. Shout out to everybody there. Jock as well. Not first time. I've seen you before. We got a membership gifted there by Random Access. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate that. And Dean is going to Jock. Jock, there you go. So you've been gifted a membership, Jock MC. So please consider renewing that membership once it's up. You get a free month trial to just enjoy the exclusive content, the player ratings, the football, the Geordie football show, as well as many others. So thank you very much, and enjoy, mate. Enjoy your badges as well. See, right now you are, if I'm not mistaken, a Bairn. You would probably get the Lewis Miley badge. So you're just getting started in life, mate. Getting started. So there you go. So shout out to you, and thank you very much to Random Access. Go on.
Can I just quickly pick up on the night's game in regards to this week? I think when we went into this week, when we were discussing it last week, we all were saying that we wanted to pick up 6 points. Ideally, 4 points was the points that would be, what we would all want to expect, at least. Now we have to get 3 points tonight. I don't think a draw or a loss is well, a loss definitely not. I don't think a draw is enough. In regards to this week, we had to get 6 to 4 points. We're now looking at only being able to reach 3, but we have to reach that 3. I don't know if you guys agree, but
completely.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting thing. I mean, no, a draw is not good enough. That's the point. That's what I was meaning when I said if Newcastle goes down 1-0, then not only do you have to equalize, but it's not good enough. It's like Everton. We equalized there, but that wasn't good enough. We still had to win. So that's the situation that we're in. And hopefully, we're able to not put ourselves in that position and just make sure that we scored and maintain some level of decorum when it comes to controlling the football and or the score at least. So there you go. When it comes to TNT reporting that save percentage this season, Ramsdale 51% and Pope 67%. For whatever that matters, I know the stats are there to be a compliment in my opinion. But I mean that just means that Pope. Well, actually, it could be beneficial to Pope because he's been in more matches, meaning that he could have allowed more goals. He's more in a position to get scored on, if you will. But he has a higher percentage of saves. Is it true? Because some people believe it's a myth that he is this great shot stopper that people are talking about. Or is it really true that he's deserved to be starting for Newcastle, Pope, amid all the errors, because he's a good shot stopper? What do you think? What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, I think that he was once a great shot stopper. When we brought him in, he was, for me, one of the best in the league. Every single season, we've seen that deteriorate a little bit. And I'm not saying he was the best in the league. I'm saying he was up there. And now, I think when it comes to making those mistakes on a consistent basis, he's up there with one of the worst in the league, if I'm completely honest. And whether that's down to form, confidence, etc., there's no doubt that on paper we have 2 good goalkeepers, but in practice, both of them have failed us this season, and both need to be moved on and shipped. And I think, you look at both their save percentages, and then you look over at La Liga. I believe Odysseus is about 73% or something like that. I know it's in the 70s, and I know the save percentage over there is generally higher. But for me, 63% and 51? That is unacceptable at any level.
Yeah.
One thing I would say in Ramsdale's favour, in regard, you're right, both the stats are shocking. But in regards to Ramsdale, what you've got to remember as well, when he gets played at times, it's when the team's being rotated. So will naturally be more shots at him. But neither is a good stat for. However, if you look at the stadium with the atmosphere beginning to build up, the flags are beginning to start waving there, the crowd are in there. This is going to be an intimidating atmosphere for Michael Carrick and his boys tonight. The looks like we are going to be up for this game as a fan base. Let's hope Eddie gets the boys up for the game as a players, and we go out and absolutely smash these lot tonight.
Yeah. Hopefully so. Last comment that I see before we get the match going. Don't forget to smash the like button. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. Help the channel grow. Stay right here. Even if you're watching it, you might be watching it on TV. If not, follow our live match commentary here on audio as well. If you're listening on radio, don't forget that you can join us on YouTube if you want to watch the coverage. So don't go anywhere. Stay right here. Smash the like button. Have us in the background and help support the channel. So I see a lot of you out there commenting. Tony, you just dropped it. Michael, there you go. You just dropped it, Michael. I don't know. He didn't like what you said, maybe, or maybe there's another Michael in the chat. David Spence, we got to win it. We got to win tonight, or Eddie will be under pressure for Newcastle. Can't keep dropping points. I mean, do you think that anything catastrophic will happen, Michael, if we lose tonight? Or do you think you might have to wait until the weekend, the FA Cup, to get eliminated or not? Well, we can't really. It's a two-legged, right? It's a two-leg, or is it just one? No, it's
just one-legged for the
one. It's just one. Yeah. So
for the Champions League.
Yeah. So what do you think about that?
I think no matter what happens, Howe is going to get till the end of the Champions League before anyone makes a decision. If we lose tonight, then let's say in March, we go up until the end of the second leg against Barcelona, no wins. Maybe, just maybe, the board will look at that and go, well, you know what? We haven't really got anything to lose. Record over the last 12 has been terrible. Let's get someone in now if we can. Again, as I've said in the past, it all depends on who that long-term solution is. And if that long-term solution is someone that's currently in a job, they're not going to end up here. And I think if that long-term solution was available, I think there's a chance he might have already been in the role. Which tells me it probably is someone like an Iraola or a Glasner as the first option if he leaves.
Yeah. So there you go, ladies and gents. It is pressure mountain, Boki. I mean, do you agree with Michael, or do you think that maybe the Champions League? I mean, that's very important. So we're still alive there. What do you think? Which one could be a decider?
I don't think any of them are going to be, to be honest. I think he's here till the end of the season, and I think, we have to accept that. The only thing I can see changing is if we go onto a run where we're still at the same points at the end of March as we're on now, perhaps the shots need to be fired then. It's at that point that we'll have to see if we're out the two cup competitions, which God forbid we are, I want to be in them. But if it's the nuclear point, at that point, maybe the decision does have to be made, but I don't foresee that. I don't foresee that being the case, to be honest. I think we'll win the night. I think we've got a good potential to win against Man City at the weekend, and we'll go into the Barcelona game on a bit of a high. I don't want to be Barcelona coming into Newcastle if we've had a great match under the lights of the night, coming into St James's Park again under the lights. It's a daunting place for any team. I think we've got to remember that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it is true, but I mean, the thing about it, the atmosphere, the thing about the atmosphere is, though, it's very odd because if the team is not up for it, if they're not performing, then the fans are just going to be quiet. It's just they feed off of that. So we got images now, ladies and gents. Everybody getting ready. Everybody and their mama getting ready to watch this game. And good performance there. Hopefully a good performance. Eddie Howe on the screen now, ready to go, ladies and gents. Everybody ready. War Kid is in the house as well. There we go. Michael Carrick, looking sharp, by the way, looking sharp. Well, the Sun puts articles sometimes that are not football related, but about footballers, and they put like he was wearing a 200K watch the other day. My goodness, can you believe he make that much money already to have a 200K watch? That's insane, man. That is insane. But there we go, ladies and gents. We are almost ready for Rumble here in St. James's Park. So I'll leave it to you, Michael. You do the honors.
Yeah, absolutely. St. James's Park under the nights on a Wednesday. Nothing better. Man United kicking us off in just a moment. And we are off. It's gone straight back to the goalkeeper, Lemons, who's going to fire it forward. Malik Chow getting ahead on there to stop Trippier from having to do any of the aerial work there. Those two doubling up on the left-hand side. It's gone out for a throw-in to Newcastle. Trippier to take. Just waiting on it here. Straight out to Dan Burn, who's find Lewis Hall very quickly. Newcastle set up in the 4-3-3. We know how we're going to get forward. Barnes on the bar line, trying to cut inside. into Sandro Tonali. He's going to go long. Yes, he goes over the other side, tries to switch it for Trippier. It's a good ball.
Ah, come on, man.
Into Alanga, Ramsey. That triangle there will be good for Newcastle. It's found Sandro Tonali. Little pass into the box, but he's gone back out wide. Back to Trippier, who believed he was fouled, but referee hasn't gave it, and Man United are going to come away with the ball. Good little press here from Newcastle, though, and it's gone out for a throw-in to Newcastle. So Newcastle pressing high and doing well there. Into Ramsey into midfield. Quick one.
Well, it seems like we got the possession. We are a bit in control. It's just about 1 minute and a half, so it's not really, that crazy. But seems like we're up for it at least.
Yeah, it seems like it indeed. Malik Chow just tried to clear a ball there, but it was instantly closed down by Sheshko. And it's another throw-in for Newcastle, but there's a little bit of a stop in play here. Newcastle already going down that right-hand side with Trippier, Ramsey, and Alanga. Chris, do you think that little triangle there is going to be pivotal for Newcastle today?
Well, I think the possession is key. You don't want to give them the ball. I see right there, John Linton almost. You got to be careful with those. But being accurate is going to be important to me in this game, with the passes at least.
Yeah, I completely agree. Ramsey does well to win a 50-50 in midfield. Gordon into Joe Linton, cries of shoot. But he's gone out to the left to Harvey Barnes. Had a chance to cross it in, but knocks it back to Hall. Into Joe Linton. Newcastle just taking their time here into Tonali. Barnes made a little run, but he wasn't found. Into Dan Burn, who's going to switch it for Trippier. Nice little flick on into Alanga, into Ramsey.
There we go.
Man United happy just to let Newcastle have the ball.
Yeah.
Alanga into Joe Linton. Into Lewis Hall. Oh, and it's a poor pass, but he gets it back. He's going to get to the bar line, cross it in, and it's too high for anyone, but Trippier coming in. And, it's hit the post. Newcastle at the post. And Lewis Hall, it is over the bar. Newcastle starting somewhat strong. Not sure Trippier intended it. Well, actually, I can tell you he didn't. But he clips the post and the bar, and then Lewis Hall volleys over from close range. Positive start for the Magpies, isn't it?
Yeah, man. It well done by Hall. Well, first of all, he messed it up, and then he saved it. And it's wonderful to put it in play. And Trippier, I mean, a bit lucky there with that, if I'm honest. But it hits the post. And Newcastle, slowly but surely, pushing up against Man United, which trying to get them to compromise themselves, if you will. So, got to keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Little bit of a tussle in midfield there between Manu and Joe Linton. Joe Linton came out the better end of Trippier, all the way back to Ramsdale. This is where he needs to shine for Newcastle, with the ball at his feet. He's not being pressed by Man United, so he's got time to pick out a ball. And it's just played to Dan Burn. Big game for both Burn and Ramsdale. Joe Linton coming under a little bit of pressure there, but he's just knocked it straight back to Chow. And again, Man United only pressing when we get to that halfway line. Seeing it a little bit more here. Good play from Newcastle to get it through, and Lewis Hall can break Newcastle forward. Mbuemo on the defence. Hall's turned back, and it's another bit of keep ball for Newcastle. You were saying possession's important. Hopefully, we can turn it into something. Alanga now.
Alanga.
Mazy little run into the middle. Into Gordon. Oh, and Ramsey's return pass for Gordon has just found a Man United player. But it's a really poor attempt at getting it forward. And it's gone, well, it was going out of play. Dan Burns managed to recover it. And Newcastle back on the attack again. It's wave after wave of attack, but not a lot of threat so far. Other than the mistimed cross, should we say. But it's in behind to Gordon here. And it's going to be straight at Lemons. You impressed by what you've seen so far, Bogey?
Yeah, it's been an okay start, hasn't it? We've had a lot of possession and we've got the ball forward quite quickly. It's been interesting. Hopefully, this keeps up, and we'll keep them at bay by attacking them.
The only thing I would say though, the pressing, when we do it well, it always works like this. I mean, we're playing well. We're pushing up against them. We're cornering them. but it doesn't. You got to have a plan B because this won't last. 25 minutes after that, you're gonna have to start thinking of plan B because we're gonna be knackered as well. So we can't keep up with this pressing the whole game.
No, absolutely not. We usually do it for about 30 minutes, and then even if we can maintain it for that, we die off. So interested to see, though, saying in the chat as well before the game, Man United will likely try and hit one the counter. That's exactly what we've seen in Carrick, 6 wins and 1 draw so far this season. Newcastle have lost it here on the right-hand side. Trippier loses out. Into Matthias Cunha, he curls it over the bar to the cheers of the crowd. Slipped as he was taking it.
But that's the problem right there. You know, we always leave players open to shoot, and he was wide open on that play. I mean, wide open, Cunha.
No breaking down at all.
I mean, he missed that by a long mile. But neither here nor there. 6 goals, 2 assists already for Matheus Cunha.
Yeah, big signing from Wolves, and who have done arguably one of the biggest declines in football in the season since him and since he left and Strand Larsen had his head turned. Obviously now at Crystal Palace, but long ball from Ramsdale, and it's just found itself back at a Man United foot. They're now breaking down the left, but it's their turn to knock it back a bit and just try and keep possession. It's back into Maguire.
It's already
out for this game.
You see how the pressing is already starting to wear off a bit.
Yeah.
Now we're letting them touch it, but which is fine, and it's just it happens. But you got to have a plan B.
Hopefully, we're just being a little bit more selective on the ball when we do press, learning a little bit from the mistakes of yesteryear. But we've seen it plenty of times this season when the press dies off, doesn't tend to come back. And Lamens has had the ball now for about 10 seconds and no break, no press whatsoever. But his long ball's only found Trippier, and it's now at the feet of. It was at the feet of Jacob Ramsey, but it's cleared by Harry Maguire. It's a bit of pinball between the two halves at the minute. But Bruno Fernandes just classily gets it down into Casemiro. Šeško knocks it to Fernandes, but it's found its way back to Aaron Ramsdale. And Man United's turn to press now. Ramsdale's long passes. Well, he's done a Nick Pope and just kicked it straight out of play for a Manchester United throw-in. Man United starting to get their foot on the ball now. You can see the quality and the confidence when they do play, don't you? The one-touch play.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh. Newcastle on the break now. Harvey Barnes. Oh, it's a difficult ball for him to control. Barnes on the left-hand side. I'm just trying to judge through. Handball out there for Newcastle. It's not been given, but VAR will look at it.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody listening on radio as well on DAB in Newcastle and Gateshead. Following the match if you have to work, if you're moving around, because we got a lot of people listening on radio right now as we speak. Of course, live match. Everybody wants to figure it out, how to watch it, how to listen to it. So shout out to everybody listening. If you are able to, find us on YouTube as well, NUFC Talk TV on the YouTube. And shout out to people in the YouTube channel as well. Thank you very much for your preference.
Yeah, absolutely. We just got a bit of a break in play here. Anthony Elanga fouling Mazraoui, who the penalty claim was against. It doesn't look like that's going to be given for Newcastle yet. It's Lamens who's going to take the free kick and just launch it forward for Man United. It's won by a Newcastle head. Again, bit of pinball there. No one really able to control the ball. Dan Burn does well and just get it back into Ramsdale. Newcastle holding on to it here. All launches it forward. And it was a decent ball, but it was touching the byline. Harvey Barnes just didn't really have his eyes on it. Very much along that line, looked like it was out, but Man United throw in here. Mazraoui to take.
There you go. As we see Mighty Win sleeping in the background.
It's a long throw. It's over the header hole, and Buemo and Šeško linking up, and it's Dan Burn that needs to knock it out for another throw-in for Man United, just 30 yards further up the pitch. It died off a little bit from the initial press. It doesn't really seem like there's a lot of control there for either side at the minute, does there?
No. I mean, it's very much a game of 0-0, really. You know, nothing. No team deserves to win at all. Obviously, it's just 10 minutes. But it's just you don't want to give up the ball too much. Look at that play, man.
Matthias Cunha does brilliantly to get beyond Trippier. He crosses a low cross into the box, and Lewis Hall clears. But Kobe Mainoo's attack was intercepted by Tonali, who launches it out again. Newcastle not controlling the ball very well, just getting it out of there at the first opportunity.
No, at this point, we were giving up the ball completely. And how easy Matheus Cunha got rid of Trippier there. I mean, like a warm knife through butter.
Yeah, it was brilliant little bit of skill from him to leave Trippier in the dust. Man United fans didn't see too much of that of him under Amorim, seeing a little bit more of it under Michael Carrick, and looks like a good investment for them. But Newcastle just taking a throw in there. Lewis Hall, Joe Linton couldn't control it, and again, it's at the feet of Man United. But Gordon pressing, doing well, but it's not enough. But it has led to a bit of a dodgy pass. Barnes at the feet now. Lovely one too with Anthony Gordon, but Lenny Yoro does well to intercept. Another Newcastle United throw, but this one in a bit more of a dangerous position. Louis Hall to take, and it looks like it's going long.
Oh, is that win?
Is that win? It is win, isn't it?
Nah. He's too good looking at me.
Yeah. But first of all, he's clapping and he's supporting the team. So you know when they're not doing that. It's nap time, man. Oh!
Lewis Hall to take the throw into Tonali, who's going to cross it in towards the back post.
Go on.
Played well by Yoro onto Alanga. Oh!
I thought that was in. I thought that was in.
Wow. Lovely effort on the volley
How
from
far
Andy
away
Alanga.
was it?
What a ball there.
Wow.
That was a little way away, wasn't it?
Oh man, it looked lethal though. It looked what did he actually strike it well? Was that well, I don't know, but
looked like he got over it just a little bit, and it was side net and it was always going wide, but a good little move from Newcastle, and it's a little bit more attack and intent than we've seen in the last 5 minutes. So St. James's Park has something to shout about.
Bit of a strange one.
There you go.
And are they taking the goal kicks?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's a difficult one for Man United because Lamens looks good, but I don't think he does more than the basics from what I've seen. And the basics is not something Newcastle have done particularly well, as they gave it away in midfield, but it's well defended by Malik Chow. Lewis Hall now on the break. Harvey Barnes into Joelinton. Lovely little turn to do Bruno Fernandes there. Finds Barnes. One-touch football here from Newcastle. Lovely stuff. It's Tonali on the left-hand side. There's
my goodness.
The box. Touch
go on.
Locking and loading.
My a lovely from Harvey Barnes, hitting him on the edge of the box after a slide tackle from Joe Linton after a first touch wasn't great from the crossover from Tonali. But Newcastle looking the better side now here, lads.
Well, I mean, it's
down to J7, wasn't it?
It's tiki-taka at Newcastle, which I love to see. Tiki-taka, I mean, one-touch football, and that was just lock and loaded from deep. But unfortunately, just a bit wide. But that was, what a play right there by Newcastle.
Yeah, a lovely flick from Anthony Gordon, which I didn't mention at the time as well. Harry Maguire taking the free kick again, the goal kick again, should I say, and the referee asking them to take it a bit quicker. So clearly some signs of time wasting already from Man United. Newcastle on the ball again.
Go on.
J7 into Harvey Barnes. It's a decent pass, not a great one. Leaves him up against Mazraoui. Hall on the overlap. It's easy for Le Mans to get in there and claim the ball. But again, Man United just getting forward, and it's coming straight back from Newcastle. Some good chances created. You see Man United sort of... Is it the pressure getting at Man United, do you think?
Well, maybe so. But I think that aside from pressure, I think we're playing good. And that's, that's just as simple as that. I mean, but the quick pass, you see how the quick passing the ball so quick, one touch, it knackers the defense. They can't handle it. So we need to try that. We need to keep trying that. It's supposed to try to run through people.
Yeah, absolutely. You see it all the time. Newcastle struggle to play against teams when they are quick and one touch on the ball. Newcastle giving other teams a taste of their own medicine there, and it's yet another throw-in for Newcastle here on the right-hand side. Carrick there, his staff, doesn't look happy at all, and to be honest, I can't blame him. Newcastle starting the better of the two sides, but Man Man United on the ball here in midfield with a chance to change that into Sheshko. Haven't said his name much so far. Menu into Yoro. On the halfway line, just knocking it about. Yeah, they've got no urgency to go forward there. They're going to try it. They're going to take the time and wait for a space. And to be honest, Newcastle not really pressing them all that much. Mazraoui here on the right-hand side. It's back again to Casemiro this time. Who, to be honest, I'd be looking to press if I'm a Newcastle United midfielder. Not the most agile on the ball. A lot of quality in there, but not a lot going on. And Harry Maguire's just able to run into midfield. Now the space is created up for Mazraoui. Finds pass in the midfield. Cunha tried to find the midfield, and it's a lovely cutout by Tonali. Just a side of what...
that's an elbow right into the ear of course, it's a bit naughty. It's a bit naughty, and Maguire's not liking it too much.
Nah, Maguire in the news at the moment. Kaiser. A lot of criticism on him, and a little bit of an elbow in there. Yeah, it's a difficult one for him, but just a sign of what Manchester United can do there. A little bit of a good move.
Yeah, that's a
good. There was no real need for his arm to be there. There was no real need for his arm to be up in Andy Gordon's head.
No, there was a bit of an elbow movement.
Frustration.
As well.
He's just frustrating, man. Frustration, if you will, from Maguire, the best English centre back in the history of English football.
Some might say. I would not be one of them, but
I remember when he was. They used to make lowlights. They're not highlights, but lowlights of him, and they used to go viral. I mean, he was at one point. I got a fair play to him. He used to take some level of heat from opposition fans that is unheard of, man. I mean, he would get decimated on social media. But yeah, well, here we go. There's a tussle there between Byrne and Shaw. There's nothing there, man. That's the problem, right there. If you're looking, well, that one looked a bit dodgy at the end, just a little. But if you're looking at that, then you got to look at Maguire with Gordon. You have to.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither of them should be a yellow or a red, in my opinion. No. And it looks like that's the way that the referee's going. Luke Shaw's not happy, but to be honest, the physio will be happy just not to see him for a change, because normally that's enough to see him off the pitch. But Michael Carrick there on the sideline again, not looking particularly happy. Proud. I get a little bit angry as well at the amount of time Manchester United taking these goal kicks and free kicks. It's not great at all, and to be honest, it's been about a minute, maybe more since the incident happened. Is he going to kick it anytime soon? Probably not. And he's done it. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. Then get on with the game for a change. And it's won by Newcastle.
The 5-second rule is non-existent.
No, it was the same as with the Leeds-Sunderland game yesterday. So Leeds fans saying the ball was in play for about just under 50 minutes and 115, so it tells you everything. But Newcastle not having that problem, getting the ball forward. Tonali into Gordon, back to Tonali. Joe Linton recovering it with it in midfield. Ramsey so tidy to get it out to Trippier. In behind to Elanga on the right-hand side. Crossed in, and it's back post. It's found by Barnes. It wasn't a very good cross. It must be said.
Come on. Tonali! Woo! Lock it in, loaded from deep, Sandro.
A lovely snapshot there from Sandro Tonali from the edge of the box, just wide. And Elanga's got to do better in those positions, though, doesn't he? Because it's quite a way wide, actually. But Elanga's got to do better in those positions for me. What do you think?
Well, Boki, you want to answer that question in the chat from Jordy Dan? I mean, Boki, we should have went there, man. Should have been like Mike.
What school did you go to with Michael Carrick? It was Stevens Memorial First School in Howden, mate. Well, he was only there for a couple of years, and then he got took off with the scouting system into more football-focused schools.
There you go. Michael Carrick, war kid in the sidelines, ladies and gents. Listen, you never know. If he becomes a really, really good manager, which, it's still young, you can never close the door on Newcastle United. He could never, it's there, man. You never know. Don't burn any bridges before you need to. So I'm just 100%. Saying, we gamble on Howe, so we can surely gamble on Carrick. If he shows that he can do something, which, by the way, being a Man United, in this Man United, with the pressure that they deal with, let's be fair, it's not an easy job.
No, absolutely not. And I think you'll be happy just to be at 0-0 at the moment in the game. There's a little bit of a stoppage at the moment for a poor pass to Lewis Hall. Ended up with Mbuemo shoving Lewis Hall off the pitch, but Newcastle recover it. Lewis Hall on the ball now, and Newcastle just playing it around the back. Man United with a little bit of a press, not too much. Ramsdale, maybe they're realising Ramsdale goal. We're going to be a bit more comfortable in those positions. Newcastle now getting down the right. Trippier in behind to Alanga, but the ball is poor, and it's very easy for the Manchester United goalkeeper to clear it up. But 36 passes in the final third for Newcastle, only 6 for Man United. It has been a dominating start for Newcastle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has been. I like Newcastle more, Boki. What do you think?
Yeah, 100%. I think we've started the game well. My one concern is they do look quick on the break. So, there is a chance that, that they're going to tear away and score a goal. But if we, the one thing you want is we to get a goal at this point, don't we? We want to be 1-0 up and then have a game to sort of to manage.
Yeah, 100%.
That's good.
I think the one issue Newcastle are having is the final ball into the box just hasn't been good at all. Outside the box, we've been fantastic, but just getting into the box has been poor every time. And it's another throw-in now, ball kicked out of play this time by a Newcastle player. Man United with a throw-in on the halfway line, and it's gone straight to Newcastle, but Man United are able to recover it. They've got the ball in their own half, comfortable for Newcastle. We're not going to see any kind of press in this moment, or maybe we will. Lemon's forced to take it long. It's ended up at the feet of Benjamin Šeško, but somebody is down. It's Kieran Trippier. Looks like he's took an elbow or an arm to the eye. The third of the last 10 minutes. It's getting a bit feisty, this one, lads.
Yeah, it's getting a bit of. I mean, it is going to happen. We already saw
Maguire. It's a sweet chin music. Jeez, that is
right into
a kick straight to the face of Trippier.
It was a complete accident, I have to say. Yeah,
it was a complete accident.
Let's take a look. Well, he is marked up though. To be fair.
I'm not sure what it is about studs going into Trippier's face, but we saw it about a month or two ago. I think it was against Wolves when we were doing the one live from Newcastle. He had that scar from that game. Could have opened that back up, but doesn't look like it's caught him as bad this time.
I tell you what, you can tell that Carrick was brought up on Alex Ferguson football, can't you? Because the little dark arts are beginning to come back into the Man United game, If a player's going for a throw in, the shoulders left, so they push the player off the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely right. And if I don't mind that coming into the game, to be honest, a bit of needle. But Mbuemo here on the right hand side, it's crossed in by Fernandes.
Don't leave Šeško alone, man.
Šeško's had time to take a touch in the box.
Oh my god!
And it's foul, and it's a free kick to Newcastle United. Šeško trying to bully his way through. Too much contact on Tonali. He's gone down, but you can't be letting Šeško take more than one touch in the box like that, lads.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, those are
well done to Tonali there, mind you.
Well done to Tonali, of course, but Šeško very quick with his feet just to poke it in. And
Tonali did brilliant getting his body between him, the ball, and the player there.
I mean, Tonali jumped like a trout. He flopped a little bit, but it's okay. We'll forgive him.
We see it all the time. It's only right that we do it.
Look at that!
Well. Lovely
cross
Burn with the pass. To Kieran Trippier is completely right. Dan Burn with a pass that we saw against Karabakh. How good he can be that in those positions. But Trippier charging forward.
But the problem with Elanga right now is these crosses. That's not the first one either. It's too long, man. Too much power. To be fair, I think Trippier should have crossed it himself.
Yeah, you're completely right. He's in a good position. There's no one breaking him down. He's got, closing him down. He's got a great chance to whip in an early ball. And those early balls are where we got so many of our goals last season. Seeing them a lot less frequently this year. But again, Newcastle United from the goal kick, for the front, should I say, just retaining the ball once again. Much the better side, but it's into Elanga and he's lost it again. It will be said, and it's a free kick now for Manchester United, and the first yellow card of the game is given to Jacob Ramsey for pulling down, I think that was Casemiro, but let me check. Yeah, Casemiro. And it's a hand on the arm. It's a bit soft for the first yellow.
What the
Given
heck what's going on with Casemiro's face? Does he?
That just not how he normally looks.
Well, I think he's got like a black. He's got like a black eye, or something. I think, or maybe it was just grass. I don't know, but man,
could well be. The corner from Manchester United's found its way out to Mbeumo. He's got three around him, but it's a pass into Mainu, and it's a great little pass. Mainu going to recover it under some pressure, but it's straight through to Mbeumo on the right-hand side. He's up against Lewis Hall, tries to get the byline, and Newcastle do well to stop it going out for a... Oh, we thought it... Upon reflection, it's gone out, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't look like it, I will say, but obviously the linesman's got much better eyes on this at the minute than I do, so fair play to them on that one. But Mbeumo looking dangerous.
Be careful. Let's see.
Did that go out?
It didn't look out.
Didn't look like it to me. But it's a corner to Man United either way. Mbeumo to cross, and it's over the bar and wide, and it looks like it was Trippier who got the final touch on it, but I couldn't really see what. It just seems to hit someone. There's a lot of hold in the box. It seems to hit Trippier, and it goes out of play. Newcastle and Man United, it seemed like no one was looking at the ball. But take two here for Man United on the corner. 3 on the edge of the box. It's whipped in by Fernandes. Dan Burn clears. And Newcastle tried to clear, but it's straight to a Man United body. Up in the air, left-hand side, and it's played just a little too far ahead of Mbeumo, who can't keep it in. And it's a goal kick to Newcastle United. Little bit of frustration on the counter attack there. Newcastle had 2 players going forward. Didn't seem like either of them knew where they were. You are right. Casemiro's got a nice shiner under his arm.
Ooh, look at that! I'm telling you, man. Never mind. But I was gonna joke, but we were live on DAB radio, so I couldn't I couldn't joke about it. Anyway, that's very. Very, very a good one, I guess. I don't know what happened in the last game with Manchester United. Maybe anybody that watched it will remember. But I guess something must have happened.
Someone caught them well. Ramsdale on the ball from Newcastle launching it forward. It's unfortunate straight to Manchester United there, but Ramsey does well to win it back, and Newcastle can break here. Joe Linton, Barnes on the left-hand side. Gordon pulling through. It's into Anthony Gordon, and Lenny Yoro gets a foot in there.
Not a good reception there by Gordon.
Newcastle recover the ball. It's out on the right-hand side. Joe Linton. And he's brought down, but there's no foul given. Manchester United are going to recover the ball here. Nice little one-touch play, and they pull it out. Goes to him. It's a good little touch on it from Lewis Hall. But
lovely. Hall. Well, he didn't do it completely, but well done by Lewis Hall putting a toe on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Manchester United have recovered the ball, just keeping it in their own half for a second here, but they're going to put it forward into Šeško, out to Mbeumo. Just got time to stand on the ball, into Mazraoui. It's going backwards. This is what Newcastle want. There's a bit of a press here. Just all the way back to Harry Maguire. Is it going to go back to the goalkeeper? Yes, it is. Nearly 30 minutes gone on the clock. Still 0-0 here. Newcastle United versus Manchester United. And Lemons hasn't been closed down at all. He's just launched it forward. It's going to go towards Šeško. It goes over him. And it wasn't towards Šeško, sorry, it was towards Cunha. And it's gone over everyone and gone out for a Newcastle throw-in. Lack of quality in those kind of situations. Don't know why either team are launching it forward. But it's a game Newcastle want to play. Crossfield ball from Trippier there. Hall just nods it back to Ramsdale under a slight bit of pressure. It's going to go to Dan Burn. Man United doing a bit of pressing. Not too forceful with it. Newcastle can just play it out easily. Tonali now on the left-hand side.
Let's go.
And it's out for a throw-in. Mazraoui doing well on coming back. Newcastle getting into a bit of a groove, but you want
Yeah.
to see them create a few more chances, wouldn't you?
You'd want to see
Yeah.
them do sort of triangle football, wouldn't you, a little bit? But whenever we seem to get it forward, the rest of the team seem to be too far ahead of either Gordon or the player who's getting ahead of play, and we're not catching up quick enough to be able to play the ball around to get ourselves into a good attacking position.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Newcastle in the ball in midfield. Joe Linton gives it away, but wins it back. That's the Joe Linton we like to see, but he's
done.
past it.
He's given it away
It's a good
again.
interception. And Newcastle have won it back again. It's yo-yo football at the moment, and we've given it away again.
Oh my goodness.
Bruno
What's going on?
Fernandes now on the break for Manchester United. It puts a low ball in, but it's blocked by Dan Burn, that big frame, and cleared from Newcastle once again. There's no one near Anthony Gordon. He's gone down. I will say there was a Man United player near Anthony Gordon, and there was a bit of a hand on him, but no Newcastle players around, and I think that's why he hasn't got the free kick there, because it was never going anywhere, the pass he's tried to play. We have Man United holding onto the ball in midfield. Sorry, Bogey, what were you going to say, mate?
I was just going to say, you've got to say J7's been fantastic so far in this game. He's fair enough. He's given the ball a couple of times there, but he has been, probably the standout midfielder.
Yeah, I completely agree. If he could add passing to his game, he'd be a complete midfielder. But
yeah,
unfortunately, he's got to have a flaw, hasn't he? But Man United now holding on to it again. Just good retention of possession here from Manchester United. Not a lot of a press on for Newcastle United at all. And there's a foul in there as Malik Chow's tried to come out and get the free kick, get the ball from Matheus Cunha. He's caught him on the way through, and it's a free kick to Manchester United. And it's a bit further out than what Fernandes will probably want to shoot, but dangerous chance, dangerous position all the same.
Definitely a free kick, wasn't it? And yeah, it's a dangerous position. This referee's beginning to worry me because he looks like he wants to be centre of attention a little bit in the game.
Yeah,
and that's never what you want to see.
And just an update from Manchester at the minute. Nottingham Forest have just equalised against Manchester City. A goal that impacts both the title race and the relegation race. 1-1 there in Manchester. But in Newcastle, still 0-0. 33 minutes on the clock. And as I say, free kick to Manchester United. But it's a little bit further out than they want and a little bit too central for a cross. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here. 2 in the wall for Newcastle.
There you go. Bruno Fernandes.
What's he going to do here? It's got to be a little chip in. It is, and it's easily cleared by Newcastle. Can they get it away? Alanga now on the ball, trying to break. He's got past one. He's knocked past two. Lovely bit of play here. Joe Linton into the middle. Harvey Barnes on the overlap.
Get Gannon, man. Just give it to him now.
Strike, and it's
are you kidding me, man?
Over the bar. Not good enough in that scenario from Joe Linton. We were just
got to give it to Barnes.
Yeah,
you've got to read the play well, man. I don't understand it.
Yeah, Langer does well, finds Gordon. And then as soon as it gets to Joe Linton, it goes off the ball. Real good run forward. Gordon and Barnes in support, and he just blasts it into the away fans.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
Eddie did not look happy there with the decision making of Joe Linton.
You
rightfully
so.
Yeah.
I mean, that's come on, man. You're looking to be famous, man, instead of playing for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. He's tried the Hollywood shot, hasn't he?
Strange about the keeper taking the goal kicks now, Man United.
Yeah, I think they're trying to waste time at any moment possible with these kicks. It is ridiculous, which is strange considering I think they're still the favourites to win the game with the odds. It's a throw in now for Manchester United. They haven't really been all that impressive, but we said at the start of the game they do tend to struggle in the first half. Only 1 goal scored under Carrick before this point in the game. 2 scored in 37 and then 38. So this is usually where they turn it on a little bit in the first half. So we'll see if Newcastle can keep up their good start. Ramsey playing it in the midfield does well. Get it forward, but Louis Hall's forward ball, should I say, just goes straight out of play. And Man United have the ball again, and it's a foul It's a bit of a soft one, an arm in the back of Mazraoui, I believe. But yeah, it is a foul. St James's Park wasn't happy with it, but it was a foul. And Man United take it quickly with Maguire, but they're just going to pass it around the back again. See if they'll launch it forward.
What we were saying before the match, Michael, about potentially moving around the front three, that definitely hasn't happened. It's very, very rigid, the system that we're playing in regards to the players that are in position are sticking to that position.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great bit of play there, just as we were talking, from Lewis Hall to intercept a pass through to Mbuemo, who in reaction slides in to try and get the ball back and gives away a free kick and picks up Man United's first yellow card of the game. Great little bit of play there from Louis Hall.
Lovely. I
He's had a
was just
few
thinking of
misplaced passes, but he's doing well.
Yeah,
I was thinking
absolutely.
of then go ahead, mate.
No, I was just going to say, absolutely. He's been, for his standards, probably hasn't been fantastic, but you still see those moments of brilliance.
Yeah. I was thinking of the Joe Linton play. He looked like he was playing American football, trying to make it into the
Super Bowl's been and gone, fella.
There you go.
And it's a poor cross from Harvey Barnes, and as a result of the free kick out to Anthony Elanga on the other side. He's going to try and find Trippier. Maybe his cross will be a little better. No, it won't. It'll hit the first person, and then Lemens will hold on to it pretty easily. Not good enough, really, in the final third from Newcastle.
Look like Michael Ballack there for a second. Their goalkeeper.
You've got to say we've looked weak on that right wing. Anything trying to get into the box from the right-hand side, there's just nothing happening there.
Yeah, at times, and that's part of the reason why Elanga just ran into a player and lost the ball, and Joe Linton just gave away a free kick, and that's the second yellow card of the game. St James's for Newcastle.
Man.
I'll be honest, didn't see much in that, and Joe Linton's
Don't do that.
Happened.
I didn't see that. Let's see. Well, I mean, this can't be a yellow though, man. That's a foul. They're not counter-attacking. They're not in clear, threat of goal.
There.
Tonali, it's not the first time he's had to calm Joe Linton down in those scenarios. We saw the same a few games ago as well when Joe Linton had just come back.
And that's a leader, Michael. That's a leader, man. Because people get on here, especially one in particular, say that Tonali's not a leader. Win, and maybe others say Tonali's not a leader. That's a leader.
Sorry, man. It's through here, and it's cleared by Newcastle. Sorry, man.
There you go. No, you're fine. He's there talking to Joe Linton, a big voice, and Bullock, and now there's a foul. Has to be a yellow, so that the fans are losing their mind over this foul by Shaw.
Yeah, Anthony Elanga gets beyond Luke Shaw a little bit there. He just pulls him down, and St James's Park erupts. Referee set a dangerous precedent for himself now because he's got to give those as yellow cards.
I said about 5 minutes ago that the referee wants to be star of the show tonight. I think he might end up being the amount of yellow cards that he's given out.
Well, actually, you're right about him.
Yeah, if anyone's got booking points on their bet slips, then it's probably going to come off with this idiot in charge. But Newcastle have a free kick about 15 yards out from the halfway line on the right-hand side. Elanga and Trippier stood over it a little weirdly. Elanga's moved away. Trippier's going to take, obviously. Oh, it's in, but a nice little attempt of a movement there in behind Frankie Gordon.
Go on, Tonali.
By the way, Tonali's having a great game.
Yeah. Long ball forward towards Dan Burn.
Lovely.
Easily cleared by Manchester United, though. The flick from Mbuemo's put them in trouble, and Newcastle recover. Ramsey on the ball now. Into Tonali. Back to Joe Linton. Nice little touch to get beyond the Man United plays. Took on 3 or 4 there. Come out with the ball. Newcastle holding onto it well. Switch ball from Tonali.
Newcastle playing tiki-taka football is amazing.
Yeah, doing very well. Elanga beats 3 or 4. It's a great cross, and it's come
on, get it! Oh, what happened there? Elanga doing a bit of a Ronaldinho bicycle kicks there.
Yeah, Alanga getting past one or two players, doing really well in the dribble, and the pass was behind him originally from Tonali. Beats his man, gets a crossing, and there's two players there at the front post. Starts off with Harvey Barnes, and I think Dan Burn might get a touch on it again. We're going to see the replay just
By
a
the
bit
way,
here.
Ilanga messed up. He didn't mean to do that.
We can give him the benefit of the doubt. If he did what he meant to do, it probably would end up in Rosehead. So
there you go. Oh, look at Burn now stepping on the ball, man. We got some positive attitudes tonight. To say the
yeah, I'm
least.
not sure where this confidence come from Newcastle, but I'm enjoying it. And Mazraoui now on the ball, getting forward.
No, play on, says the referee.
I'm not sure what's happened there. Lewis Hall and Kobe Mainu both going in there. Looked like both of them connect. Both of them could see they'd connected, but the referee said no. No foul either way. And Man United's going to launch the ball forward now for Šeško. Holds it up well, but forced wide.
Lovely.
Good pressing from Joe Linton, but Mbeumo gets onto it, and it's a shot from Kobe Mainu. It's a great save from Aaron Ramsdale. An absolutely great save from Aaron Ramsdale. Kobe Mainu trying to whip it in at that far post from outside the box. It's a good effort, but Aaron Ramsdale up to it, and that'll get his save percentage up a little bit. Harry Maguire now, though, on the ball, getting forward, which we're seeing a little bit more. But he's lost out. And that's why he doesn't do it very often.
Dan Burn, everybody, all the center backs are trying to play like they're Beckenbauer.
And the pressure on Newcastle is relieved. Mbeumo, let's be a nothing foul on Lewis Hall, but it is a foul. And just showing the replay there of the Mainu shot. Brilliant save from Ramsdale, isn't it, lads?
Yeah, that's a good save.
The one worry about Ramsdale is I don't know how tall he is, but he looks quite small in the goal.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a small player.
Hey, man, the greatest goalkeeper of all time, Casillas, was short as well, man.
Short, yeah.
True.
Leap. If you're good, you're good. That's the thing. He just might not be that good. That's the thing.
Yeah, somehow I don't think Ramsdale's going to have the career of Casillas, but I would love to see it, and what a legend he was. Again, ping-pong sort of football in the midfield, ends with it just being volleyed out to play for a Newcastle throw. But Lewis Hall has got the ball beyond Mbeumo, who's shouldered him down to the floor, and all you hear from the crowd is, "See you later!" Love it. And Newcastle doing pretty well, actually, on the ball. A bit of creativity, a bit of confidence. Looks a different side to what we saw against Everton, I'll tell you that.
But the one worrying thing is that we haven't scored yet, mate. That's the one worry in my head.
Well, that's true. That's very true.
Isn't it?
That's true. Because trust me, fortune is never on our side. If you think about it, they might get lucky and find one in, and we're playing really good. But hey, look at that though, not good.
Yeah, a little bit of a mix-up in communication there between Joe Linton and I think it was Ramsey on the left-hand side with Barnes ahead of him as well, just to pass straight out to play. As we're coming up to the 45-minute mark, Man United have the ball on the left-hand side with Cunha, and it's, again, just so easy for him to get around Kieran Trippier. And Mbeumo, and it's...
Oh, Lord have mercy.
It is somehow not a goal for Manchester United, and Mbeumo about 10 yards out, and I'm not sure if it's a save or a block, but we'll see it in just a moment. Matheus Cunha done brilliantly to get around Trippier. Easy. It's a good shot. It's a terrible shot from Mbeumo. Ramsdale produces a good save from Matheus Cunha, pushes it out. But Mbeumo leaning back, gets under it, and Man United should have took the lead there, lads.
Trippier a couple of years ago, that never happens against him. That's just the legs beginning to go. That, unfortunately, it's sad to see because he's such a good player, and he's had such a good game, but he's just got these moments in him now where he just hasn't got what he used to have to be able to recover in those sort of positions.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And there's 3 minutes added on here. And Anthony Elanga knocks it onto Gordon.
Go on.
Ramsey's in there. Ramsey's brought down by Lemons.
What are you doing?
He's gone down. I'll be honest, it didn't look too
penalty.
much.
Does he give a penalty?
It didn't look like one to me, I would say, but there's 3 minutes added on. VAR's going to take a look at it. What do you think of that, lads?
Well, let's see.
Watching the
Ramsey.
Ooh.
I mean, it is close. That. Let's look at this one. This will be the define. Does his hands touch him?
No,
I mean,
his foot.
I mean, that's that should be enough. That should be enough. And Maguire having an issue with Ramsey. So what's he calling?
I think he dives.
Did the referee give it, or
did he give him a yellow card? Maybe already. He did, didn't he? Yes.
Jacob Ramsey has
a
been
yellow
said.
card. Oh no!
Newcastle United.
Oh no!
The verdict has been that Jacob Ramsey has dived. I didn't see a lot of contact there personally. Second yellow card. And Lamette.
That is unbelievable. No, hold on. That can never be simulation, man. Because the attacker feels the goalkeeper touches legs. He can dive, or he can dive. How can that be a yellow card? Say you don't believe it's a penalty. Say you don't believe it's a penalty, but you cannot send him off.
I think he's gone down without contact. I think he's gone down expecting the contact, and it's foolish from Ramsey, but we see players do it all the time.
But hang on, Michael, I didn't think that I didn't think VR were allowed to make a call in regards to a yellow card. I thought it was just a red card situation or a penalty.
Yeah, well, I think you are right.
It may be the referee, but listen, they got everything in their ear, so they could have told them, look, I think that's a simulation, and it wouldn't be official, VAR involvement, if you will. But that now Newcastle are. See what I'm saying? It's unbelievable. We're playing good, honky dory. We need the goal, and all of a sudden, in extra time or injury time, we're knackered. How did it come to this?
Matthias Cunha in the box there now as well.
Won't make this worse.
I mean, and at
block
this point,
from Joey. Newcastle got a hold on now for half time, haven't they?
Yeah, there's the ship's got a leak on the right side, folks, and you got to put a plug there because Cunha is having a heyday.
Andy Gordon does brilliantly there to win it back.
Lovely.
For Newcastle. Backs against the wall for Newcastle now, but that's just how we like it. Gordon runned into the box. He's brought down.
Oh, that's a penalty.
That's got to
be a penalty, man.
Yes.
So now he's called it. Lord have mercy. Listen, I'm glad the referee is a fool because he didn't even believe. I think Tonali told him to, and he just said, "Yeah, you're right." I mean,
brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Anthony Gordon, though.
Well, VAR will probably get involved. Let's see. But I think it is a penalty. He trips him. Oh,
yeah. It looks like there's a little bit of contact.
Well, I want to see if he's inside the box, though.
Yeah, he's inside the box.
Oh, yeah, that's knee to knee. That's a knock. That's a foul. That's a foul. That's a penalty all day, every day. So, and by the way, don't mess with Don Tonali because he told the referee, you're gonna sleep with the fishes if you don't give this penalty right now. And Gordon will be the one taking it, won't he?
Yeah, Anthony Gordon to take it for Newcastle United. And this game has burst into action. We had 3 minutes of added time. In that time, Jacob Ramsey has been sent off. Newcastle down to 10 men, and now they have a penalty with Anthony Gordon to take. And he did brilliantly to win it as well, it must be said.
We need this. We need this penalty. We're in dire needs now.
Come on, Gordon.
Anthony Gordon, Newcastle. Wait in anticipation.
He looks confident.
Anthony Gordon to take. Lamens on his line. 10 men of Newcastle on the shoulders for this brief moment. Anthony Gordon steps up and he scores!
Yes!
Yeah!
Confidently blown by Anthony Gordon. His penalty record for Newcastle is very, very good. The only scene missing at Newcastle United in front, despite being down to 10 men, and that's the reaction that Newcastle wanted. That's the reaction that Newcastle needed, and it's well deserved on this first half, isn't it, lads?
Yeah, I mean, it was well deserved. Well deserved. It was a penalty. I don't believe that was a yellow card, second yellow card. So, but Newcastle now. Ooh, wow, that was close. That was too close for comfort. That with his toenails, he clipped his toenails the night before, and that's a problem. And so you've got to. Now you're in a position that you need to be. I mean, obviously, at least with the man down. And you have to capitalize, because if we give in, that's just going to be another lead, another game, the same thing over and over. So we need to make sure. And War Kid is sad. I'm gutting for him, but I'm happy that we're winning. So that's all that matters at this point in time. And yeah, there you go.
It would have been Bruno Fernandes who made the foul as well, and he hasn't been yellow carded yet.
He hasn't been yellow carded. That's incredible. That.
Yeah, so it wouldn't have been a second yellow either way. But Man United kicking off now. It's Brian Mbeumo and Luke Shaw who are both on the yellows. But Newcastle could feel hard done by, but they're going to, well, if they can hold on for more than they did against Everton, they could go in 1-0 up at half time, but we'll see how it goes. Crossed in, now deep. And Trippier's headed it out. Probably should have just gone straight back to the goalkeeper, that one. But Tonali wins it back into Anthony Gordon. And Newcastle are on the break once again.
But this Gordon Newcastle tiki-taka is unbelievable.
Newcastle playing really well here. Out to Harvey Barnes on the left-hand side. 2 men on him, but he gets through them.
Lovely.
Cleared ball the way back to Joe Linton. And it's...
Wow. No.
Gordon kind of goes down a little bit softly, and Manchester United are breaking here with Mateus Cunha. And
get out of here, man!
Down.
What the heck was that, man? You see how he fell? It's like a Ric Flair flop, that man.
Another, and it's another foul on the left.
Oh, give up! This is comedy now, man. What are they doing? What's Man United doing now, man?
What
barely
was
gets
that?
touched.
That's not a
That was nothing. That's a yellow card right there. Unbelievable, man. See, now you're getting into a problem where Man United are going to be in a situation where they're starting to do that. They're starting to simulate. They might do that in the penalty box as well. So now you're in a position that's not good. So the referee is rubbish, man.
Yeah, it's been a poor game for him. And Fernandes here standing over the free kick. Hands up. It's going to be whipped in. It's hit the near post and it's in. It's an equaliser for Manchester United in the 53rd minute of the first half. Casemiro heads home at the near post. And just as Newcastle did against Everton, they've conceded almost immediately after scoring. And it's another poor, well, you can see a poor reaction, but Manchester United, all the free kicks they'd want, all they have to do is ask and they'll get it.
May I just say that War Kid didn't celebrate, so, but, I mean, it's just criminal. I mean, all Newcastle fans in the stadium and here, clearly, absolutely gutted. But, I mean, how does he, who was supposed to be marking him? Lewis Hall? No, it was Lewis Hall.
Just as an interesting fact, in the background behind Carrick, there is a player we used to see on the bench at Newcastle, Jonathan Woodgate.
Oh, he was. Oh, yeah, that's his. Yeah, there you go. That's his one of his coaches, and his brother as well, who was managing in Newcastle, one of the academy coaches, and also went with Carrick to Borough. But all Toon fans in the house for Man United at the moment. But regardless. This is no good, man.
Half-time, by the way, guys. Half-time.
Well, it is halftime. It is halftime in the game, of course. I'll tell you what, since I'm here. Well, no, never mind. We'll see your comments as well, because we're gonna open up the phone line in the match reaction, so you can call in and have your say. But I don't know what to make of this, man, because again, we get into the situation where we are playing good. I like the tiki-taka style football that we're playing right now. It's just insane. I don't understand, and it proves that we do have players to play possession-based football. We just got to do it. We did it tonight. One-touch football. It looks marvelous, but if you don't score, it's nothing. It means nothing. And again, I think that was not a second yellow, in my opinion. I think it was too harsh, because that means anybody can just feel contact and go down, as it is football, because it would never in the history of football are you going to call a penalty for a guy that doesn't go down. It doesn't happen. If you smash me, if you punch me in the chin and I don't go down, it's never going to be called a penalty. It's just that simple, right? And I'm exaggerating, obviously, but it's just everybody goes down. So to call that a second yellow and send somebody off for it, I'm not buying that. But it happened. So now you got a penalty. That also happened. You scored. You're 1 up. You've got to do better, man. You surely can't. And as I was saying, we fell into their plan as well, because they were just flopping all over the place. They were flopping all over the place, and the referee is so weak and so rubbish. He just gave him a free kick there for them to score. It's not good.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those asking how there was 9 minutes, obviously the red card happens 45 plus 1. 45 plus 6 is when Gordon scores the penalty. And then I think that free kick was literally the last moment of the play, unfortunately. But once again, Newcastle United score and concede immediately afterwards. And it just isn't good enough at this level. You're under enough pressure playing Premier League football to not have to concede straight away after every goal. And that's, it's happened not just recently, it's happened throughout the season. We've seen it pretty regularly. We don't react well to our own goals. And it's a difficult one, but 10 men against Manchester United at home. The crowd's absolutely fired up now. How do you see the second half going?
Well, Boki, give me your thoughts on the first half.
I think in regards to the first half, it was a really harsh red card, wasn't it? Let's be honest. I think even if you're sort of a neutral fan, you don't want to see that happen, because it basically just sometimes ruins the game. If we'd got into half time with a 1-0 lead after Gordon's penalty, then potentially then we've got something to keep hold of. I do worry about the second half in regards to how many games we've played, and the fact that the players are going to be tired anyway. I think Eddie's in-game management here is going to be a massive thing to watch, and hopefully he gets it right on this occasion. And just to see as well, unfortunately, Ramsey's now suspended for the Man City game at the weekend. So,
just one thing
that will lose him from that.
Just one thing that's pointed out by journalist Jonah Croden, who has spotted something I didn't notice. Ramsey doesn't actually even claim for a foul. How is it simulation if he doesn't claim for the foul? Which simulation is you're trying to con the referee out of it. And
that's exactly the point.
Around it going, ref! But it hasn't.
Well, that's exactly the point. What's the fine line? You might trip with your own feet. How am I trying to con anybody if I trip over my own feet and just fall down? That's why the fine line. It's very difficult. And by the way, this referee, if you look at his body language, he's looking around. He's lost. He's listening to his linesman. Somebody's telling him he dove. He simulated. He doesn't have the conviction to do. Even when he called the penalty, he just stood there for 5 seconds until Tonali told him it was a penalty. He called it. So you can tell this guy has zero convictions, and he's just been. And that wasn't that foul right there at the end where they scored. I don't even think that was a foul at all, man. So,
but lad, we could see this coming from this referee. I said a few times during the first half, this referee wants to be centre of attention here, and he certainly proved to be that now, hasn't he? He's made some strange decisions during that game. Some of the yellow cards they've got. I think the one thing that we hope is that he's got it in his head now. He has to level things up, and at some point he sends a Man United player off as well.
Yeah,
we can pray, can't we? Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, mate.
I was just going to say, before we go into it, just go through the latest scores on the doors in the Premier League, because there's some big results happening at the moment. Aston Villa 4-1 down at home to Chelsea. A hat-trick from João Pedro, seeing the Aston Villa off there. Arsenal still 1-0 up against Brighton. 1-0 down against West Ham. That could be the 3 points that West Ham need to change the momentum. But if they were trying to change the momentum on Nottingham Forest are drawing 2-2 at the Etihad. Rodri had put Manchester City in the league lead, and Nottingham Forest equalised, where he's one of our own, Elliot Anderson. So some big results there in regards to the table. Some shocks.
War Kid.
Let's hope Newcastle can pull off another.
War Kid, it sure is doing well over there as well. Some of the comments out there from the chat are a bit, listen, the people are not enjoying, clearly, some of the things that are going on there, but it is what it is. And Christina Cage, he's made he's made more points in here than his team. That comment went through. We're gonna get into the comments there. Sorry. Let me go with some chats here. Trippier had a good game. Trippier, Lord have mercy. Well, listen, I'm not going to blame Trippier either. I think it's just father time. It's undefeated, and Cunha is just unbelievable. There's no way of keeping Cunha in front of him. You can't blame Trippier. I mean, he's the only one that can play in that position right now, and unfortunately, he's just hasn't done a good job. So maybe we need to cater a little bit on that side, and should have shown a little more support. To be fair, nothing really dangerous happened from that end. Well, it actually did. One that Ramsdale saved. Ramsdale has saved us as well, twice at least, in this particular game, and so things are happening. But now Newcastle are in an uphill battle, because now you're a man down. What are you supposed to do? As we look at the highlights here, ladies and gents, I mean, look at that. Aston Villa, as you were mentioning, Michael, and good evening, celebrating Mr. Good Evening out there. And, well, I mean, I guess this is a result that helps us. Villa needs to win, but Chelsea ends up scoring. But nothing matters. Nothing will help Newcastle United unless we actually win a game. So it's just, we've got to do our job here. Chipper, the worst player on the pitch, this battle axe. Queen of Hearts out there as well. Thank you very much. Spursy, keep it friendly, mate. Keep it friendly. I know you're bantering, but if you're about to get relegated, you shouldn't be bantering anybody anyway. MT, too many mistake passes like the one from Ilanga that caused Ramsey's first yellow. Well, Ilanga, you would say, has been somewhat good or looking sharp. However, his final passing has been horrendous, because remember those two crosses, Boki, that he gave Barnes. Like, he had to make Barnes run and get the ball, and it's just, instead of just being accurate. And the one ball that he did well, where he did, I don't think he meant to do it. I was looking at his feet. His feet meant like he was trying to do something else, and it just he shinned it, I guess, towards Danburn.
Ask you guys a quick question on that. Why are we all of a sudden asking Elanga to put crosses into the box in the air when we haven't got a tall striker in there? So you haven't got a Voltemorta in there. Gordon's not known for scoring with his head. Why we're asking him to put those in? Why aren't we just telling him to fire them across the front of the box?
It's just who we are, mate.
Well, there you go.
That's just who we are, mate. That's just who we are.
That's just who we are. It is. Just a Geordie there saying, Michael, 100%. I've seen the replay as well as the commentators on the match even said, "What's going on?" It's just been all over the place. I don't know. This referee certainly is losing it. I'm blind. I'm deaf. I want to be a ref, says Tobias Matson. There you go.
Proves it.
Queenie, I'm apoplectic with this referee. I mean, a lot of people complaining about the referee, of course. He's not having a good game out there. But at the end of the day, though, lads, it seemed like Man United, this was their game plan after the red card, after the penalty they gave away. They were just flopping all over the place, and we fell for it. We fell for it. And to be fair, we can also take a look at that goal. What actually happened? Because I usually try to defend Ramsdale. It just felt like it was right. It almost feels like with Ramsdale, it's right there where you feel like he should have saved it. You know what I mean? Like it's literally right next to him. But I mean, I don't know. I may be wrong. I may be unfair, but I'm just saying. It's an odd situation, and of course, the players that are playing terrific are Sandro Tonali. Joe Linton has had a good game, although he ended up a bit dodgy in certain areas. I mean, that yellow as well, not the first yellow that he got. You can argue whether he should have gotten that or not, and Tonali had to, pull him around. Says, just shut up, man. You know what I mean? We're gonna be a man down soon, and surely enough, that ends up happening minutes later. So
100%. He's potentially lucky not to be red carded with that sarcastic reaction as well, and Newcastle could be in a worse position. So yeah, as you say, credit to Tonali for pulling him away. Yeah, I've been impressed with a couple of players, but you're completely right. Well, actually, doesn't matter what I think. There's a super chat in there right now. The league is dirty, man. Super Sam, thank you very much, good pal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, mate,
for your super chat. But yeah, I've been impressed with a couple of players. Hall was doing okay, but that I think being caught at the near post for the corner, well, from the free kick as well for their goal. I think a lot of people will probably look more on the negative side of that. But I've been quite impressed with Gordon in the central role. I don't think he's done massive amounts to say you've got to play a striker, but for a winger who is playing as a striker, I think he's done pretty well. Still need two more though.
Yeah. It was very true.
Can I just ask a quick question around the sending off? Was it done correctly in regards to the referee waited for VAR to make the decision before giving Ramsey the second yellow card? Should he have given the second yellow card on the understand that he thought he had dived, because obviously he didn't give the penalty on field? So if that was the case, then obviously it was he dived, and then should the VAR have either said, yes, you're right, it's not a penalty and you've made the right call. But should he have, because can referees wait till after the VAR decision before giving a yellow card? My understanding was they should make the decision on the pitch.
Well, the thing with this referee is he just waits, and I don't know what he waits. It makes you think that somebody's talking to him in his ear. Other than that, why would he wait so long to make a decision?
Yeah. He didn't make a decision at all, did he? It was like he was waiting for someone to tell him in his ear what happened, and it's a real concern for the rest of the game, because you can see there's he's given Man United everything really that he could, particularly the two big moments, that last free kick and the goal. But we've got another gifted membership in there, so let's talk about
gifted membership there. Mighty Mad Gift, thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much for gifting membership, and it has gone to Animal Lecter. Animal, welcome to the membership club. Hopefully you enjoy your well, it's not your first. You've been a member before. I'm assuming you canceled it, but enjoy your membership and consider renewing it if you can at the end of the free trial. Enjoy exclusive content, of course. The Jordy Bias of Premier League show Monday through Thursday, except on match days, and you can enjoy the player ratings as well, and the Friday Neat show on demand. So many other things that you can enjoy. Anyway, I mean, where do we go from here? What do we do? I'm sure I'm assuming that the lads are going to be walking out soon. As a matter of fact, right there, walking out now. Anthony Gordon. I don't foresee any substitutions, but it's going to be a difficult game now trying to win this one. We need the win once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Newcastle have got to set up to defend a bit more in this second half. Got to be structurally sound, shall we say, particularly at the back. And we say there's no changes. Joe Willock.
There is a change.
On.
Oh, well, of course, Joe Willock.
Harvey Barnes, wasn't it?
Was that Harvey? Was it? I didn't quite catch
I think it was
number.
Harvey Barnes.
I would have taken out Elanga, but I mean, maybe Elanga with the pace.
Yeah, definitely two pacey players up front, but Newcastle making sure they've got that three in midfield. It's going to be a 4-3-2 probably up front. And we're about to kick off once again. Newcastle kicking off now, facing the Gallagher. and we are off. A long ball straight away from Nick Pope. Launched forward, but it's just straight to Man United feet. But Newcastle still pressing and still being busy and winning the ball back, which is exactly what you want to see. Out wide to Trippier. The Beatty's man coming inside, but the pass to Alanga isn't great. But it's Willock who picks it up. Does well then, beats his man, and the ball goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle. Nice little move there to start the half. Newcastle showing a bit of intent to get the ball forward. Doesn't look like we're going to rest on our laurels here.
Has Alanga gone up front? Has he gone with Willock on the right, Alanga up front with Gordon on the left?
There's a good chance he's gone up top.
Yeah.
Elanga. Well, I think they're going to play with technically two strikers, right? Elanga and Gordon, as you mentioned. I mean, maybe. I mean, we got to be careful not to just do this pressing just to do it, because we got a man down. So we can't be caught with our pants down and all of a sudden we lose 4-0, 4-1.
Yeah, 100%. If this goes, going on to lose this game, we said a draw wouldn't be enough. In these circumstances, I think people would accept a draw if, it's 11v11, and they wouldn't have accepted a draw at 45 minutes on the clock. But I think 1-1, I think everyone would be happy with that.
Yeah.
But into midfield, Newcastle had a chance to break away there. Anthony Gordon losing out. But Alanga and Gordon sort of rotating in that top position. Newcastle very narrow. That fiver, basically a five in midfield, dropping at times. Man United on the ball, going to try and get it forward, but Trippier does well. But a good chance there to try and get in behind with Cunha, but Man United didn't take it, and it just goes back again. A little bit more intent here from Man United, a little bit more direct, and they've got down the right-hand side here with Mbuemo up against Lewis Hall. He whips it in. The cross is basically similar to what you've seen from Anthony Alanga over the rest of the day. Terrible, and it's out of play. But yeah, we mentioned bringing Barnes off instead of Alanga. Do you think that'll end up being the right call?
Well, I think that we could have used. Well, yes, but I mean, we could have used somebody with that, because Elanga can have all the pace in the world, but I mean, when it comes to thinking, I think we need thinkers, man. But I mean, we shall see if that's going to be a problem. But
long kick forward now from Ramsdale. Newcastle launching it long. But to be honest, that might be what helps us when we started doing it against Liverpool start of the season. It was pretty effective. But in that position, we had 10 men as well. In fact, we've had some of our better performances when been down to 10 and against backs against the wall this season. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see a Louis Hall over a throw-in right here. Deep into the Man United half. And Taylor's going to try and get himself down the wing, but it's easily defended by Manchester United, and they're going to come away. And Newcastle backing off as Sheshko gets the ball. You don't want to see that. He's not going into, and it's a good tackle from Joe Willock to intercept there. Willock's been busy since coming on. Looks decent, but it's at Ramsdale's feet and not a lot going on around him, to be honest. But it's launched long, and Joe Linton picks up the second ball. Newcastle have a free kick as Anthony Gordon goes down under the tackle of Mazraoui, who, I'll be honest, has made 4 or 5 fouls, it feels like, so far, and unpunished at the minute.
Unpunished.
Definitely. And I think that's a worse foul than some of the others that we've seen on the pitch. So there's no consistency from this referee whatsoever today.
No, definitely not. Well, there is consistency, just a consistency
Consistent
in terrible
Yep.
decisions. But Newcastle have a free kick and a chance to launch it into the box, which they don't take. It's launched to Alanga for some reason. That can't have been the plan there, and Man United are going to come away with it. But Willock does well once again to pick up a loose ball into Trippier. And Newcastle are going to try and build again. Tonali with a lovely bit of move there to get in between two Man United players and break through. It's a poor pass to try and find Anthony Gordon. And now Mazraoui can break. Getting Man United forward. Fight over to the left-hand side. 2v1 here. Will it getting back to even up the numbers? And it's a poor pass.
Oh, lovely.
From Matheus Cunha, and it's out for a Newcastle United goal kick. They're the moments we've got to be thoughtful of. Man United have the man advantage. Getting a man over on the left-hand side could be very dangerous, particularly in the next 10-15 minutes for Newcastle.
On a big positive, we don't look like a team that's playing with 10 men. You can't say they're overrun and we're not having any possession of the ball. It's still us that have got the possession of the ball in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, completely. We look like a decent team. We don't look like a team that's out of form, but why is it took Man United coming to town for us to turn up? Which is the question I think many will be asking.
Well, that's the problem, that's said multiple times, that we only turn up for these games as opposed to every game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long ball forward from Ramsdale once again. Man United are cleaning them up easily. Newcastle don't really have that focal point up front in regards to launching the ball forward, but Joe Linton's picked it up in midfield, knocks it back to Chow. Finds Trippier on this right-hand side, whose pass is cut out and out for a Newcastle throw. Once again, 50 minutes into the game at St James's Park, Newcastle 1, Manchester United 1, but Newcastle playing with 10 men after Jacob Ramsey was controversially shown a second yellow for diving in that first half. Throw in taken, and Newcastle just going to play it back. Keep a little bit of possession. Ramsdale coming out of his area to make it that sort of 11th man, should we say. Out wide to Trippier. Great little ball into him, into Alanga. Not many players forward for Newcastle, though, and this is going to be the problem when they get forward. Trippier into Joe Linton. He's going to hold it up a little bit. Does well to find Trippier.
Go on.
Crossed in.
Come on.
It's found Tonali. First touch drops it down for Gordon. Gordon gets a shot away, and it's pretty much straight elements, but it's a decent enough save. We've seen those fumbled by Newcastle goalkeepers this season, but nice little move there from Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, that idea with his left foot wasn't going to be strong, but I guess that's all we can hope for at this moment with the man down. So we just got to be smart and try to capitalize when we get the opportunity to.
Yeah, absolutely. Bogey's made a good point earlier, and it's ringing true even more here. Newcastle don't look like the team that's down to 10 men. At this present moment, Newcastle bossing the ball. Joe Willock there slightly overruns it. Little bit of a deflection through, and it's gone out for a goal kick to Manchester United. And a little bit of confirmation there as well. Manchester City have been held by Nottingham Forest, and Arsenal have beaten Brighton. A massive weekend this could be in the title race. But in the race for Champions League and mid-table for Newcastle, it still remains 1-1 here. And Man United have the ball round the back. They're just going to pass it around, try and create a little bit of space for their wing-backs to get forward at this point. But Alanga pressing really well on Luke Shaw, and he's won the ball back.
Man.
Brilliant from Alanga into Joe Linton, and he's fouled by Casemiro, who somehow actually isn't on a yellow card as well. I was thinking Bogey was giving me a wave there.
Bokey's fans want him to acknowledge them.
I understand. It's fine.
There you go.
But yes, Newcastle United free kick there, and not in a massively dangerous position, but one where you'll expect Trippier to whip it into the back post on the right hand side, or play it short to Dante Alanga with the expectation that he'll do the same. I mean, Dan Burn and Malik Chow in there. It's got to go in the box, lads, hasn't it?
100%.
Well, yeah, we can't mess around with these at all.
Any opportunities like these are massive when you're down to 10 men.
It is whipped in, and it's immediately given as a Manchester United free kick. Not sure how much contact there was, but with Dan Burn around, there usually is a bit. Yeah, Dan Burn comes in, both hands on the back of Harry Maguire, and
I don't understand why he's got to touch him. Don't touch him.
Need to at all. You know what Manchester United are going to do. They're going to go down under every single bit of contact they can, and it's within their right to do so. But the referee's just going to give it every single time if you give them those situations. Man United have the ball in and about the halfway line. Luke Shaw knocking it back. Again, Manchester United just looking to control the ball a little bit more here. Not as directed, as creative as what we saw at the start of the half, but they're realising they're going to have a little bit more of the ball, and they can't play at the pace we did, certainly for the first 5 minutes and at a time. But a little bit of a movement where you thought they might have got in behind, but Dan Burn heads it up well, and it's a clearance into Joe Linton on the edge of the Newcastle box. He's found Joe Willock, who's got a bit of time and space, a little bit of a turn, and Newcastle still under a little bit of pressure. It's still in our third, but Man United not pressing as much as what you'd maybe expect. It's a long ball out to Trippier. It's a great ball as well. It finds him into Willock. Trippier with a bit more of a direct ball into the final third for Elanga. Not much up there with him. Maybe could have played in Anthony Gordon, but he's just held onto the ball and got Lewis Hall into play. It's ended up back at Elanga. Is he going to drive at his man on this left-hand side? No, he's going to knock it back for Joe Linton. Newcastle on the ball a little bit more here. A little bit of just holding on to it, slowing the tempo of the game. And to be honest, I don't think, as much as the Newcastle United crowd will want them to just burst forward, I haven't got any problems with it at all. And it's a ball in behind here on the right-hand side for Joe Willock. Ooh. And he's knocked it. It is a good...
Oh, let's make something happen.
Kobe Manu. Yeah,
let's make something happen, man.
You've got
I think we have to say Joe Willock's been decent since he's come on. He's been...
Yeah.
He's been good defensively and going forward.
Yeah, I think coming on, he's been one of the reasons why it's not feeling like we've got 10 men, because it's whether we're going forward or we're going back, he always seems to be there. We'll see how it is in 20, 30 minutes when that engine sort of runs out, but it's the right decision, I think, to bring him on based on this first 10, 15 minutes. Newcastle with the corner here. All the players running to the edge of the to the edge of the box. A little bit of a new set piece routine here for Newcastle. We'll see how it goes. Let's hope it doesn't hit the first man. And whipped in. It hasn't hit the first man. It's deep. Joe Linton hits him almost on the wrong side of the head. Misjudges it a little bit under pressure. And it's gone all the way back out to Ramsdale. And it's lofted forward. Willock's won the header. I don't think Dan Burn was expecting it, being the only man in the box. It's out for a Newcastle United throw in. Willock holding his face there. Looks like he's got a little bit of an arm to the face. But Newcastle United there just holding on to it. And they're going to knock it back just to retain a little bit of possession. Keep the tempo down. Play it at our pace, not at Manchester United's.
Who got sent off asks Cloud Cuckoo Ramsey for simulating. I didn't think it was a penalty, but I didn't think it was a second yellow, but some do, so subjective. But yeah, it was Ramsey getting sent off for Newcastle United. And another foul being called in favor of Man United.
Yeah, I'd love to see the foul tally for Newcastle United, because it's got to be into the 10s now. Man United also making a double substitution here. Manuel Ugarte looking to come on as one of those, but Man United going to break here on the right-hand side. It's back to Mazraoui. It's into Kobe Manu infield. Very slow from Manchester United, very methodical. Looking to break Newcastle down in this kind of scenario. Luke Shaw on the ball, but you're not going to do much with those slow, short passes. Needs to be a little bit quick and a little bit nippier if you're Man United. Like that, little bit of touches in between, little flicks. But it's not going anywhere as it stands. But there's gaps forming because Newcastle are coming out and they're not getting back in. Matthias Cunha in there. It's a great interception from Louis Hall, and he tried to be three players, slight tackle, and took the ball back, and it meant that he'd lost out.
Oh, be careful! Oh my God!
Oh no!
What is going on here, man? What did we just do there? We give it
sneak behind. Somehow just kicked it out of play. Tried to cross to nobody, but it's a brilliant pass from Bruno Fernandes behind Malik Chow. Mbuemo tries to cross it. Malik Chow gets there, and then on the rebound, Mbeumo just tries to loft it, potentially over Ramsdale, but it just hasn't worked out for them. And Man United's double substitution starts with Manuel Ugarte coming on for Luke Shaw and Diego Dallo coming on for Casemiro. So it will be Dallo for Shaw and Ugarte for Casemiro, which will give Man United a little bit more running room. And to be honest, it's needed because it's a little bit slow from both sides, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the way he snuck behind Chow, I mean, you could like Chow and Burns' facial expressions. They were terrified, yeah, we got lucky on that one. Harry Mogg in the chat says, question, as a Bournemouth fan, do you rate Eddie Howe still, or can we have him back in the summer after Areola goes? And I'm sure many of them will ship him with priority tags on back down south.
Give us an address, and I'll give us an address, and I'll pay for the Uber myself for him to get down there, mate.
Yeah, I think it is more 50-50 than what you'll find on the call right now. But yeah, it's, to be honest, I think a lot of Newcastle fans would be happy to see a new regime come in, shall we say, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, no, but you see, Ilanga there having to find those balls, it's going to be impossible, doesn't it?
It's impossible.
We don't have
Why play a long ball to Ilanga?
Yeah,
or even Gordon for that sake, but certainly not Ilanga.
Yeah, absolutely. And Manchester United is going to pick up the ball time and time again, and they've tried to play a little 1-2 move there, but it has just gone straight through to Aaron Ramsdale. And the action is so captivating, they've gone to a bored-looking Alan Shearer on the sidelines. That tells you just how slow the
another
pace
war
of the
kid
second half has been.
Yep.
Another war kid, yeah.
I think
I keep
it sitting next to him as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
it
must be. I keep it balanced. I keep my convictions, man. I don't nitpick. They're both war kids.
Yeah, absolutely. A few war kids in the team for Newcastle as well. Newcastle with a throw in at the moment. And the ball, I was going to say the ball is in play, but it's just thrown in now to Malik Chow. It's back to Aaron Ramsdale. Newcastle again, just going to try and recycle the play here. Try and get over the other side of the pitch and create something. But again, Newcastle down to 10, so they're not going to have that kind of space that Man United might find. And it ends with Ramsdale just launching it forward. And again, it's a launch forward to Trippier and Elanga on the right-hand side. And that's never going to work. But it has ended up with Newcastle getting a throw in a pretty dangerous position. And Elanga's just running behind. He's being held there by the Man United.
There you go.
That's a foul. That is a foul, 100%. Mazraoui, another foul. This one, the worst of the lot. And of course, the referee hasn't gone to his... I think he actually is.
That's a bad
one. Hey, that's a bad one, but I want to know if it's inside the penalty box. I mean, just to double check. No, it wasn't. No, I mean,
outside.
But I mean, from the other look, it looked like he was in the box. But yeah. I mean, that was a bad one, really. That's
yeah. And Mazraoui's been yellow carded for it, so I'll give the referees due there. He has finally given Mazraoui that yellow, and considering he's made quite a few fouls, I'm not surprised. And it's a good. I wouldn't be surprised to see him potentially come off and Newcastle target him for the next 10 minutes or so, trying to even up the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Byrne going out there having a word and says, Gordon shouldn't even be there, man. This is not an opportunity to shoot at goal, and he's not good. So it should be just the clever folks, Tonali or Trippier. Trippier, you can tell. I mean, sometimes Trippier is neither here nor there, but
it's the wrong foot for Gordon to shoot a goal from there as well, isn't it? To be a left footer to shoot.
So Tonali in charge.
Come on, a decent ball, Tonali.
For Newcastle. It's whipped in towards the back post.
Lovely.
And
How can nobody have...
It's...
Nobody...
There's a
handball. Handball appeal.
Well, they're going to look at VAR, ladies and gents.
Newcastle
handball.
There's a lot of players appealing for this.
Right now it's a corner. Let's see.
And not for
you're talking about Mainu.
I mean,
well, I don't know, but It's a
I think
W.
Champions
can't see
League,
this
that's a
being given.
penalty, isn't it?
Yeah, Champions League, they'll give anything if it brushes a finger while it's right next to the arm and right next to the leg. Sorry, they'd give that, but I don't think they're giving that in the Premier League, to be honest. But they are having a good look at it, and it's been
I
checked
don't know
and
if it's a
cleared.
handball.
And the announcement going through there to St James's Park and a collective groan.
Yeah, it's not going to be a.
But Newcastle United, a little bit of pressure going on the opposition now, and it certainly doesn't feel like Newcastle have got that. Well, Man United have the man advantage right now. We've got to be very, very careful from these kind of situations because Man United can hit us in the brick.
Come on.
Oh,
Come
it's
on.
in behind
Gordon!
Oh, you didn't.
It's a great chance for
great.
Newcastle United from the corner. Everyone goes near post. Anthony Gordon, the space is there. He gets off Kobe Mainoo. He's
Oh my
4
goodness! How did
5
he miss
yards
that?
out.
That
And
wasn't an
he
easy
just gets
chance,
it.
to be fair.
It wasn't.
No,
it wasn't
it's
an
a
easy,
bouncing
but
ball.
he was by himself to position himself better, though. I don't know, but I mean, I'm not gonna judge him too much on it, although it is a
Put it
W.
this way: if he wants to be a striker, he's got to be putting those away. As a winger, you can sit there and go, yeah, fair enough. But a good
Exactly.
striker would put them away time after time. Shearer,
Right, there you
even
go.
in his, yeah, there we go. Shearer, even in his current form, would probably be back. Well, he probably wouldn't have got there, but he would have been putting in the back of the net. And
Yeah,
Man
yeah,
United now on the ball.
Imagine Shearer missing that as liquid metal, man. Well, there you go. No, but though you've got to at least be on point, on target, man.
It needed a left foot. It needed a left footer, to be fair, because he was on his wrong foot on that side. If it had been a left footer going into that, then there's all a chance that it's a goal.
Yeah, but it remains the case that the best chance of the second half has felt to Newcastle United. And
Oh
it was
yeah,
a good
we're
performance
holding
by
our
the
own,
10
no
men.
doubt about that.
Yeah, but Man United have the ball on the box now and have all the ability to change that. On the right-hand side here, Dallo, is he going to be able to whip it in? No, he's just going to knock it back to Mainoo into Mazraoui. Again, it's just nice. It's at a pretty slow pace. This should suit Newcastle down to the ground. They're just passing it outside and around the box. And it's eventually going to end up being crossed in. But Cunha's got it on this left-hand side now. And it's a hand to the face of Kieran Trippier, who's gone down. And you could hear the scream there as well. I said it was going to end up with a cross. No, it's going to end up with a Newcastle United free kick. And there's no real malice in it. But
No.
a lot of hands to the face in this game, aren't there?
Well, he chinned him, though. That's... I'm just saying, man. You give him a little love there.
Yeah, if that happened to you, if you go to the club and someone does that to you, your mates are taking
Oh,
pictures and videos all night long, and you're not showing your face the next day.
We're throwing hands first, though. We're throwing hands.
I think this game's maybe showing what Eddie Howe thinks of his two strikers he's got on the bench, Wissa and Masula, because we're coming up to the 70 minutes. Exactly, we're coming up to the 70 minutes. You know, as a manager, would you not want to think that you could bring one of those on to help hold the ball up front?
Well, to be fair, Ilanga should probably come off now and put Wissa in. That should technically be the situation what you go to, because Wissa should have pace, and he can play with Gordon maybe and possibly do something there. But he's not doing it. He's not doing it. So.
Just to say as well, this result gets Man United into the top 3. If they stick with the draw, they get top 3 now.
It's insane, that, man.
Yeah.
It's insane. And this is not a manager bounce, man. This has got nothing to do with that, man. This is way over now, that phase. This is a good team that's believing in what the manager is telling them to.
100%.
It's just the way it is. Walk in!
We do need to start making changes now, because they are beginning to get a little bit more of a foothold into the game.
That's true.
We are a little bit.
Joe Linton, be careful.
Joe Linton, maybe a little bit lucky there, but he pulled out of the tackle at the last minute. The ball went to the edge of the box, into his feet. His first touch takes the ball back into the box. Brian Mbeumo running onto it. But Joe Linton just sort of pulls out of it. And if Mbeumo had gone down there, I don't think there would have been any doubt that he would have been joining Jacob Ramsey for an early bath because that would have been simulation.
Hey,
as well,
wait,
but
time out
well
of it.
done.
Because it's Liquid Metalman says, if Carrick is any sort of real Geordie, he'll throw this.
And you know what? He's right.
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Yeah.
Ball's out on the right hand side. Newcastle have got another throw in here after a bit of poor touch from Diego Dallo as he tried to put it down the line. Obviously, Man United have made their changes. Nothing looking like it's coming from Newcastle United. Still a little bit of time, maybe one eye on Manchester City as well. But as Bogey was saying, it's you're looking at it now and you're thinking we're starting to get a little bit leggy.
Look at that. 3 straight home losses for Newcastle United, having lost. Well, the thing went away. Is that right? 3 straight home losses? No, we didn't, because Carabao. Well, I guess they don't count Premier League. They only count Premier League. So that would be Everton. Well, we're not losing tonight.
Villa,
so I don't know what
Brentford.
Yeah.
Was that the last 3 in the Premier League? Oh my God, it feels like ages ago.
I feel like Liverpool was just before that as well, was it not? So it would have been 4.
Well, no, Liverpool was beginning of the season at home.
Oh yes,
so
It was at Anfield, wasn't it? Yeah.
Consecutive, they're talking about. So
yeah.
Well, that's why this thing about under the lights, mighty win. Remember the whole thing about yesterday, win, talking about under the lights, the electric work and the electrician. You know, he was man of the match and all that crap. Well, what happened? What happened under the lights, man? You have to perform. It's simple.
Just to see a Sula with Murphy and Wissa were all warming up there, so I'm about to see some changes.
Well, hopefully so. We need to switch something up. But again, it's a very touchy subject because you don't wanna just attack regardless of the defense. Be careful.
No.
Man United just took a free kick in there, and there was a little bit of a kerfuffle inside the box, but Newcastle have managed to get it clear. Probably the 3rd or 4th time of trying, but again, Man United just recycling it here on the right-hand side. And, pass from Maguire was nearly cut out by Willock, but it's found its way to Bruno Fernandes, and it was a lovely outside the football. Not quite as good as the ones we've seen the better Bruno do, but a lovely ball aimed into Šeško, and he just couldn't get on the end of it. Dangerous moments again for Man United.
Yeah, they're beginning to get the massive foothold in the game onto they're the team that are attacking now, and it does look now that we are playing as a 10-man team.
Yeah. Well, listen, to be fair, we are doing, under the circumstances, decent. The problem is, lads, we are in a situation where we can't afford to just, let's just draw this, call it a day. We're not in that position. That when you're so inconsistent in the league and you disregard leads after lead, then you're in this position where you can't afford to just draw this game. You got to try to do something to get points. I mean, mind you can go with the 3rd. That's insane, that, man. I can't believe that.
And a lovely ball forward there from Man United. Lovely little triangle. Tried to get in behind Lewis Hall. Dan Burn with a sliding tackle on.
And the Geordie, the roar.
The Geordie roar behind Dan Burn there. And given how he was played last week, he'll love to hear that behind him because he's been much better today than we were seeing in the last 2 games, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looked a lot fitter, hasn't he? He's obviously had a little bit of time to rest up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Corno came in from Man United. It's resettled at the edge of the box. It's a lovely chance. And
oh, my goodness gracious.
Great save once again by Aaron Ramsdale.
Good save.
Yep, absolutely fantastic save. Ball came out of Fernandes on the outside the D. Curled cross in. Lenny Yoro from point blank range. Good save by Ramsdale. Sorry, Chris, what were you going to say?
No, that Ramsdale, there's one thing that's proven tonight that he needs to be starting against Man City.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I feel like
100%,
that would have been
100%,
pushed
Chris.
straight out to
but I guarantee you he won't.
Pope was in.
Because of what Eddie Howe said before the game.
Come on, Eddie, we need to start.
Yeah.
We need to start seeing some changes here. We need to get some fresh legs on this pitch.
Yeah. I don't know where the changes are, but it doesn't look like help's coming.
yeah, we're a bit knackered, and you know, especially up front, these players don't want to run no more.
No.
I'm not sure what else you can do in midfield. Oh, be
Oh, it's a
careful! Oh,
Ball in
Oof.
there once again.
Come on,
Manuel
lads.
Ugarte at the back
another header.
post. It's
Oh!
Bruno Fernandes again, dictating
Another
play
header.
really for Manchester United, and it's Manuel Ugarte back post, tries to send it back where it came from, but it's just over the bar. And there is 2 changes, but they're both for Manchester United. It looks like Kobe Mainoo coming off, who obviously linked with a move away in the summer. Man United have changed their manager, and now he's right back in there. That's the former Sunderland loanee Ahmad is the one replacing him, and it looks like Joshua Zirkzee is going to be there coming on for Brian Mbeumo as well. Obviously, Zirkzee, not very fond memories of St James's Park being taken, well, of Newcastle United, should I say, coming off after just 19 minutes or whatever it was when we beat them 2-0 the other season. So he'll be hoping for better memories, but a little bit of an awkward one for Newcastle here. Aaron Ramsdale down. That's the last thing we need, isn't it?
No, the last thing, clearly, but that was too close for comfort though. That header. So, I mean, Eddie needs to see that it's just they're knackered. So he's got to try to do something, man.
Start making
I don't know.
changes.
Absolutely.
That's the thing, you know. I don't know why he waits so long.
Yeah, 100%. He started making them in the 50-odd minute in the last few games. You were expecting to see the same today.
Especially you got a man down, so you want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a bit of breaking news coming from the stadium, lads. It's from an unconfirmed source, but seemingly Wins left the building. Got out of there.
76 minutes seems about right.
Proves it.
He's in the taxi back out of it.
You're out your mind, man.
He's gone home to open that rescue dog.
Oh, yeah, well, that ain't working, Denise. That is not working, man.
Right, there you go.
Oh, my gosh. The mighty win.
I
Newcastle.
can't be bothered with all this YouTube politics, to be honest.
I will say, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be leaving this one
Come on.
anytime soon. And Willock does brilliantly
Yes,
well
foul.
burst forward. And Diego Dallo brings him down, and it's a free kick in a decent position for Newcastle United. Willock's looked decent since coming on, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, you know, but the pace and that's certainly working out. And but you know, but we still need more. I mean, Gordon hasn't been as active. You probably wouldn't sub him out anyway. You probably put Wissa on, or even Osula maybe Osula with the pace, because Wissa right now he looks a bit dodgy. And so maybe Osula with the pace, just running around like a headless chicken, might help. But you need to try something.
Yeah, absolutely. And Osula obviously scored against Liverpool in similar situation. Newcastle down to 10 men, backs against the wall. So who's to say he couldn't do it again against Manchester United? Probably anyone that's seen him play in the last few games. But Newcastle here with the free kick on the left-hand side. Good chance to whip this one in. Dangerous position. One-man wall from Manchester United. And here you go. It's whipped in towards the goalkeeper. He punches away well. Alanga picks it up on the outside of the box. And it's poor from Louis Hall, who's lost the ball. And Manchester United can break.
That's going to be another year. That's going to be a second year.
Trippier
Was he already had a yellow, didn't he?
What's he arguing with? Oh, has he seen?
Is that for Cunha? Is that for Cunha? Well, he's telling them off, you know, because Trippier didn't have a yellow already.
No, Trippier didn't have a yellow already.
Oh, wow, because I thought that was going to be another send-off.
Yeah, it's he goes down. I mean, Carrick looks like he's putting his head in his hands. You got.
I mean, what kid don't even want to, you know, he does. Yeah.
But poor from Louis Hall, that must be said.
I don't understand what Trippier was arguing about there.
No,
I don't know either. Well, he was telling me he dove. You know, he was saying he's arguing that he dove, but
Newcastle picked up the ball from the Manchester United move, and it's a ball that's looks like it's hit someone in the face, But Newcastle have it in the corner. Dallo kicking it. Anthony Gordon. He's
He's
pulled
strong,
Gordon
Gordon.
down. And
The heck is that?
What's
it
he
was-
doing?
It's a bit weak from Anthony Gordon, but the referee buys it, and that just sums up the referee for me. The slightest tug on the arm, Gordon falls to his knees, and the ref goes, "Yeah, you want it, you can have it." It's tug on the back as well, actually. You know,
What?
no, he's got
Like,
his hands out
what
on
are
it.
you? What is this, man? I mean, well, he does pull his shirt, so that's a foul, but it's just a little bit. Ooh, right into the septum of.
He'll end up with a Casemiro style bruise
Euro.
after this game on Lenny Euro, yeah.
Gordon's ball, yeah.
But Newcastle with the free kick here, deep in their own half. 10 minutes left
Hey.
on the clock.
Hey, Cuff, I thought Trippier was booked as well, man. I thought he was. I mean, he's certainly been battling with Cunha.
He probably could have been the amount of times Cunha's got past him with ease. But Newcastle's free kick has ended up with absolutely nothing. Possession regained by Manchester United, and they're just going to knock it around the back a little bit before getting it forward, moving it out the left-hand side. But Newcastle holding their shape okay. No real gaps forming immediately from when we've lost the ball. It's Mazraoui on the ball, and he's lost out to Joe Willock. Now Newcastle can break. Anthony
Let's
Gordon
go.
bursting forward. It's a good tackle from Manuel Ugarte to give it back to Manchester United. Newcastle just can't hold on to the ball now. Bruno Fernandes now sitting a little bit deeper now. Xerxes, come on. It's out wide. Running into the box. It's come out to Bruno Fernandes again, and it's curled wide. It's a good chance for the Portuguese superstar, but unfortunately he's controlled it with his passing, but his final product in regards to shooting hasn't quite been there. And luckily for Newcastle, because that looked dangerous.
Why isn't this getting freshened up, guys? Why aren't we getting some fresh legs on this pitch?
To be honest, you're right, man. 82 minutes.
100%. It's a real worry for Newcastle United and Eddie Howe. Well, for the players on the pitch, that Eddie Howe's not bringing the reinforcements.
Oh, there we go.
As we
Murphy's
say
coming in
that,
now.
Murphy will come on. Looks like Asula
and somebody
in the
else,
background
Asula.
as well. Yeah, Asula.
Yeah.
Joining them. So
I mean,
two
but
changes, but
hold
10 minutes
on.
too late.
You tell me, man, 82 minutes. Other than wasting time, that can't be his purpose. Or maybe it is. Maybe he just wants to waste time and finish this game off. It's a draw. Maybe so. Maybe that's the tactic as well. I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, well, like a point is better than none. If you get caught attacking and lose the game, that would be devastating, to be honest. So, I don't know.
And the ball's in behind here. Xerxes going behind. He's whipped it across. And the cross is just over the heads of the Manchester United players, but it's going to be recycled by Ugarte into Euro, into Fernandes, sitting deeper than some of the centre-backs now, Fernandes, to try and create. And it's a great ball into the back post and brilliant defending, it must be said, by Kieran Trippier. A bit like the, if you remember the Mudryk goal against Newcastle when Trippier made the mistake and knocked us out of the cup. On that occasion, Trippier switched off. This time, Trippier was switched on. He would have been onside. Dan Bird playing him on. And it is great defending by Trippier, so credit to him on that occasion.
That's a worrying sign, though. Trippier with cramp there.
But yeah, that was actually a corner, but we're not going to say nothing.
Absolutely not. And Anthony Elanga has come off for Jacob Murphy, and it's Anthony Gordon coming off for William Asula. So Newcastle probably sticking Murphy into midfield. Asula up on his own with the thankless task of having to press. But if there's anyone willing to do it and run around like that headless chicken, Asula does it pretty well. And particularly getting in behind. Got to be one last change for Manchester United as well. I imagine Malacia is coming on for Mazraoui. Yeah, he's been limping for the last few minutes. So Malacia, who many were saying had gone missing last season. No one knew where he was, but we know where he is now. He's on the pitch at St James's Park for Manchester United, and good to see him back after that long layout with injury.
What's this saying about our £55 million striker, though? That, we're bringing on Sula ahead of him.
That's true,
We
actually.
just forgot the decimal point. Should have been 5.5 billion.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just. What do you want me to say, man? It's been a bust. Wiz has been a bust, and you listen. He was never meant to be anything more than what Callum Wilson replacement, by the way.
Yeah,
it's just that some fans thought he was going to be,
the silver
Alan
bullet.
Shearer. Exactly. There you go. That's exactly what some said.
Yeah, Newcastle getting in behind there. Murphy on the right-hand side whips in across, but unfortunately straight out of play. But a good little bit of play again there from Trippier on the right-hand side. Credit to him. He's grown into this game because he was getting tortured in that first half by Cunha. He's grown into it well. But still 10 minutes. Well, let's be honest, likely 10 minutes to hold on. Doesn't feel like there's been a lot of should be a lot of stoppage time, but Fergie time exists for a reason. And Man United trying to cross the ball into the box. Xiao clears it pretty nicely. And Newcastle holding on to the ball a little bit in dangerous areas, but they've managed to get it out. It's out on the right-hand side to Trippier. He's going to launch that forward to nobody, and it's out for a throw into Man United. Shouldn't be a lot of stoppage time here, lads, should there?
Hopefully none.
Hopefully. It doesn't feel like we've had to stop the game too much at all.
No.
Cue the 10 minutes that are come when we normally play Liverpool. But Man United on the attack here. Manuel Ugarte on the ball. And it's a bit, it's not what Man United fans will want to see. It's a bit slow, just sideways. Newcastle will want to see this. They'll want this all day. Particularly with... Well, I was going to say 10 men behind the ball, but 9 men behind the ball. Little direct pass there into Xerxes, and lovely one too. And he's trying to get through the players. He's done well to scramble it, and the shot is eventually blocked there. And I think it was Dan Burn who got the block away at the end. Newcastle are coming away with the ball, and now they've got it on the right-hand side. Murphy's just going to launch it forward and hope for the best. Asula doing the pressing, making himself busy, but he isn't doing enough to get the ball back. And it's just wave after wave of Manchester United at the moment. Lewis Hall does well. He's tried to break on the pass.
Oh, no.
Man United can break here. Bruno Fernandes lays it off for Ugarte, and it's blocked by Tonali, and it looks like it's going to be held out for a corner. No, Joe Linton does brilliantly well there to stop it from going for a corner. Lewis Hall now on the ball. Newcastle penned into their final third, and it's just launched forward. Not a lot of hope there of getting anything forward. Osula just sitting, and there's not a lot you can do with anything to go forward. Xerxes with a strike here from outside the box, and it's a great save again from Aaron Ramsdale. Third good save he's made in this game for me, and it's just given Xerxes time on the outside the box. It's not a powerful shot. It's a curling one. It's an accurate one.
It's a good
Ramsdale
save.
has to get up by his left-hand post to make the save. He's had a good game, Ramsdale.
Oh, yeah. But well, him and Tonali, and then J7, I would say, third, if I had to put them in order. But, yeah, I mean, those. And Trippier is starting to straighten things out at the end, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely improved. And the corner from Man United's just ended up at Newcastle feet. Yeah. Willock trying to run it, but it's going to end up with a Newcastle United throw-in after Willock had lost the ball trying to get
Look at that shot,
on his player. But the shot from Xerxes again there, curling in, and it is a very good stop from Aaron Ramsdale, who gets
he whacks Chow in the face.
Yeah, he does.
You know
misses
what?
The old high 10, thumb straight at the nose.
It looked like an easy save, but I think it was his position that made him look like that. He was really, really well positioned to save that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's brilliant work there from William.
Look at Osula, man. Look at
the headless chicken is running, and he's doing a lot.
Here we go.
It in.
No.
He nearly fell.
Oh my God!
Step overs.
Come on,
Osula. Get going! Get Oh my God!
Oh my 10 minutes ago.
Oh my God! What the heck, man? Where did that come from the headless chicken.
We are knackered.
Oh my
What's it
God.
called, that is, by the way?
That is a
Trippier knocks
hell
it
of a
from the
finish.
byline.
What is going on? What a my God. Unbelievable, this kid, man.
Remnants of
Wow.
Wembley a few years back, where he gets it on the wing, cuts inside, does those step overs that a lot of the time you think look ridiculous. They fool the Man United defenders. He kills
Look
it
at
in
look at him.
brilliantly.
Look at him running. He's like Forrest Gump. He's so clumsy, he almost trips over himself. He bicycle kicks like on his own, and then boom!
What a finish!
That is an absolutely brilliant finish from Willie Masula. Just curls it around Harry Maguire, and there's 5 minutes added on. It's 2-1 to Newcastle United.
Oh, he has got to be the just funniest player ever, man. He's got to be the funniest player ever. But what a wonderful strike.
Absolutely brilliant.
I swear.
He's been criticised more than from me more than anyone. And I've said he's not good enough from point blank. If he does that more often, he can stay at this club. But that's what he can do. We know we can see that's what he can do. Needs to do a lot more often. But on this night at St. James's Park, 4 minutes left, William Masula looks like the hero. And the mighty win.
Oh, and the mighty win going down. It's just insane, this, man. This is beyond a joke now, this game. I mean, but look, all props to him, but it almost felt like, the game is over and there's a little kid running around with the ball, by himself, trying to act like he's, Ronaldinho, doing this, doing that. And just, I mean, it's unbelievable, man. But we desperately need, listen, the game's not over, but, my God, the game's not over. That's the part. That's the part.
The last
so
3
we
goals we've scored, we've conceded within like 3 minutes every time. And wouldn't you know, there's 3 minutes left. But that just makes it all the more dramatic. And that's how we like it at Newcastle. Man United on the ball. It's gonna be wave after wave of Manchester United attacks. Xerxes into the midfield now. He's trying to lift the ball over. Trippier's let it go, and Harry Maguire has hit it against Trippier, and it's a corner for Manchester United. Looked like they were appealing a little bit. Oh no, it's a goal kick. Trippier does really well there. I thought Man United were appealing a little bit for a handball there. And knowing our luck, it probably would have ended up being given. But Aaron Ramsdale has the ball at his feet. 2 minutes left for Newcastle United. You expect the Magpies to hold out, don't you?
It's
you
just
don't believe it's going to happen,
um,
but you expect them to.
Kid there, Chris seen a proper striker get a goal.
Yeah, man. Kid's knackered on the sideline right now. He'll tell his brother, "Why knackered in Jordy?" But it is what it is. But I listen. I didn't want him to win, and neither did anybody really. But just acknowledge him. He's doing all right. He's doing all right. But listen. Man United are doing well. You can't deny it. They're about to be third if they had won or even equalized just right. Like if with a draw, yeah. So they're all right. But no, we needed these points desperately. And who would have ever thought Osula dribbling against air? Literally, he was dribbling against Invisible Man. He thought he was Maradona in '86, man. He's just dribbling, running. I swear, it's incredible. It's just incredible.
Who else in our squad can do that? It was madness, but who else can do it?
Gordon, and that's it, really,
yeah, maybe.
But Man United on the attack here, crossed in, and it's a foul.
Come on, it's a foul.
And you can tell by the fact I'm happy about it, it's gone Newcastle United's way. 94.5 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes added time in total. Newcastle United with 10 men have been the better team, and if they hold on, they'll have deserved this.
Look at those fans, though, Michael, as well. Look at how elated
the mighty win back in
the mighty win jumping up and down.
The mighty win woke up from a nap. How dare they, by the way, scream and wake him up? But he's up now. You know what I mean? I swear, Wind has never wore a hat like that, though. But if he did,
we've got to clip that for socials.
Yeah, we certainly got to do it, man. Oh,
one
my
last
goodness.
tack,
But
last chance saloon here for Man United. They've slipped and gave the ball to Sandro Tonali, who is slipped and lost the ball himself, and Man United are now going to break Cunha on the left-hand side. Last chance saloon, Shirley's cut inside and knocked it out to the right. 4 in the box for Man United. The cross goes in and it's all the way towards the back post. Trippier heads clear.
Well done, Trips.
And Newcastle fans screaming for the final whistle. And there needs to be a check on Sandro Tonali, who, I'll be honest, it looked like he caught a bit of a stray tackle there, but it looks more like he's struggling with a bit of cramp from that sliding tackle that he was trying to make just before there. If it stays like this, who's your man of the match?
well, it has to be Osula. I mean, it's as crazy as it is. Nobody had any intentions of. I mean, we wanted to win, but nobody thought we were going to win this one, even at the end of the game. I mean, if you talk about really the best players on the pitch, has to be Tonali, has to be Joe Linton in consideration, at least in the first half. Ramsdale kept us in the game too. To be fair, he could have been over if it wasn't for him.
Yeah.
But you just got to give it to the young lad, man. Before it's just. And that was we were making fun of him the whole time too. Like, dude, relax, man. What are you doing? And I couldn't believe it when he went in. I really couldn't.
That's the thing. We're taking the mick out of him about 3 seconds before he scored. Look at those step overs. He's going to fall over. No, he's going to put it in the back of the net. Brilliant stuff. And Man United take the throw in. 97th minute. Only 5 supposed to be added on. It's whipped in. It's cleared. Sven Botman is on, by the way, for Sandro Tonali, who went down injured. And it's a foul for Newcastle United.
Well done. That has to be it.
Bruno Fernandes shouting at the referee, cursing at the referee. Where is the yellow card, referee? Don't let him talk.
Where's the final whistle, referee?
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing them any favours if they talk to me like that. But what a big win this will be for Newcastle United if they can hold on. Much needed going into the game against the other side of Manchester the weekend as well. But not a sad face in that ground, which has been a rare thing in recent weeks. Free kick to Newcastle.
Come on, ref.
Still to take.
It's go. I mean, I don't understand why he went too long though. Why did he? Well, no. I mean, he's at it.
It looks like Carrick time.
3 extra minutes,
doesn't it?
Yeah, Carrick time. It's just straight at the feet of a Man United player. They're going to break. Harry Maguire's getting forward. Newcastle got plenty of men back, it must be said. Maguire has passed it behind.
Come on, ref!
And the final whistle is blown.
There
Newcastle
you go, ladies
United
and
have
gents.
beat Manchester United 2-1 at St James's Park. What a win for the lads. What a winning goal by William Osula. Lads, what a win that is. Much needed.
Get in, man. What the heck was that? I mean...
Against 12 men as well. Referee, dreadful on the day.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely
Newcastle, awful. That's up there with one of our best wins of the season so far for me. And it came at a time where Eddie Howe and the lads needed it. But the most important thing is keeping it up and getting the win at the weekend as well, because there's no point winning today if you're just going to follow it up with loss after loss after loss.
Look at that, War Kid. Oh, look at that, man. War Kid applauding at the crowd there. My United fans are not there, are they? They're all the way up top. So he didn't even look up. It was right there. So I'm just saying, man. I'm just setting up the room for, in a year or so. No, I mean, unbelievable. I'm happy for Osula. I mean, listen, he's not, he's still young, by the way, so anything can happen in football, but it doesn't seem like he will be, the guy to take over up front at least, but he'll come on and he'll do something like this. We debated whether it's going to be Wissa or him, and one of you said, just Osula, because he can do these things like a headless chicken sort of thing, and he did it. So, yeah. I mean, that's just unbelievable. Last thoughts there from from Boki and Michael, before we go into the match reaction, Boki, what do you think about the game, mate?
You know what? When we went down to 10 men, I was seriously worried. But you've got to give Eddie Howe his due. He came out in that second half, and we didn't look like we were playing against 10 men. We were playing, as a team with 10 men in the second half. We looked like we were still controlling that game, and we've come away with a fantastic victory. I mean, it's an Asula masterclass in regards to scoring that goal. I think maybe if he got played through that a million times again, he would never do exactly what he did there. But
exactly. Wouldn't put my money on that.
But you've got to say, we were kept in the game. We were still 1-1 till that point. As soon as that went in, it's not as if Man United even then completely pounded were, and so it would look like we were going to concede. It felt quite comfortable after we scored the second goal.
Yeah, that's true. Michael, what do you think? I know you're about to do your player ratings, so you can come out as soon as we can. So, what do you think, though?
Yeah, I think it just sums up Newcastle United, doesn't it? The fight and the passion. When the back's against the wall, Newcastle come up trumps. And all the talk before the game, Newcastle need a new goalkeeper. Man of the match could have been Aaron Ramsdale. And then the secondary topic was Benjamin Šeško go to the team he ultimately rejected. Nick Voltemada out. Shows the difference between the strikers. And who would have guessed it was William Asula, the forgotten man, the man that everyone wants out, who gets the winner for Newcastle. And I couldn't be happier for him. And I couldn't be happier with a 2-1 win for the Toon.
There you go. Don't forget, we're going to jump into the match reaction right now. So everybody call in and have your say. Thank you to all the super chatters for tonight's help. Everybody that became a member, follow us now, and you should be redirected into the instant match reaction. For now, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Boki. We'll see you on the next one, lads. Take care.
Cheers, mate. See you later.
Thank you, Luca. Luca says, Newcastle United, love, love, love. Thank you, Luca, for that super chat there. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it very, very much. We'll see you in the match reaction.